Chapter 434. In fact, although these 20 people all had the same thought and thought that Nye Qinyu was not the legendary beauty, they would definitely not be willing to withdraw from the competition. Why was that? It was simple. Although Nye Qinyu's looks were average, she had delicate features and wasn't ugly. Moreover, her two older sisters were very beautiful. How bad could the younger sister be when she grew up? Thinking like this now was only because the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Most importantly, Valley Lord Nye had 3 daughters and no children. Nye Qianrong and Nye Qianxiu were already married and weren't in the valley. If the youngest daughter were to marry, it was obvious whether she would marry into the family or not. Moreover, Valley Lord Nye was going to find a son-in-law through a martial arts competition. Although he didn't explicitly say that he wanted to find a son-in-law who came from the family, who in the Jianghu didn't know that he wanted to find someone who was strong in martial arts and could control the situation to take charge of Rejuvenation Valley. As long as he could win this martial arts competition, he would be the future master of Rejuvenation Valley. Who wouldn't be envious of Rejuvenation Valley's thousands of years of foundation? Who would give up because Nye Qinyu wasn't exceptionally beautiful? The wife needs to be virtuous and the concubine needs to be beautiful. Just find a few more concubines in the future. Everyone thought so. The 3 Nye sisters rode their horses to the back of the arena and climbed up the ladder. The guards at the side hurriedly found 3 chairs and sat down next to Valley Lord Nye. The 3 didn't look at the people below the arena and only looked at the 2 people on the arena with concern. Zhang Xiaohua raised her eyes and didn't say anything. Young Master Long was different. The 3 Nye sisters didn't appear when the first 20 people won, but they appeared when he was about to win. Nye Qinyu even personally came to the arena. What did this mean? Young Master Long was a little smug and couldn't help but nod slightly at Nye Qinyu. He smiled, showing the peerless elegance of a dandy young master. At this time, Valley Master Nye quietly told Nye Qinyu about the situation at the scene and asked for her opinion. Nye Qinyu smiled slightly and muttered in her heart, "Others may not know the details of this little thief, but how can I not know?" Outside of Tanhe City, half of his opponent's body was smashed into pieces with just one sword strike. That strength and internal energy are inconceivable. Although the Soaring Dragon Sword Manor's internal energy cultivation method is powerful, I reckon that it is not as powerful as that Hall Master from that day. This little thief probably knows that his sword technique is not good enough and he doesn't want to harm people's lives, so he came up with such a method. On this journey from Tanhe City to Worry City, I have never seen him suffer a single loss. If this young Master Long is able to take advantage of a large sum of money from him, even if you beat me to death, I would not believe it. Thinking of this, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Coincidentally, when Mr. Dragon saw the smile on Nye Qinyu's face, he thought that she was smiling at him. His heart tightened. This girl can't escape from me. However, below the stage there were 2 people who had met Nye Qinyu before. They had strange expressions on their faces and no one knew what they were thinking. After receiving Nye Qinyu's encouragement, Mr. Dragon became even more forthright. He smiled and said, "Since little brother is so straightforward, I can't let you have all the fun. How about this? We don't need to exchange one move for another. This will obviously make little brother suffer a loss. Let's just stand here and exchange 3 moves. Whoever moves his feet even half an inch will lose. What do you think?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. This was a real contest of martial arts. No matter what moves or techniques were used, they would all be useless. This was what everyone wanted to see the most. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she could not help but frown. But what if both of our feet don't move, or if both of our feet move? How will it be counted? Mr. Dragon smiled and said, "Then it will be counted as my loss." These words were said cleanly and his voice was loud. Everyone below the stage heard it. Good. The crowd shouted again. Mr. Dragon had not started the contest, but he had already won the crowd's support. It was as if everyone wanted him to win. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not speak, Nye Qianxiu could not help but frown. She whispered to Nye Qianrong, "Big sister, I think Ren Xiaoxia doesn't seem to have any spirit. If it were someone else they would definitely say, 'How can I let Mr. Dragon suffer a loss?' If both of their feet move or if they don't move it will be a draw. Even if they have a few more moves it's fine. Why doesn't Ren Xiaoxia say anything?" Nye Qinyu, who heard this, couldn't help but laugh out loud. She thought to herself, "This little thief likes to take advantage of others. Since young Master Long has delivered himself to his door, how could he refuse?" When Nye Qianrong saw her sister laughing, she did not answer Nye Qianxiu's question. She just watched attentively. As expected, Zhang Xiaohua heard this and smiled faintly. Okay, then we'll do as Mr. Dragon says. Ah, this guy is not polite at all. Mr. Dragon thought so too. Therefore, the two of them took a step forward and stood face to face. Seeing this, the crowd held their breaths and did not dare to make a sound. Mr. Dragon took a deep breath and circulated his internal energy through his meridians. His face was a little red and his eyes were shining. He said, "Little brother, are you ready?" Zhang Xiaohua was lazy. She shrugged and said, "Mr. Dragon can make his move at any time." Mr. Dragon saw this and was overjoyed. This guy is really inexperienced. He thought that I would give him more time to circulate his chi when he saw me giving him a chance. Unfortunately, I've already asked you. What does it have to do with me whether you circulate your chi or not? Then the clothes on his body could not move. His right hand suddenly swung out from his side. It brought a strong wind and hit Zhang Xiaohua's chest. Zhang Xiaohua had already released his divine sense. He was not nervous at all when he saw the fist that contained a large amount of internal energy. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed young Master Long's wrist at lightning speed. Then he used a little force and pulled it to his left. Young Master Long was shocked. He quickly wanted to withdraw his internal energy. However, he only wanted to fight with Zhang Xiaohua. How could he hold back? With a wave of Zhang Xiaohua's left arm, young Master Dragon rose from the ground like a lone goose and was thrown out of the arena with a whoosh. Wasn't this the move that Nie Xiaoer used to deal with Zhang Xiaohua in the Huanxi Villa, for tails against 1,000 caddies? The crowd was stunned. Does this mean that Ren Xiaoyao won? Just now it was said that it was a fist against fist. Although Ren Xiaoyao made a move, he didn't exchange blows with his opponent. But Mr. Dragon also said that as long as he moved his feet, he would lose. Now, not only did he move his feet, he was thrown out of the arena. How does this count? Valley Master Nie's face was also full of astonishment. He never thought that this would happen. Only Nie Qinyu smiled so sweetly. Yes, only Ren Xiaoyao could do such a move that even she did not expect. Mr. Dragon was also amazing. Although his body was thrown out of the arena and he could not borrow any force, the moment his feet touched the ground, he immediately turned around and flew back into the arena. He stood in a corner of the arena. He did not know what to say. Yes, after all, he was thrown out of the arena. After all, his feet had touched the ground. He had already lost. But he thought for a moment and immediately changed his expression. He sneered, "Little brother, you are a good schemer. You said that it was a fist exchange. Where did your fist go? You want to use such an underhanded method to make me fall into your trap? If you want to use fighting skills, just say it. Why did you say it was a fist against fist?" Valley Master Nie heard and was about to stand up. But Nie Qinyu pulled him back and whispered, "Father, let's see how they continue. Don't say anything." Nie Qinyu said loudly, "Although Mr. Dragon fell out of the arena, Ren Xiaoxia did not follow the rules. Mr. Dragon did not lose." Nie Qinrong was a little surprised and looked at her strangely. Nie Qinyu quickly explained, "Big sister, if Ren Xiaoxia wins he should win fair and square, right?" Nie Qinrong nodded thoughtfully. Seeing Mr. Dragon's reproach, Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "Mr. Dragon seems to have misunderstood. I only said 3 moves against 3 moves. I didn't say 3 fists against 3 fists. Your punch was a move and my hand pulling was also a move. How could young Master Long say that I didn't win fair and square? What if I used a schemer?" Hearing this, not only Mr. Dragon but everyone in the arena was speechless. Yes, now that they thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua had always said 3 moves and not 3 fists. Even Mr. Dragon said 3 moves. But it was very common in Jianghu to meet force with force. Everyone took it for granted that the 3 moves were 3 fists. Although Mr. Dragon said 3 moves, he still thought 3 fists in his heart. Alas, it had to be said that habitual thinking killed people. Mr. Dragon was speechless. Nie Qinyu smiled like a flower. It was as if she already knew that this would happen. Valley Master Nie was also secretly happy in his heart. This future son-in-law, he really has a brain. The gaze with which he looked at Zhang Xiaohua became even gentler and kinder. Seeing young Master Long's reaction, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "If young Master Long thinks that I didn't explain it clearly and played a trick, then I apologize. When I saw young Master Long's fierce fist wind, my left hand naturally chose this move. It was purely a natural reaction. Because I usually compete with others like this, I really didn't think too much about it. How about this, since Mr. Dragon is not convinced, the move just now doesn't count. How about we start again?" Mr. Dragon thought for a while and said, "I won't take advantage of you. The move just now was a draw. But the next two moves can't be the same as before. We can only fight one fist. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. You can say whatever you want." Sir Dragon humphed and walked to the center of the arena. After circulating his qi and preparing himself, he wasn't in a hurry to attack. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and took up a fighting stance. Just as he was about to throw out a punch, his divine sense seemed to sense something strange in Sir Dragon's left hand. Chapter 435. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and looked at young Master Long's left sleeve. "Young Master Long, we agreed that it would be 3 moves against 3 moves. Now let's change it to 3 fists against 3 fists. I was a little reckless just now. Although I used 4 taels against 1,000 jin, I was still empty-handed. If I use any weapons again, I will admit defeat." Hearing this, young Master Long was shocked. How did this guy know that I have a dagger in my left hand? Originally, I wanted to throw away my face and injure him with a dagger. After all, I only said that I wouldn't use a sword, but I didn't say that I wouldn't use a dagger. Moreover, this guy broke the rules first. Even if I injured him, the second punch would only be a draw. However, if he was injured, I would definitely win the third punch. What should I do? I can only fight head-on. After thinking, young Master Long said righteously, "Little brother, are you warning me? Although my martial arts are not high, I do not have such dirty thoughts like you. You only need to worry about yourself. Don't make the same mistake again." Zhang Xiaohua smiled. He knew that young Master Long would not take out the dagger again. He raised his fist and punched at young Master Long's chest. Before practicing God traction, although Zhang Xiaohua had immortal Dao true qi flowing through his meridians, this true qi was used to perform incantations and cast spells. It could not be circulated in his meridians according to the changes in his fist moves like the internal force of martial arts. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua's only way to win was to use his heavy sword and great strength, using his tens of thousands of pounds of strength to forcefully resist his opponent's internal force. In God traction, it was recorded that one could use the inner strength of martial arts to imitate the inner strength of immortals. However, Zhang Xiaohua was able to easily learn how to use the inner strength of immortals to imitate the inner strength of martial arts. Although Zhang Xiaohua already had a rough idea of how to do it, he still didn't have the chance to put it into practice. This arena was the perfect opportunity for him to give it a try. As Zhang Xiaohua punched out, the genuine qi in his body was also mobilized. A wisp of genuine qi went straight along the meridians in his arm and rushed to his fist. However, this was his first attempt. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to use all of his strength. He only used 30%. In order to ensure that he would not lose, Zhang Xiaohua also used 30% of his strength at the same time. When young Master Long saw Zhang Xiaohua swinging her fist, he quickly put away the dagger in his left hand and transferred his internal energy to his right arm. He swung his right hand to meet the attack. However, young Master Long learned from his mistakes. This time he did not dare to use all of his internal energy. He was careful and only used 90% of his internal energy, leaving 10% for himself. The two of them were very close to each other. In an instant, their fists collided with each other. A muffled ping sound was heard. Both of their figures swayed, and their clothes fluttered without any wind. Shwa! They fluttered backward. This second punch was actually a draw. Ah! Everyone below the arena was surprised. Young Master Long of the Soaring Dragon Sword Village was very famous. He was considered one of the most outstanding martial artists in the southern Wulin. Zhang Xiaohua, who just went up on stage, was not famous. In this head-on punch he did not lose out at all. This was really unexpected. However, today was destined to be a day of great surprise. When young Master Long saw that Zhang Xiaohua and himself were evenly matched, he could not help but laugh loudly. Good. Little brother's ambition does not depend on age. You actually have such astonishing internal energy at such a young age? Since it's like this Long will not be polite. Come. Little brother, prepare yourself. This Long will go all out. Oh, I see. The others suddenly realized. Young Master Long is testing the waters with this punch. Sure enough, young Master Long once again circulated his energy. His aura was different from before. At first glance, his figure seemed to be bigger, and there was a faint light in his eyes. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua was even worse than before. She did not even circulate her energy anymore. Just from this warming up action, her appearance was much worse. Young Master Long stared at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a sinister smile, "Little brother, I'm going to punch." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Young Master Long, do as you please." Young Master Long snorted coldly. This guy must have never heard of the Soaring Dragon Heart Sutra. Then, his right palm stretched out from his sleeve. It was actually golden in color. From top to bottom, it slapped down on Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua did not panic. She waited for the palm to come close before she stretched out her left palm. She did the blazing sky style and welcomed the attack. The Soaring Dragon Mental Cultivation technique was a way to circulate one's inner energy. Using the Soaring Dragon Mental Cultivation technique as an example, it could be used to describe how domineering this mental cultivation technique was. Under the control of the Soaring Dragon Mental Cultivation technique, one's inner energy would be like a real dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. Under the control of the Soaring Dragon Mental Cultivation technique, one's inner energy would be like a real dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. Under the control of the Soaring Dragon Mental Cultivation technique, one's inner energy would be like a real dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. Under the control of the Soaring Dragon Mental Cultivation technique, one's inner energy would be like a real dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. Under the control of the Soaring Dragon Mental Cultivation technique, one's inner energy would be like a real dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. Under the control of the Soaring Dragon Mental Cultivation technique, one's inner energy would be like a real dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. Under the control of the Soaring Dragon Mental Cultivation technique, one's inner energy would be like a real dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. Under the control of the Soaring Dragon Mental Cultivation technique, one's inner energy would be like a real dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. Of course, it was extremely difficult to cultivate such a powerful mental cultivation technique. Even though young Master Long was extremely intelligent and a genius in the path of cultivation, he had only cultivated to the 4th level of the mental cultivation technique. In other words, he was able to display 4 levels of force in one strike. It could be said that 1 strike from him was equivalent to 8 strikes from others. Therefore, if it wasn't for the fact that they didn't know, very few people would be like Zhang Xiaohua and directly exchange blows with him. This was also the reason why Valley Head Nye was worried in the beginning. Zhang Xiaohua's suggestion was simply tailor-made for young Master Long. Therefore, seeing Zhang Xiaohua so casually meeting the opponent, those who knew about young Master Long's background all had smiles on their faces as they waited for Zhang Xiaohua to put on a good show. Unfortunately, when the 2 palms collided, there was no longer the momentum from before. Instead, they silently joined together as if they were shaking hands. Under everyone's gaze, young Master Long's face was flushed red. The internal energy on his right palm courageously struck towards Zhang Xiaohua one after another. Zhang Xiaohua's face didn't change at all. Only her eyes were filled with a strange light as she muttered, "Strange, strange, interesting." Following young Master Long's right palm's overlaying force, Zhang Xiaohua also continuously transferred her vital energy into her left palm without batting an eyelid, matching the force of young Master Long's right palm. When young Master Long's second overlaying force began, Zhang Xiaohua was curious and had already transferred a strand of vital energy into young Master Long's meridians. She wanted to see the mystery of the Soaring Dragon cultivation method. The true energy of the Path of Immortals was marvelous. Before young Master Dragon had even used the 4th force, Zhang Xiaohua had already gained a basic understanding of the Soaring Dragon mantra. He knew the technique of stacking force, and Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but praise it in his heart. Attention is knowledge. The power of this martial art is limited, but under the shackles of limited power, there are all sorts of supplementary techniques that can be used to maximize the use of force. On the other hand, the true energy of the Path of Immortals only focuses on power. It's clumsy in the application of technique. If immortal vital energy is used with martial arts techniques, then what will happen? Zhang Xiaohua very naturally made the connection. At this time, young Master Long had already finished displaying the 4th force of the Soaring Dragon cultivation method. Zhang Xiaohua was thinking about how to apply the overlaying force technique to immortal vital energy, and at the same time she adjusted the power of the vital energy in her left hand to the 5th force of the Soaring Dragon cultivation method. She still wanted to wait and see the other secrets of the Soaring Dragon cultivation method. When Zhang Xiaohua adjusted the power in her left hand, it immediately showed that something was wrong. The 5th force of the Soaring Dragon cultivation method should be twice the force of the 4th force. In other words, the internal energy in Zhang Xiaohua's hand was twice that of young Master Long's internal energy. This was already far beyond what young Master Long could withstand. Young Master Long only felt an inconceivable internal energy attack from Zhang Xiaohua's left hand, like a flood rushing into his right palm. There was no way for him to resist at all. Young Master Long's body was like a big injured bird, and in an instant he was sent flying from the stage. Zhang Xiaohua released her vital energy, but did not encounter the same force as before. In her mind, she immediately knew that young Master Long had only mastered the fourth force of the Soaring Dragon Cultivation method. At this time, young Master Long had already been sent flying by the internal energy. Zhang Xiaohua did not pursue and attacked. She had already retracted her vital energy, and it flowed vigorously through her meridians. The entire arena was silent. Accident? It was really an accident. Many people could not believe it and repeatedly rubbed their eyes to make sure that they were not seeing things. Young Master Long, who possessed the Soaring Dragon Cultivation method, was actually sent flying by a nameless nobody with a single palm strike. Was this real? Young Master Long fell off the stage and with a beautiful flip, he steadily stood up. The vital energy in his body flowed, and after a full cycle, the stone in his heart was finally put down. He did not suffer any internal injuries. Of course, he did not suffer any injuries under such a strong internal energy. This was definitely because the young man on the stage had shown mercy. Not to mention the depth of his internal energy, just the use of his internal energy was so skillful. Not only could he not be compared to him, even his father from the Soaring Dragon Sword Village, who had already cultivated the Soaring Dragon Cultivation method to the 6th stage, would find it hard to match him. Moreover, he had already been sent off the stage twice. Even if it was, would he still have the face to go back on the stage? Young Master Long thought it through clearly. Facing Zhang Xiaohua on the stage, he cupped his hands and said, Ren Xiaoxia's martial arts are strong, this one admires him. This one is not his opponent and was forced off the stage twice. This one is really ashamed. This one wishes that Ren Xiaoxia will be the sole champion. Everyone, this one will take his leave first, goodbye. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and pulled out the treasured sword that was stabbed into the ground. With a leap, he disappeared into the crowd. Not long after, from the side of the stage, dozens of horses galloped out. Following the main road out of the valley, they swaggered off. Young Master Long, who was the most popular candidate for the groom finding martial arts competition, was actually the first to leave. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian. Chapter 436. The reason why Soaring Dragon Sword Village's young Master Long wanted to enter the arena on the last day was because he had 100% confidence. He wanted to tell his potential opponents that they had to hurry up and fight for the last qualification before the end because the last qualification was his. Of course, young Master Long did have the strength to do so. The Soaring Dragon Sword Village's sword techniques and the Soaring Dragon Mental Cultivation method were his assets that allowed him to look down on the crowd. The 2 months of competition went as young Master Long had expected. Many people knew that young Master Long was going to enter the arena on the last day, so they all rushed to obtain the qualification before the last day. In the last 3 days, only the last few people, perhaps because they came late or just found out about the news, had no choice but to compete with young Master Long for the last qualification. Without exception, they were all defeated by young Master Long. Young Master Long easily obtained all the victories. Now that they thought about it, young Master Long's announcement was an extremely brilliant strategy. Nonsense, if you set the time to enter the arena, those who could fight with you would let you go. They were afraid of meeting you, so they all entered the arena early. Of course, the ones left behind were those who couldn't even withstand a single blow. Moreover, young Master Long had another idea. A reason for entering the arena on the last day. Perhaps only he himself knew the reason. However, this qualification that was guaranteed in the last 3 breaths of time was taken away by an unknown thin and tall young man. Moreover, he forced young Master Long out of the arena twice. It had to be said that this was a huge irony, a huge accident. Man proposes, God disposes. Apart from this sentence, there was no other suitable metaphor. Perhaps only the 2 people who were a little further to the east of the arena would not be surprised by this outcome. Seeing young Master Long and the others leave in a hurry, the crowd below the arena had not yet recovered from their shock. They heard Valley Master Nya on the arena stand up and shout, "Heroes who have obtained the qualification, the last qualification has been determined. It is Ren Xiaoxia. According to the previous rules, the final battle will be held in this arena in an hour. Heroes, please prepare well." After that, he led the 3 Nya sisters and several adjudicators out of the arena and back to the manor. Nye Qinyu also stood up and pretended to follow her father without looking at Zhang Xiaohua. Only Nye Qianxiu looked back at Zhang Xiaohua and frowned. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Xiaohua also jumped down from the stage. She picked up her long sword and walked to a corner of the arena. Then she sat on the ground and closed her eyes in silence. At this moment, the arena was in chaos. There were more than 20 people who were going to participate in the final battle. Of course, they had to make preparations. However, there were even more people who were prepared to watch the final battle. These people had already noticed Zhang Xiaohua's behavior and wanted to get close to her. However, when they saw Zhang Xiaohua's unapproachable appearance, they all extinguished that thought. She was an expert who could even send young Master Long flying with a raise of her hand. Who knew if she had a strange temper? Moreover, the 3 super sects did not have any disciples that they were proud of. Perhaps Rinpoche was one of them. Only they could cultivate such a young disciple with such high martial arts skills. Thinking about his mysterious background, some people gave up on the idea of challenging Rinpoche. Yuan Guohou saw that Zhang Xiaohua was resting at the side and wanted to pay her a visit. However, he was stopped by Zhang Xiaohua, who whispered in his ear. Yuan Guohou's expression changed several times. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua in surprise and then looked at the guards of Rejuvenation Valley. In the end, he stopped in his tracks. An hour was neither long nor short. Seeing that no one came to disturb her, Zhang Xiaohua was naturally very happy. She had accidentally peeked at a trace of the mystery of the soaring dragon mantra in the arena and had not had the time to carefully comprehend it. Now was a good opportunity. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her left hand and began to comprehend the soaring dragon mantra in her meridians. Young Master Long's soaring dragon mantra had only been cultivated to the 4th level. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua only understood the changes of the first 4 levels. However, this mantra was only a technique to circulate one's inner strength. Zhang Xiaohua only understood the mystery of the first 4 levels. From the 1st level to the 2nd level, to the 3rd level, to the 4th level, and even to the 8th and 9th level, there was only one basic technique, and that was how to superimpose. The difference between each level of mantra was only the control of different inner strength. As long as there was enough inner strength, more levels could be superimposed. Zhang Xiaohua's essential qi was different from the inner strength of martial arts. Once he understood this basic technique, he did not care about the levels of superimposition. With the essential qi in his meridians, he could simulate the soaring dragon mantra to the 10th level, or perhaps the 20th. However, was there any meaning to this? Just as she was thinking, she heard the sound of a gong on the arena. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and looked over. On the arena, Valley Master Nye was sitting in the middle. Beside him were the 3 Nye sisters and 2 tall and strong handsome men. From the looks of it, they must be Nye Qianrong and Nye Qianxiu's husbands. The few judges were also in their positions. Elder Yu Yan was standing at a corner of the arena, striking a gong and shouting, "The 23 heroes who have obtained the final qualifications, please come up to the arena." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she frowned and thought to herself, "Just now I left in a hurry and did not ask Valley Master Nye how the last round is going to be. Could it be one-on-one? Or a group fight?" Zhang Xiaohua stood up and slowly walked to the side of the arena. As usual, she stabbed her long sword into the ground and jumped up the arena. She crossed her arms and stood at the side. The other 22 people also came up to the arena one after another. Looking at the number of people, Elder Yu said in a clear voice, "The last round of the Rejuvenation Valley's joust for a spouse will now begin. The rules of this round are extremely simple. The 23 people on the arena will compete with each other. The last one left will be the final winner of this round." Then looking at the crowd, he smiled and said, "There is only one request. After all, this is a joyous occasion. It is fine as long as no lives are lost. Whether it is a knife, a sword, or a hidden weapon, all are allowed. Of course, no poison is allowed. Alright, this old man has finished speaking. Is there anyone else who has any questions?" After all, these rules were already known to everyone when the arena was first built. Of course, there wouldn't be any problems. Yu Yan looked at Zhang Xiaohua and saw that he was just standing there without saying anything. Yu Yan shouted, "Alright, since everyone understands, we'll set the time limit as 2 hours. Let's start now." Then the copper gong was struck again. Following the sound of the gong, more than 20 people were immediately divided into several small groups. Those who had some relationship with each other or those who had been in contact with each other after obtaining the qualifications all gathered together. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing alone in the corner of the arena, seemed a little out of place. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head with her hand and suddenly squatted down. Her right index finger and middle finger joined together and drew a line on the arena in front of her. A neat semicircle arc that was 3 centimeters deep into the hardwood appeared on the arena. Then Zhang Xiaohua stood up again. She shook her head and stood there with her arms crossed. Although the arena was built with wood, In order to adapt to the martial arts of the people of Jianghu, the wood of the arena was carefully selected. It was not inferior to the hard rock. Zhang Xiaohua's move showed her powerful martial arts and the intention to shock everyone. Secondly, it showed that they could just fight, and as long as they did not step into her arc, she would not interfere. When the others saw this, they were amazed by this young man's martial arts. How could they not understand what he meant? Therefore, when the fighting started, no one went forward to look for Zhang Xiaohua. Instead, they each found a small group that did not look very strong and eliminated them first. Therefore, compared to the people who were fighting fiercely in the arena, Zhang Xiaohua was even more different. On one side of the arena, Valley Master Nye and Ye Qinyu's eyes never left Zhang Xiaohua. His every move was in their eyes. At this time, when they saw Zhang Xiaohua's very profound move, they nodded happily. This guy really likes to take advantage of others. At this point, he still wants to profit from the fight. Actually, how could the others not know what Zhang Xiaohua was thinking? It was just that he had just defeated Mr. Long easily. Now that his momentum was at its peak, the others were not willing to go against him easily. However, in the time it took to have a meal, the people on the arena gradually decreased. These small groups that were gathered together had differences in strength. Once the fight started, those who were slightly weaker were easily eliminated. At this time, there were only 3 small groups of 4 people left on the arena, and Zhang Xiaohua was all alone. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua no longer held back. He put down his arm and prepared to face the enemy. Sure enough, 4 of them looked at each other and rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and watched the 4 people's movements carefully. He did not panic and waited for the 4 people to close in. He slipped and found a gap in the 4 people's encirclement. He only leaned sideways and stretched out his hand and gently tapped on one of the people's armpits. The person next to him saw Zhang Xiaohua approaching and quickly changed his move. He held his long sword horizontally and wanted to block him. Who knew that Zhang Xiaohua jumped high and stepped on the back of the long sword. With a kacha sound, the sword had already broken into 2 pieces. At the same time, before the person could react, Zhang Xiaohua's finger wind had already reached him. The 2 people next to him saw that the situation was not good and wanted to retreat. How could Zhang Xiaohua give them a chance? His figure floated in the air and appeared in front of them. He raised both his palms, and his palms contained the 2 layers of the soaring dragon heart technique. The 2 people saw that Zhang Xiaohua's palms were fast and fierce, and without thinking, they raised their palms to meet it. When the huge amount of internal energy rushed towards their arms, they realized that young Master Long had been sent flying by this person's palms. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to realize. The people on and off the stage saw Zhang Xiaohua's palms move, and the 2 people flew out of the stage and fell into the dust. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Zhang Xiaohua defeated 4 people. Chapter 437. The remaining 8 people in the arena had long been divided into 2 groups. They stood to the side to watch the outcome of the fight between Zhang Xiaohua and the 4 people. When they saw that Zhang Xiaohua had easily won, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Just now, the 20+ people on the stage had been divided into several groups and fought in pairs. They had used up a lot of energy and thought before they barely managed to obtain a victory. However, it could be seen that the other party, with just 1 person, had defeated 4 people in a single move. The gap between them was quite obvious. Thus, the 4 people in the group looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They waved their long swords and attacked the other 4 people. Obviously, they planned to defeat these 4 people first and then free up their hands to deal with Zhang Xiaohua. When the 4 people saw this, they also agreed. With a loud shout, they spread out and each chose an opponent to fight. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. She had thought that these 8 people would join forces to deal with her, but they had actually started fighting on their own. This was really out of her expectations and looked very strange. However, doing so would only benefit her and not harm her. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua still stood to the side and watched the fight with interest. After watching for a while, Zhang Xiaohua gradually saw some clues. The 4 people who had fought first were obviously more skilled than the other 4. Moreover, these 4 people seemed to have practiced joint attacks before. Sometimes 2 people would work together, sometimes 3 people would work together, but they were still able to handle the situation with ease. Could it be that these 4 people were sent by a certain faction? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think. If this was the explanation, it was very reasonable. That faction had failed to kill Nye Qinyu and was unable to seize the treasure in her hands. It just so happened that Rejuvenation Valley was holding a martial arts competition to find a spouse, so they took the opportunity to send out suitable disciples. If they succeeded, not only would they achieve their previous goal, but they would also obtain Rejuvenation Valley's great foundation. What a good plan, what a good plan. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her chin in her hand and secretly praised, Valley Head Nye's scheme of building one path in the guise of building another path in the dark is really quite smelly now. That's right, Valley Head Nye loved his daughter so much that he didn't thoroughly consider the matter before hastily implementing it. If it weren't for Zhang Xiaohua's occasional appearance, this farce really might have destroyed the entire Rejuvenation Valley. While Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, the situation on the stage became clear. She saw one of the people in the ring using the long sword in his hand. He actually used the tip of the sword to hit several of his opponent's major acupoints and won. As for the other three people, seeing that the situation was over, they had no choice but to abandon their swords and admit defeat, jumping off the stage. After that, the four of them rested for a while before they picked up their swords and surrounded Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua also walked out of the semicircle that she had just drawn and slowly walked to the center of the stage. Her expression was still indifferent. The four of them stared fiercely at Zhang Xiaohua. When they saw an opportunity, they brandished their swords at the same time and swarmed forward. Zhang Xiaohua did not have a long sword in her hand and it was not convenient for her to take out a short sword. Thus, she could only face the enemies with her bare hands. The four people's joint attack technique was also very good. In a short period of time, Zhang Xiaohua was unable to find any obvious flaws. She could only use the Fist of the North Star to face the enemies while using the ethereal steps to dodge. The five of them fought in a dazzling manner on the stage. Under the joint attack of the four people, Zhang Xiaohua was twisting and turning, displaying the excellence of her light body technique. However, when Zhang Xiaohua saw an opening, she punched out. It was precisely the face of one of the four people. That person had already brandished his sword and it was already too late for him to save her. However, that person was not nervous and only took a few steps back. The other three people immediately followed up and stabbed their swords at Zhang Xiaohua's vital points. This forced Zhang Xiaohua to have no choice but to defend or dodge. There were even a few times when Zhang Xiaohua had clearly used her light body technique to escape from the encirclement of the four people. However, she did not know how the four of them changed. Two of them rolled a few times and immediately trapped Zhang Xiaohua in the middle of the four people. This disrupted Zhang Xiaohua's plan of defeating them individually. This kind of formidable joint attack technique seemed to be different from the method used to deal with the other four people. Zhang Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but shiver, immediately retracting her previous underestimation. Releasing her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua continued to fight while carefully observing the changes in the four people's footwork and joint attack technique. As time passed, Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved. These four people's coordination and the changes in their positions seemed very familiar. Thinking carefully, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. How was this a joint attack technique? This was obviously a basic immortal formation, the Diyen 5 Elements formation. The Diyen 5 Elements formation was formed by 5 talismans. Each talisman could cooperate with each other to produce endless changes, trapping the things in the formation. These four people had just replaced the talismans with people. The changes of the four people's coordination were basically the changes of the Diyen 5 Elements formation. However, for some reason, there were only 4 people here, and not the 5 people required by the Diyen 5 Elements formation. The 3 Talents formation and the Diyen 5 Elements formation were the foundation of the Immortal formation. It was also recorded in Fire Dragon Immortal's Jade Slip. Zhang Xiaohua had already studied it thoroughly when she was on the deserted island. Now, after comprehending the Rabbit Talisman in her Mud Pill Palace, Zhang Xiaohua had a considerable understanding of the Immortal formation. Previously, she didn't see through it because she was bound and didn't know how to break it. Now that she understood it, and this Diyen 5 Elements formation was only an incomplete one, of course, it wouldn't be difficult for Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and saw a flaw in the formation. With a flash, he appeared between 2 of them. The 2 of them did not panic and only separated slightly, dodging the space. The other 2's long swords also stabbed at him at the same time. Zhang Xiaohua leaped up again and dodged the long swords. Then, while he was in midair, he did not use any force to move his body to the side. After that, he did not do anything and his body rapidly fell. At this time, the 4 of them moved their feet and the place where Zhang Xiaohua landed happened to be empty. When Zhang Xiaohua landed, the 5 of them formed a circle. It was a complete 5 elements great formation. The 2 men beside Zhang Xiaohua were shocked when they saw Zhang Xiaohua land on the ground. They quickly moved and wanted to change the formation. However, Zhang Xiaohua stood still and blocked the position of one of the men. That man had no choice but to stab with his sword. However, the sword didn't pierce into the formation and didn't cause any changes in the formation. Therefore, although the other three men were in their respective positions, they couldn't attack according to the changes in the formation. This created a situation where one of them stood alone against Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing that her strategy was effective, Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly. She raised her sword and stretched out her left hand at lightning speed. Her thumb and index finger pinched the tip of the sword. Then she turned sideways and pointed her right hand at the man's major acupoint on his chest. Before Zhang Xiaohua's finger reached him, the three men beside her couldn't stand it anymore. Their bodies swayed and they stabbed with their swords. This stab wasn't a big deal, but the whole broken five elements great formation was immediately deformed. Without the protection of the five elements great formation, the four men were not much different from the four men who had just pounced on Zhang Xiaohua. They saw that Zhang Xiaohua had abandoned the man just now and waved her palm at the two men who were pouncing at the furthest. The two men didn't expect that Zhang Xiaohua would attack them first, so they quickly changed the direction of their swords and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's wrist. Zhang Xiaohua exerted force on her feet and her figure flashed to the front of the two men. Her two hands grabbed the air and it was precisely the two men's wrists. The two men couldn't dodge in time and were caught by Zhang Xiaohua. Immediately, their whole body went numb and their swords fell on the ring with a clang. Zhang Xiaohua didn't show any mercy. With a little force of her arms, the two men were thrown out of the ring like they were riding on clouds until they were caught by the people below the ring. Their whole body could still move slightly. When the other two men saw that their companion was thrown out of the ring, they didn't say much. At the same time, they took out hidden weapons from their arms and waved their hands to shoot at Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua let out a cold snort from her nose. She lowered her body and dodged it. Then she went straight to attack the two men. However, she had just taken a few steps when her divine sense saw that the hidden weapon that had just been shot turned around in the air and shot directly at the back of her neck. It turned out to be a hidden weapon that was relatively rare in Jianghu. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She ignored it and continued to wave her fists to attack the two men. When the two men saw this, they laughed in their hearts. This young man is indeed inexperienced. Therefore, they pulled themselves together and went up to meet her. They only wanted to delay for a moment and wait for the hidden weapon to shoot back. When Zhang Xiaohua came close, the hidden weapon was also close to the back of her neck. They saw that Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have eyes at the back of her head. She suddenly shrunk her neck and lowered her body. That hidden weapon actually brushed past her head and hit empty air. As for the opponent in front of Zhang Xiaohua, he was complacently waiting to see the appearance of Zhang Xiaohua being hit by the hidden weapon. However, he was caught off guard by the hidden weapon that Zhang Xiaohua had dodged and was shot directly in the face. Seeing that the hidden weapon was about to reach his body, there was no time to dodge. That person's eyes immediately flashed with fear. He opened his mouth and was about to shout. Unfortunately, that hidden weapon had already hit his face. In an instant, purplish-black blood flowed out from the injured face. On that person's face there was a drop of black at first. Very quickly, it spread like a dark cloud and covered his entire face. Then that black line was like a poisonous snake baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, spreading towards his neck. This hidden weapon was actually dipped in a strong poison. Seeing this situation, Zhang Xiaohua was enraged. These two people really wanted to kill her. They knew that the arena did not allow the use of poison, but at the last moment, they used such a vicious hidden weapon. This was intolerable. As for Zhang Xiaohua's last opponent, because he was standing a little further away, when the hidden weapon came flying back, he had enough time to dodge. That poisonous hidden weapon brushed past his head and flew out of the arena. But just as he was rejoicing in his heart, he saw Zhang Xiaohua's figure flashed and like a ghost, she suddenly appeared in front of him. She grabbed onto the acupuncture point on his chest, not giving him any room to dodge. Zhang Xiaohua, who had grabbed onto her opponent, did not stop at all. With a flick of her hand, that person quickly chased after the hidden weapon that had just been shot out of the arena. In an instant, he had already overtaken it and landed on the ground. That position was exactly where the hidden weapon had been shot out from. With a soft "pu" sound, the poisonous hidden weapon had shot right into that person's neck. In an instant, purplish-black blood flowed out and that person fell onto the ground with a "pu" tong, unable to move anymore. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian. Chapter 438. The arena had been set up for more than 2 months. During this period there had been bloodshed. However, the rules of the arena had already stated that if anyone lost their life, they would be disqualified immediately. Moreover, those who had come to the arena for a spouse were all here for a joyous occasion. Who would want to risk their lives for no reason? Therefore, in these 60 days no one had lost their life. However, at the last moment not only did 2 people lose their lives, but the most hated hidden weapon had also appeared. Immediately the entire arena was in an uproar. All the adjudicators in the ring stood up in unison, while the crowd below the ring began to clamor loudly. Some of the adjudicators in the corner even drew their weapons and some of them were ready to fight. Valley Master Nye was a man of character. He immediately stood up and waved his hand towards the manor. A bugle horn sounded from the manor and a group of people rushed out from the main gate. The people on the horses were all dressed in martial attire and held long swords and other weapons in their hands. Behind the horses were many guards in martial attire. At the same time, from the other 2 corners of the square, 2 groups of people also rushed out. The people on the horses were all dressed in iron armor and held long spears in their hands. The people below the horses were all armed with bows and arrows. They were actually soldiers from the government. These 3 groups of people moved quickly. Before the crowd could react, they had already surrounded the entire square. The soldiers with bows and arrows stood up straight in front. Their left hand held the bow and their right hand knocked an arrow. They pulled the bowstring back. The others drew their weapons and stood behind the soldiers, quietly waiting for the next order. Seeing this, the crowd in the square changed color. Although they were all people of the Jianghu and thought that they did not put the government soldiers in their eyes, they did not care about 1 against 2 or 1 against 5. However, now they had to face an organized and disciplined army. This was not something they could fight head-on. Moreover, this group of soldiers looked like the famous archers of Sorrow City. Under their arrow rain, even if one's lightness skill was superb, it was inevitable that one would be injured. In an instant, some people who were ready to take advantage of the situation immediately quieted down and quietly put their swords back into their sheaths. At this time, Valley Master Nye came out from the crowd and stood at the edge of the arena. He smiled and shouted, "Heroes of the Jianghu, do not panic. These brothers are just a group of archers that I borrowed from Sorrow City's Lord Qian. Their purpose is to maintain the peace of the arena. They will not harm anyone. Everyone stay where you are and do not panic." The first person below the stage immediately shouted, "Valley Master Nye, we have heard of your reputation and have come here to compete. You are treating us like this and you are even borrowing the power of the government. Isn't this too dishonest?" Valley Master Nye smiled and said, "Brother, you misunderstand. My Rejuvenation Valley has always treated guests with courtesy. However, there are too many heroes here. To put it bluntly, it is inevitable that there are good and bad people mixed together. My Rejuvenation Valley's strength is limited and it is difficult to guarantee everyone's safety. That is why I had to ask the local officials for help. Of course, everyone can rest assured that those who sincerely came to the competition are all friends of my Rejuvenation Valley. My Rejuvenation Valley will guarantee the safety of our friends. Otherwise, think about it. Even if I have any disloyalty, will Rejuvenation Valley still have a foothold in the Jianghu?" That person laughed and said, "That is how it should be." I understand Valley Master Nye's explanation. I will sit here. You handle these miscellaneous matters. I am still waiting to drink a cup of your wedding wine. Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing on the arena, revealed a trace of a smile. This Valley Master Nye was indeed Nye Qianyu's father. Even the arrangement of the shills was so professional. When the others heard these words, their minds were set. That's right. We only came to the competition for a spouse. Since we were not chosen, we will just wait to drink the wedding wine. Anyway, this Nye family's third miss doesn't look like a peerless beauty. Moreover, she wants to marry into the family. Forget it, forget it. This matter has nothing to do with me. Let's sit down. Thus, many people sat down quietly. When the people in the corner saw this, they also shrunk their tails and no longer made a sound. Seeing that the situation in the arena was easily under his control, Valley Master Nye walked to the front of the corpse of the person who had just been shot to death by the hidden weapon. He frowned and looked at it. Then he said, "Everyone, this person on the arena, who knows which side this hero belongs to?" Below the arena, everyone looked at each other and didn't answer. Valley Master Nye shouted at the place where there was some commotion just now, "Does no one really know?" Still no one answered. Valley Master Nye laughed in his heart, as expected by little Yu. Then he pointed to the corpse on the ground and shouted, "What about the person on the ground? Is it because no one recognizes him?" Sure enough, no one answered. Valley Master Nye frowned and said, "What should we do?" Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he said to the two people who had just been knocked off the arena by Zhang Xiaohua, "These two heroes, the two of them went up the arena with you. Moreover, you seem to be very familiar with each other. You even practiced a combination attack. Could it be that you don't recognize it?" The person who had just been knocked off the arena looked at the people around him. Then he stepped out of the crowd and cupped his hands. "Valley Master Nye, I am Jin Tong of the Money Faction. I was qualified more than a month ago." Then he pointed to the person next to him and said, "This is my sworn brother Tao Guan. He was also qualified after me. After the two of us were qualified, these two people on the arena found us and said that they wanted to team up with us for the final competition. After everyone else was kicked off the arena, the four of us would use our own skills to determine the final champion. The two of us didn't want to agree, but these two people took out a combination attack that could be used by four people. When we saw it, we deeply felt the power of it. If the two of us didn't participate and he found another two people, we definitely wouldn't be his opponent. Therefore we could only cooperate. Valley Master Nye, the two of us only saw them when we were practicing together. Usually we don't know where they went. Even when we asked, they kept quiet. Therefore until now we only know that one of them is called Zhang San and the other is called Li Si. So it's like this." Valley Master Nye cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks to Nephew Jean of the Money Faction. Please forgive the misunderstanding just now. However, since Nephew Jean already knew that there was something wrong with these two people, he should have informed Rejuvenation Valley earlier. Don't you think so?" Jin Tong's face was full of shame as he said, "Valley Master Nye's words are very reasonable. This little nephew only admires Miss Nye wholeheartedly and is afraid of losing this precious qualification. Therefore I was momentarily blinded by greed. I am truly ashamed to face Rejuvenation Valley." Then he looked around at the crowd and bowed deeply towards the stage. He said in a clear voice, "Valley Master Nye, this little nephew was momentarily ignorant and caused the current situation. I am deeply uneasy. Fortunately, there was this Rin Xiaoxia who turned the tide and stopped the scoundrel's scheme. Otherwise this one would feel guilty for the rest of his life. This one originally wanted to stay and celebrate with Valley Master Nye, but I truly feel guilty in my heart. This little nephew will leave first and return to report to my father. I will explain all the mistakes here one by one. When there is an opportunity, I will ask my father to personally bring this one to apologize to Valley Master Nye." "Haha, you feel guilty in your heart. It can't be that you have a guilty conscience, right?" Zhang Xiaohua only sneered in her heart. Valley Master Nye smiled and said, "Nephew Jean doesn't need to feel guilty. Which young person doesn't make mistakes? You should stay and drink a cup of wedding wine. Everything is fine." Jin Tong refused to comply no matter what. Valley Master Nye could only nod towards the surrounding soldiers. The surrounding soldiers opened up a small gap and were still on guard. Jin Tong and the others cupped their hands in salute to Valley Master Nye and led the dozen or so people away. Nye Qinrong was a little puzzled. She whispered to Nye Qinyu, "Little sister, you let them go just like that? They may be the bad guys who tried to kill you." Nye Qinyu reached out and held her elder sister's hand. She smiled slightly and didn't say much. Valley Master Nye quietly looked at the side of the arena. If there was no one looking at him, immediately, there was someone who quietly used his lightness skill and returned to the villa. Valley Master Nye then looked at the area below the arena where there had been some commotion just now. Valley Master Nye said, "Brothers of the Jianghu, the Rejuvenation Valley's martial arts competition for a spouse has been held here for more than 2 months. We are indebted to everyone for your support. Although there were some mistakes just now, old man, you had already explained the rules of the arena before the final competition. I believe that everyone already knew that the martial arts competition for a spouse is a joyous occasion and is strictly prohibited from using poison. However, the two people just now actually disregarded the rules of my Rejuvenation Valley and angered the crowd. Everyone, think about it, if you were to be poisoned on this arena, how would my Rejuvenation Valley explain it to your parents and factions? Fortunately, this Rin Xiaoxia's martial arts had been exhausted and let these two reap what they sowed. Therefore, I declare that the final result of the competition is valid. The final winner is this Rin Xiaoyao and Rin Xiaoxia." Valley Master Nye's last sentence was very popular. Yes, in this arena, if I were to be poisoned, my life would have ended here. I didn't even touch the beautiful lady's hand and I would have died in vain. These two people are really hateful. It's good that they died, it's wonderful that they died. Therefore the emotions of the crowd were stirred up and they shouted loudly, "Good, well said. Rin Xiaoxia's martial arts are superior and he should have one." Valley Master Nye was delighted when he heard this. Even Ye Qinyu behind him was so embarrassed that her face turned red. Although she knew that this was fake, she still felt embarrassed. She gently pulled her elder sister and quietly slipped away from the back of the arena. Nye Qinxiu glanced at her husband. Both of their eyes were gloomy. Sighing, Nye Qinxiu also followed the two of them back to the villa. Valley Master Nye waited for the crowd to finish speaking before he waved his hands and said, "Everyone, please listen to me. Rejuvenation Valley has already prepared a banquet and was only waiting for the winner to be decided. Once the winner was decided, he would have to bow to heaven and earth and marry my daughter." However, because these two scoundrels used poison, Ren Xiaoxia had no choice but to protect himself and hurt the two people. Blood has already been spilled today and it is very inauspicious. The wedding can only be postponed. However, this banquet is already prepared. Come, everyone, Rejuvenation Valley has prepared good wine and delicious food. Let's get drunk today. Chapter 439. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she laughed inwardly. That's right. I was just thinking about how to decline, but these two people found the most wonderful excuse for themselves. The people below the arena didn't care whether they were going through the ceremony or not. They weren't the ones doing the ceremony. Wasn't this one of the four great sorrows of life, others on the wedding night? Therefore they all called out, "All right, Valley Master Nya. We'll definitely disturb your Rejuvenation Valley tonight. Make sure to provide us with enough 100 flowers wine. We won't rest until we're drunk." When Valley Master Nye heard this, he cupped his hands and agreed. At this time, the two handsome men who had been sitting next to Nye Qinyu and the others stepped forward and bowed to Zhang Xiaohua. As expected, they were the two burdens, Chang Sheng and Yu Zhonglin. Yu Zhonglin smiled and said, "Ren Xiaoxia, oh, I should call you little brother-in-law. I am Yu Zhonglin of the Deer Cry sect. My wife is Nye Qianrong, little Yu's elder sister." He then pointed at Chang Sheng and said, "This is your second brother-in-law, Chang Sheng of the Whale Gang." Zhang Xiaohua rubbed herself and said with a wry smile, "Are the two of you starting to claim kinship now?" Yu Zhonglin said, "Of course. No matter what, since you've won the arena, you're our little brother-in-law. As for what happens in the future, we'll talk about it later." Hearing Yu Zhonglin's words, Zhang Xiaohua could only helplessly shrug and say, "Do whatever you want. However, I won't call you anything." Chang Sheng nodded and said, "Let's not talk so much. Ren Xiaoxia, let's go to the manor first." Zhang Xiaohua agreed, "That's exactly what I wanted." She then jumped down from the arena and walked towards the sword. Yu Zhonglin smiled and said, "You're too polite. Little brother-in-law, I'll just have my subordinates help you." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Sure enough, a man came out from beside the sword and reached out to pull the sword from the ground. Unfortunately, he first used one hand, then two hands, but the sword didn't even budge. The man's face was flushed red, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Zhang Xiaohua walked up to him and pulled out her sword. She smiled and said, "My sword recognizes people. No one else is allowed to pull it out." The man rubbed his hands and chuckled. His eyes were filled with admiration. When Yu Zhonglin and Chang Sheng walked over, just as the three of them were about to enter the manor, someone called out from behind, "Ren Xiaoxia, please wait a moment." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and looked back. It was a young man she didn't know. The young man approached and said awkwardly, "Ren Xiaoxia, there's something I need your help with." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "What is it? Do you really need my help?" The young man cupped his hands and said, "Just now on the arena, didn't two of my martial brothers have their acupoints sealed by Hero Rin? You've been competing with others on the arena. My martial brothers tried to unseal their acupoints but failed. They know you're busy and have already sent people to the arena to ask Senior Yu for help. However, I thought, whoever started the trouble should end it. So, I boldly came here to ask Ren Xiaoxia to unseal my martial brother's acupoints." Oh. Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead. That's right, he had just casually sealed the two's acupuncture points. He really forgot about it. He quickly said, "Sorry, it was this one's negligence. What I used just now was... Sai, this one will help your junior brother release his acupuncture points." Of course, her enchanting finger was based on immortal Jinqi. It couldn't be unsealed by martial arts' internal energy. If she didn't do it, wouldn't their acupoints never be unsealed? If too much time passed, their internal energy would be obstructed and their cultivation would be affected. That young man was overjoyed and said, "Please, Ren Xiaoxia, come with me." Chang Sheng was a little unhappy and said, "Brother, didn't you just say that you've already asked Senior Yu? He's an acupoint sealing expert. Since he's already gone, is there still a need for Ren Xiaoxia to go? Besides, isn't it inappropriate for Ren Xiaoxia to go now? That young man was a little hesitant. What Chang Xing said was reasonable. Since his martial brothers had already asked Senior Yu, if he asked Zhang Xiaohua to go, wouldn't it mean that he didn't trust Senior Yu? Didn't believe that Senior Yu could unseal their acupoints? What if Senior Yu misunderstood and left in a huff? The more he thought about it, the more the young man felt that his action was superfluous or even superfluous. Zhang Xiaohua was just about to speak when Yu Zhonglin smiled and said, "Second brother-in-law, your words are inappropriate. This young man's thoughts are meticulous and thorough. He's very good. Besides, my father has always supported the younger generation. He won't be angry because of such a small misunderstanding. Little brother, you don't have to take it to heart." When the young man heard this, his expression eased a little. Zhang Xiaohua then knew that this Senior Yu was Valley Master Nie's relative by marriage. Otherwise, why would he replace Valley Master Nie to host the arena? Yu Zhonglin smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Little brother-in-law, my father has already gone. Do you want to go? Or do you want to go back directly to the village?" Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, "Brother Yu, this matter is still because of me. Even if Senior Yu has already gone, I should go and apologize to him. It's not my fault that I sealed his acupoints on the arena, but I didn't think of unsealing his acupoints. It's my fault." Yu Zhonglin gave a thumbs up and said, "Little brother-in-law is indeed talented. With such breadth of mind, you're a good match for little Yu." Zhang Xiaohua cursed in her heart, "Big brother-in-law, can't you stop calling me little brother-in-law? If there weren't people here, I wouldn't have given you any face. How can I call him big brother-in-law? Didn't I just recognize him first?" Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but spit. When Yu Zhonglin saw this, he smiled again and said, "Little brother-in-law's posture is good. It's exactly the same as little Yu's." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless and looked at the young man. The young man knew that Zhang Xiaohua was going and it was too late to stop her. He could only smile bitterly and said, "Then I'll have to ask Ren Xiaoxia to come down with me." He prayed in his heart, "But I hope Senior Yu won't mind." Zhang Xiaohua had a good impression of Yu Zhonglin. She didn't want her father to lose face and urged the young man to hurry up. Unfortunately, the young man didn't know Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts and just walked slowly. He wanted Senior Yu to arrive earlier so that when he returned, it would be best if Senior Yu's acupoints were already unsealed and Senior Yu had already left. But the space in front of the manor was only so big. How much time could he waste? On the other side, Senior Yu also seemed to be delayed by something. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived, Senior Yu had just arrived. Seeing a group of people anxiously surrounding the two young men lying quietly on the ground, Senior Yu was about to step forward to unseal their acupoints. Zhang Xiaohua quickly shouted, "Senior Yu." When Senior Yu heard the call, he looked up and said with a smile, "So it's the bridegroom. You don't have to call me Senior Yu in the future. Just call me uncle." When the young man who led Zhang Xiaohua here saw that Senior Yu didn't mind, he felt relieved. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt awkward. If Senior Yu was a senior, calling him uncle was nothing. But looking at the smile in Senior Yu's eyes and Yu Zhonglin's little brother-in-law, Zhang Xiaohua really didn't have the mood to call him that. Senior Yu seemed to know something. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't answer, he smiled and said, "This child is really thin-skinned. It's fine if you don't call me that. Wait a few days until you get used to it. However, in this Jianghu, it's still good to be thick-skinned. You have to pay more attention in the future." Seeing Senior Yu's earnest teaching, Zhang Xiaohua could only cup her hands and say, "Thank you Senior Yu for your teachings." The people on the side all laughed. This young man is really shy. Even the word, senior, is omitted, but she still doesn't call him uncle. Zhang Xiaohua ignored the crowd and said, "These two brothers' acupoints were sealed by me on the stage. But just now I was careless and forgot. I apologize to everyone first." After speaking, she bowed deeply to the people next to her. The two martial brothers also hurriedly returned the bow and said, "It's fine. I know the bridegroom is busy." Zhang Xiaohua then said to Senior Yu, "Senior Yu, please stand to the side. These things were all caused by this junior. It's better to let this junior do it." Senior Yu smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm already here. How about this? I'll also do my part. Consider it a meeting gift for you. In a while, don't make me take out anything." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. "I didn't ask you for a meeting gift. Why is this Senior Yu even stingier than me?" Seeing this, Senior Yu pointed to the person next to him and said, "I'll solve this one. You go and solve the other one." Zhang Xiaohua was very anxious and said, Senior Yu, let me solve it. As she spoke, she was about to go up. Senior Yu laughed and said, You silly boy, you really think I didn't prepare a meeting gift for you? Don't worry, good nephew. When we return to the villa, I'll definitely make you satisfied. As he spoke, he put his finger on the wrist of the person on the ground to check the meridians. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes. Well, I'm really greedy for your meeting gift. You can slowly solve it. Thinking about this, she walked to the side of the other person. This acupoint was sealed by herself. Of course she knew where it was. She didn't need to use Jinqi to check it. She just followed the enchanting finger. With a few pokes, the Jinqi penetrated into the meridians and immediately unsealed the acupoint. That person opened his eyes, looked around, stood up, cupped his hands and said, Ren Xiaoxia's martial arts are excellent. I admire you. Zhang Xiaohua also apologized again and again. At this time she looked at Senior Yu again. He had already checked the few acupoints that were sealed and used several common unsealing techniques, but none of them worked. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had already unsealed the other person's acupoints, he couldn't help but feel anxious. The people of Jianghu paid attention to face. Just now he came over to unseal the other person's acupoints because he gave face to Valley Head Nye and stood up for Zhang Xiaohua. However, if he couldn't unseal the acupoints, then he would lose face. Losing face wasn't a big deal. The people of Jianghu said that one day, a young man sealed an acupoint. Senior Yu Yen didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and wanted to unseal the acupoints. Unfortunately, his martial arts weren't good enough and he couldn't unseal it. At this time, Senior Yu finally understood why the other person kept stopping him from unsealing the acupoints. Alas, it was too late to regret. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian. Chapter 440. Zhang Xiaohua had expected that Elder Yu couldn't unseal his acupoints. At this time, seeing the panic in Elder Yu's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua also felt very apologetic. Zhang Xiaohua walked over and said with a smile, Elder Yu, are you still worried about your greeting gift? Don't worry, no matter what kind of greeting gift you give me, I will like it. Then he said to the people next to him, Don't you think so? The people next to him also smiled and said, It should be like this. We don't dare to refuse an elder's gift. No matter what it is, we should accept it. At this time, taking advantage of everyone's laughter, Zhang Xiaohua's foot lightly tapped the shoulder of the person on the ground, and a strand of true qi entered his meridians. At this time, everyone was smiling and nodding. How could they notice Zhang Xiaohua's small movements? However, Elder Yu was squatting down to look at Zhang Xiaohua. He just happened to see the movement of Zhang Xiaohua's foot from the corner of his eye. His heart moved and he also smiled. This child, how could I care about a greeting gift? I just wanted to see how your acupoint sealing technique is, so I delayed it. Watch me. After speaking, he immediately changed to a rarely seen acupoint sealing technique. Only this time he didn't put any internal energy into the meridians. Sure enough, as Elder Yu's finger left, the person on the ground also opened his eyes. He looked left and right and then stood up. Zhang Xiaohua naturally went forward to apologize. Zhang Xiaohua's repeated apologies really caused the people around to have a good impression of her. They all said, Ren Xiaoxia is really broad-minded. For a small matter of delaying the unsealing of acupoints, he repeatedly apologized. I don't know what good karma this Valley Master Nye accumulated in his previous life to actually pick such a good son-in-law. Fine, Zhang Xiaohua secretly said, he's spoiled. Elder Yu said from the side, Everyone, Valley Master Nye has already prepared food and wine in the villa. Everyone, quickly pack up and go to the villa to taste the famous 100-flower wine. I will go with the groom first. With that said, Elder Yu and Zhang Xiaohua cupped their fists and left, followed by Yu Zhonglin and Chang Sheng. Elder Yu and Zhang Xiaohua's group of 4 entered the villa. At this time, the sun was already setting in the west, and the sky was about to darken. Elder Yu said to Yu Zhonglin and Chang Sheng, You two go to the front hall. There are many guests today, don't make any mistakes. It's been hard on you for the past 2 months. After tonight it will be over. The two received their orders and left. Elder Yu smiled and said, Bridegroom, let's go. Your father-in-law is waiting for you in front. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua frown, Elder Yu's smile deepened. After walking for a while, seeing that there was no one around, Elder Yu whispered, Nephew, there's no one here, so I won't call you bridegroom. Can you? After hesitating for a moment, he said, Can you tell me what technique you used to seal my acupoints? Yu Yen and Yu Zhonglin belonged to a sect called Deer Cry Sect. Everyone had a strange antle-like weapon, which was used to seal more than 300 acupoints on a person's body. Therefore, Yu Yan was very proficient in the study of meridians and acupoints. Sealing acupoints and unsealing acupoints were also very famous in Jianghu. This was also the main reason why he was invited over. But just now the acupoints that Zhang Xiaohua sealed were very ordinary. There was nothing special about it compared to others. But Yu Yan just couldn't unseal it. If it weren't for Zhang Xiaohua's timely and covert action, he would have fallen today. Elder Yu had studied acupoints all his life. Now that he saw an acupoint sealing technique that he couldn't unseal, how could he hold back? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "This enchanting finger is the secret technique of the Righteous Alliance. If I say the name, Elder Yu will definitely know the origin of the technique. But if I don't say it or make up a name, it will be disrespectful to Elder Yu." Alas, why did Elder Yu ask this kind of question? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant, Elder Yu was also embarrassed. That's right, each sect had their own secret techniques, which were never divulged to outsiders. Although his question didn't involve any secrets, it was still suspicious of probing into other people's secrets. But if he didn't get to the bottom of it, how could he be at ease? Elder Yu could only laugh at himself and said, "Nephew, please don't blame me. This old man has been immersed in the meridians and acupoints all my life." Seeing nephew's technique, my heart itched and I couldn't control myself. You just need to tell me the name of the technique." Zhang Xiaohua laughed inwardly. "This technique is only a martial arts technique. I only took it as a reference. Now that I've learned it, it's useless for me. Even if I give it to you, it's not impossible. But even if I give it to you, do you dare to take it?" After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Elder Yu, I still can't tell you this technique. But have you heard of the Righteous Alliance's enchanting finger?" Enchanting finger? Elder Yu was very confused. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he still couldn't remember. But he still smiled and said, "I've heard of it. It seems to be one of the Righteous Alliance's secret techniques. And it's good that you know. My technique is quite similar to the Righteous Alliance's enchanting finger." Oh, then this old man understands. Elder Yu's face had a look of sudden realization, but he muttered in his heart, "When did the Righteous Alliance have this kind of technique? I've heard of the Heaven and Earth Palm. Later, I'll have to find someone to inquire about what this enchanting finger is." Elder Yu lowered his head and pondered about which channel to use to inquire about the enchanting finger. Following his guidance, they turned a few hills and came face to face with a fiery red peach forest. Elder Yu raised his head and pointed at the peach forest, saying with a smile, "Little Yu has liked peach blossoms since she was young. These peach trees were all personally planted by Little Yu." Looking at this large peach forest, Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization. No wonder little fish Nye insisted on going in to admire the peach forest when she saw it. She even wanted to compete in drinking. So it's like this at home. TSK, this rich family is really different. A girl's hobby is enough to open up such a large piece of land for her to plant peach blossoms. If I plant peach trees all over the southern slope of the Guozhuang house, it would be strange if Daddy didn't spank my butt to pieces. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Elder Yu, there are several hundred peach trees in this peach forest. Could it be that they were all personally planted by little Miss Nye? Is it an image project that her family planted on her behalf?" Elder Yu shook his head and said, "Virtuous nephew still doesn't understand Little Yu. With her extremely stubborn personality, how could she do this kind of face-saving work? Speaking of which, it's quite pitiful. Little Yu's mother's name had the word peach in it, and she also liked peach blossoms very much. Before Little Yu's mother died, she accompanied Little Yu to plant a peach tree, saying that it was her substitute. If Little Yu had any worries, she could talk to the peach tree. This was originally a way to comfort a child. However, later on, Little Yu missed her mother very much and was afraid that her mother would be as lonely as she was, so she planted other peach trees next to that peach tree. In order to show her respect for her mother, Little Yu forbade others from helping her. Every tree was planted by her own hands and had to be planted every year. After so many years, it became a peach forest. "What a cute and strong child," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "That's right. That's why, when you have the opportunity, you have to properly cherish it." Elder Yu also sighed. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose and didn't say anything else. After turning around the peach forest, there was an exquisite pavilion and small courtyard. The plaque in front of the courtyard had 3 very delicate and beautiful words written on it: Peach Blossom Nunnery. The handwriting was very familiar. It was written by Nye Qinyu herself. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Where is this?" Elder Yu said with a smile, This is little Yu's embroidery house. Oh, Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, the word, nunnery, seems to be used incorrectly. How can a girl's embroidery house use this word? Elder Yu also shook his head. I heard from her eldest sister that little Yu liked the poem, Peach Blossom Immortal and the Peach Blossom Nunnery, very much, so she changed the name of her residence to this. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, this little fish Nye actually thinks of herself as the Peach Blossom Immortal. How interesting. He had been calling Nye Qinyu Miss Nye since he entered the manor, but now he was laughing, he had forgotten. Hearing little fish Nye's words, Elder Yu was delighted. At this moment, a clear and crisp sound rang out from inside. Big brother Ren, why are you laughing? A girl in a light yellow dress turned around the courtyard door lightly and asked with a smile. It was Nye Qinyu who had changed into new clothes. Nye Qinyu had a delicate face and a short figure, just like a 12 or 13-year-old. At this moment she was wearing a light yellow dress and her hair was combed into a high ponytail. Under the dim sky, she looked like a dream from a nameless fairy a few years ago. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned at that moment and stared at Nye Qinyu. Nye Qinyu was originally shy. Although Zhang Xiaohua had made it clear before going to the arena that he was just helping Nye Qinyu block the front and didn't have any other thoughts, he was now Nye Qinyu's fiancé after all. How could Nye Qinyu not be shy? Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua was facing her directly like a pig. Nye Qinyu's face was as beautiful as the peach blossoms in the peach forest. With the light yellow color she was really a peach blossom immortal. Nye Qinyu's voice was as low as a mosquito's. Big brother Ren, big brother Ren. Zhang Xiaohua came to his senses from the shock. He wiped away the saliva that he didn't know was flowing out, rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Miss Nye, I really can't see. See what? But he couldn't think of the following words anymore. If he said, I really can't see your beauty, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't care about Nye Qinyu spitting if Elder Yuelao wasn't here. If Elder Yuelao was here he would be abnormally frivolous. Nye Qinyu seemed to understand Zhang Xiaohua's meaning. She pursed her lips and said with a smile, Big brother Ren, you must be joking. I just like that line very much. I don't dare to call myself a peach blossom immortal. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said, Miss Nye, you are dignified and intelligent. If you call yourself a peach blossom immortal, I would raise my hands and feet to agree. As expected, Nye Qinyu spat softly, bah, and said, loquacious. Then she said to Elder Yuelao, who was standing a little further away and looking at the peach blossoms in the distance, Uncle Yuelao, father is waiting in the hall. Please bring big brother Ren and follow me. Elder Yuelao acted as if he had just woken up from a dream and said, Little Yu, your peach tree is excellent. It's just that the pair of magpies on the tree are always noisy. They have to be disciplined. Nye Qinyu and Zhang Xiaohua both blushed. Chapter 441. In a similarly exquisite small hall, Valley Master Nye had changed into new clothes and was waiting there with a smile on his face. Seeing Nye Qinyu come in with Elder Yu and Zhang Xiaohua, he came up to greet them. He first raised his hands in salute to Elder Yu. Elder brother Yu, we have troubled you during this time, thank you very much. Elder Yu returned the greeting. You and I have been brothers for many years and have been in-laws for many years. Why be so courteous? Today it was thanks to Ren Xiaoxia that we were able to get through this difficult situation. You still have to thank Ren Xiaoxia. Valley Master Nye also nodded and turned to bow deeply to Zhang Xiaohua. I also have to thank Ren Xiaoxia for his righteousness. If it wasn't for Ren Xiaoxia's help today, my daughter, Valley Master Nye's expression was that he couldn't bear to look back. Zhang Xiaohua hastily returned the greeting. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. Afterwards, the three sat down as host and guest. Nye Qinyu personally poured tea for the three. Taking a sip of tea, Elder Yu said with lingering fear, Old man Nye, look at the wicked idea you came up with. You almost let a wolf into the house. Think of the 4 people that fought with Ren Xiaoxia in the end. They were clearly in the same group and may even be our enemies. Valley Master Nye nodded. Elder brother Yu's reproach is very correct. I was only worried about little Yu's safety that day. It was truly thoughtless. If I had known that there was such a flower protector like Ren Xiaoxia, I wouldn't have thought of such a wicked idea even if you beat me to death. He then looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, There's no need to say for sure that those 4 must be Rejuvenation Valley's enemies. Their martial arts are strong and they know how to attack together. If it wasn't for the enemy's strength, I really can't think of anyone in the Jianghu who would be so generous. It's a pity that we couldn't take them down on the spot? Elder Yu was a bit unwilling. Otherwise, we could have asked who was going against us. Sai, it's not like the four of them are the only ones who have formed a team. The others also have brains. They know the principle of forming a team first and then fighting amongst themselves. We don't have a good reason to attack. The others formed a team at the last minute, but they had planned this beforehand. It was precisely because of this trick that we were unable to do anything. Brother Nye, you've already sent people to follow them, right? Hopefully we can follow the vine to the melon. Nye Qinyu interrupted, Father and Uncle Yu don't have too much hope. It's good enough that our people can come back alive. Valley Master Nye also stroked his beard and said, Little Yu's worries are reasonable. I also told them to be careful and not force it. If there is any movement, there is no need to take the risk. Nye Qinyu sighed and said, This is the difference in strength. Even if you see the clues, you don't dare to casually cut them off. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly said, Actually, the opponent didn't send 4 people. Everyone was surprised. How did you know? How many people are there? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, If I'm not wrong, there should be 5 people. Nye Qinyu's eyes lit up and said, Brother Ren, tell us the reason. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I've learned the combination attack that they practiced before. It should be 5 people attacking together to achieve the best effect. But now there are only 4 people participating. It's not like they can't send 5 people, so, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, the other 3 people said in unison, So one person was eliminated and didn't get the final qualification. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, The 3 of you are very smart, amazing. Bah. Nye Qinyu almost spat out again, but she didn't dare to spit out when she saw her father's expression. Yu Lao said without hesitation, But why didn't they send another person to participate in the arena competition? If one person isn't enough, they can find another person. Nye Qinyu smiled and said, Uncle Yu, there are only 2 possibilities. First, this combination attack is very difficult to practice. 5 people need to practice for a long time to be proficient, so it is difficult to find such a person in such a short time. Second, after this person was eliminated, there was no time to find a second person. Zhang Xiaohua said, Although this combination attack is difficult to practice, 2 months is not too short if you concentrate on practicing it. Moreover, if one group of 5 people is not enough, there can be 2 other groups of 5 people who can also be replaced. So there is only the second possibility. However, he then asked suspiciously, That's right, Miss Nye, why can't a second group of 5 appear? Valley Head Nye smiled proudly and said, Nephew's words are reasonable. However, if a second group of 5 really appears, then their first group of 5 is not the so-called temporary group. Instead, the second group of 5 will clearly tell everyone present that, the 10 of us have long been premeditated. If they are so brazen, not only will they give our Rejuvenation Valley an excuse to break the engagement, they will also provoke our entire Southern martial arts world. Yu Lao also laughed and said, If it is really as Nephew Ren said, then they might as well directly send a large group of people to attack Rejuvenation Valley. What's the point of using so many small tricks? Valley Head Nye waved his hand and said, Nephew Ren also doesn't understand the strength of our Rejuvenation Valley and the significance of our Rejuvenation Valley to the martial arts world. That's why he has doubts. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, In that case, I have not considered it properly. Now that I think about it, the scope is much smaller. These 4 people are not well known, and their real martial arts may not be better than the others. They are probably not the main characters. If they become the champion, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to say something but stopped. Nye Qinyu nodded and said, If they become the champion, it will seem extremely unnatural and arouse the vigilance of our Rejuvenation Valley. Therefore, these people who have not obtained the qualifications are instead the main characters of the 5. The other 3 also nodded repeatedly. But who is this person? Zhang Xiaohua almost asked out loud. However, since they knew that this person's martial arts were extremely high and that he was someone who should have passed very easily but was eliminated, this person's name was obvious. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not personally witness the competition in these 2 months like Yu Lao and Valley Head Nye, just from today's competition, he already had a rough idea in his heart. Since even he knew who was the suspect, how could the others present not know? Her question seemed a bit idiotic. And it was better not to ask. Sure enough, the entire small hall was deathly silent. After a while, Yu Lao said, This series of conjectures is all based on Nephew Ren's theory of the 5 people's combined attack. Nephew Ren, are you sure it is the 5 of them? This question was asked very unconfidently. That was because this combined attack was broken by Zhang Xiaohua herself. Moreover, she broke it extremely easily and was not injured at all. If Zhang Xiaohua's words were false, Yu Lao himself would be the first to not believe it. However, this involved too many things, so Yu Lao had to ask on behalf of Valley Head Nye. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, I can definitely answer. After thinking for a while he said, moreover, I also know of a 4-person combined attack. If they really had 4 people, then presumably they would have directly used a 4-person combined attack. Hearing this, Yu Lao couldn't help but ask curiously, Nephew Ren, where is your sect? How did you learn so much? This. Zhang Xiaohua was a bit hesitant. That's right, even with Yu Lao and Valley Head Nye's knowledge, they had never seen a 5-person combined attack. Not only was he familiar with it, he even knew the 4-person combined attack. This sect was definitely not ordinary. However, how should he answer? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua in a difficult position, Valley Head Nye smiled and said, if Nephew Ren is in a difficult position, then there's no need to say anything. The great sects of the Jianghu must also be very familiar with this combined attack. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to deny or affirm. He could only sip his tea without speaking. Valley Head Nye wasn't surprised when he didn't receive an answer. However, Yu Lao's eyes flickered as if he thought of something. After a while, Elder Yu said in a low voice, from what this old man has seen in the past 2 months, Long Ting Sword Village is the most suspicious. It's just that Long Ting Sword Village's strength is not ordinary and is not much weaker than Rejuvenation Valley. They were actually ordered by our enemy. Our enemy's strength is... Then he shook his head slightly and said, could it be that Long Ting Sword Village is the mastermind behind this? Valley Head Nye shook his head slightly and said, Long Ting Sword Village can't be the mastermind. The methods and strength they used to fight us in these 2 months are not something that old Long can compare to. Nye Qinyu said, the people who attacked us don't seem to be people of the southern martial arts world. Long Ting Sword Village is their chess piece. She looked at her father and said, moreover, they don't dare to be so brazen. They must have some misgivings in their hearts. Therefore, as long as we Rejuvenation Valley are careful and cooperate with other forces, we may not be afraid of them. Valley Head Nye also nodded slightly and said, after the martial arts competition, Rejuvenation Valley won't have too many things to do. They won't have too many opportunities and will probably lay low for a while. We can send more people to keep an eye on Long Ting Sword Village. If we catch them unaware, we will definitely gain something. Nye Qinyu smiled, only the 4 of us in this hall know about this. Don't tell anyone else. Only then will it be effective. Valley Head Nye and Elder Yu both smiled and said, that's how it should be. However, Zhang Xiaohua said, tomorrow I will leave for the north. This matter will definitely rot in my stomach. Please rest assured. Hearing these words, Nye Qinyu's originally excited expression immediately dimmed. She looked faintly at Zhang Xiaohua and didn't say anything. Valley Head Nye smiled and said, Ren Xiaoxia, if there isn't anything too important, I hope you can still stay in Rejuvenation Valley for a few more days. Let us do our part as hosts and express Rejuvenation Valley's gratitude. Elder Yu also smiled and said, that's right. Nephew is now the bridegroom. Although there is no need to get married today, how do you want us to answer when people ask in a few days? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, isn't this a small matter? With Miss Nye's intelligence, how could you not think of such a simple reason? After saying this, she quietly looked at Nye Qinyu. Nye Qinyu smiled bitterly and said, Big Brother Ren has acted righteously. Not only has he saved this girl's lifelong happiness, he has also saved Rejuvenation Valley's foundation. Rejuvenation Valley can't thank him enough. How could we go back on our words? Then she said to Valley Head Nye, Father, you only need to tell the outside world that Big Brother Ren is still young and that he will get married in a few years. Chapter 442. Valley Master Nye was speechless. Yes, this was such a perfect reason. Zhang Xiaohua looked like he was only 14 or 15 years old. When he first entered the arena, others said that his hair was not even fully grown. For this reason, Valley Master Nye was specially invited to the arena to assess his qualifications. Using his age as an excuse was perfect. Sigh, sometimes being too smart is not a good thing. Valley Master Nye sighed inwardly. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he also nodded inwardly and said, Miss Nye is indeed amazing. You can think of such a reason so casually. Nye Qinyu said sarcastically, Ren Xiaoxia only wants to leave. Only I can think of such a job. No matter what, Nye Qinyu could not say those 2 words out loud. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands in thanks and said, Thank you for your hard work, Miss Nye. Then he said to Valley Master Nye and Elder Yu, "Then I will take my leave early tomorrow morning. I am also tired from the day and will not be able to attend tonight's social gathering. Please forgive me." This. Valley Master Nye and Elder Yu were a little hesitant. The main character of tonight's banquet was this fellow. If he wanted to leave now, how would he explain it to others? However, it seemed that Zhang Xiaohua did not even want to deal with it half-heartedly. This young man's martial arts were superb and Rejuvenation Valley was indebted to him. They could not force him. Valley Master Nye was about to persuade less when he heard Nye Qinyu say sadly, "Big brother Ren, forgive me for being nosy. Actually, I should not have asked, but I feel that you will be back in Tanha City for a long time. It will be fine for you to stay in Rejuvenation Valley for a few more days. Can you tell me why you are going to Tanha City?" Nye Qinyu was also anxious. Of course, when they were in Pingyang City, she did not even ask about Zhang Xiaohua's whereabouts. But now he had to say it so bluntly. However, she felt that it was inappropriate to say this and hurriedly explained, "Big brother Ren, if it's about the sex affairs, please don't say anything." Alas, Nye Qinyu was really smart. Zhang Xiaohua had already revealed that it had something to do with the comfort of her family. It was probably Zhang Xiaohua's personal affair. Nye Qinyu asked this question for two reasons. First, she left herself a way out. Second, she wanted to interrogate Zhang Xiaohua. When Valley Master Nye heard this, he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Nephew Ren, Rejuvenation Valley naturally doesn't dare to interfere with your sex affairs. However, if it's your own private affairs, why don't you tell us? Perhaps Rejuvenation Valley can be of help?" Elder Yu also followed up and said, "Yes, nephew. Our dear Cry sect will also do our best to help. Big brother Ren, Rejuvenation Valley's position in the southern martial arts world is somewhat special. We have frequent contact with various sects and have a little reputation in the entire Jianghu. If there's anything you need from Rejuvenation Valley, please don't hesitate to enlighten us." Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She knew very little about the Jianghu and it was not easy to find out the exact location of the incense sect. Chu Yunfei of the Misty School only said that he would ask First Elder Hu when he returned and said that he would definitely be able to find out. Moreover, the Misty School was closely watched by the Righteous Alliance and other sections. Even if Chu Yunfei obtained the information, it was hard to say whether he would be able to send the information to Songning Town. She had rushed all the way to Songning Town and did not obtain any information. She might as well directly ask Valley Master Nye and Elder Yu. No matter what, the two of them were the masters of a valley and a sect. They would definitely have more information. However, if she asked this, would it arouse their suspicions? However, what could they possibly suspect? She was just asking about the location of the incense sect. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Since the two uncles are willing to help, I will ask directly. If there's anything inconvenient for you to say, then just pretend that I didn't ask." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was so serious, Valley Master Nye and Elder Yu's expressions turned cold. "Nephew, please tell us first." "Okay, uncles." Zhang Xiaohua said softly, "I want to know the location of the incense sect? Or the approximate location." This. After hearing this question, the two of them had strange expressions on their faces. Even Nye Qinyu had a strange expression on her face. Just as Nye Qinyu was about to speak, Valley Master Nye gave her a meaningful glance. Valley Master Nye frowned. "Nephew, why are you inquiring about the incense sect for no reason? I remember you said that the information you want to inquire about is related to the lives of your relatives. This incense sect?" Zhang Xiaohua regretted making the matter too serious. However, even though she did not have much contact with Valley Master Nye and Elder Yu, but from Nye Qinyu's upbringing she could tell that they were not sinister people. She only kept the most important information to herself and was not afraid to tell them the rest. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua said worriedly, "This matter is a long story, but I don't know how this matter will affect Rejuvenation Valley and Dear Cry sect. If it's not appropriate, I ask the two uncles to keep it a secret." The two of them nodded. Nye Qinyu also smiled. "Brother Ren is treating us as outsiders. Just say it. Uncle Yu also watched me grow up. When I was young I even pulled out Uncle Yu's beard. I don't have to worry about his temperament. You also don't have to worry." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "I have a brother who entered the Misty School 5 years ago." Before Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, Nye Qinyu shouted, "Brother Ren, I understand. You went to Pingyang City to find your brother. Did you only know that the Misty School was destroyed by the Incense Sect, the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance when you arrived at Pingyang City? You only thought of going to the Incense Sect to find your brother?" Nie Qianyu's series of questions saved Zhang Xiaohua the trouble of explaining. He smiled bitterly and said, Miss Nie, you're really smart. That's right. I'm worried about my brother's safety and want to find out more about him. That's why I'm leaving tomorrow. Nie Qianyu asked again, but, Brother Ren, why do you have to go to Tanha City to inquire about information? Could it be that your sect is there? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Miss Nie, please understand that I can't reveal anything about my sect. Hearing this, Nie Qianyu looked at Valley Master Nie, then stood up and walked to Zhang Xiaohua. She bowed deeply for the first time and said, Brother Ren, I apologize to you here. At the same time, I also want to thank you. Previously, I misunderstood that you were unwilling to send us back to Sorrowless City. I didn't expect you to have such a big matter in your heart. I feel guilty. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stood up and returned the greeting, Little Nie, Fishy, don't be so polite. Your etiquette is so thorough that it makes me feel very awkward. Look, I have goosebumps all over my body. Nie Qianyu covered her mouth and snickered, This Miss Nie has finally changed to Little Fishy. Valley Master Nie and Elder Yu also looked at each other, feeling gratified in their hearts. This youth is truly a chivalrous person. He knew early on in Pingyang City that his brother's fate was uncertain, yet he was able to escort a little girl he had never met before. After leaving for more than a month, the ancient affectionate people would travel 1,000 miles to protect their sister-in-law. This youth is not lacking in the slightest. The most gratifying thing was that he didn't mention anything in return after escorting the girl home. He was worried about his brother and wanted to return to his sect as soon as possible to seek help. Yet, he was insatiable and asked him to save Rejuvenation Valley from calamity again. He didn't say anything and didn't mention anything in return before stepping onto the arena. This kind of warm-hearted person was indeed rare. Sigh, why can't this fake become real? Valley Master Nie sighed inwardly. He heard Nie Qianyu say with a light laugh, Brother Ren, you are too cautious. If you could have revealed a bit in front of me, you wouldn't have been so worried. Zhang Xiaohua was startled and said, Could it be? On the side, Valley Master Nie also smiled and said, Nephew Ren, let me ask you. You came to Tanha City to seek help from your sect. Do you want your sect to uphold justice for your brother? Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved and he said with a wry smile, Although it is my first time in Jianghu, I know that the cult of fragrance is a super large sect in Jianghu. It is not something my sect can shake. Moreover, why would my sect make such a big fuss over my personal matters? I only want to return to my sect and ask about the location of the cult of fragrance. I want to see if my brother has been brought back to the cult of fragrance. So it's like this. Elder Yu continued, I heard that several years ago the Misty School was exterminated. Many disciples died as martyrs on that day. Among them, the female disciples and some low-level disciples were brought back to the cult of fragrance. Oh, there were also some disciples who were injured and had their internal strength destroyed. I don't know. Yes, Uncle Yu, this is also the reason why I am anxious to return. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, My brother's martial arts is not good. I really don't know if he is alive or dead. Valley Master Nie smiled and said, Heaven helps the worthy. It has been several years. If he is still alive, he must be living well now. It is useless to be anxious. Zhang Xiaohua said, No matter what, it is better to know the news as soon as possible. Nie Qianyu said again, If it is that simple, I can tell you the location of the cult of fragrance. Brother Ren, actually, I could have told you in Pingyang City. Huh? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat agitated. As the saying goes, wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search but find it without any effort. He never thought that such secret information in Jianghu would be known by this girl who had been with him for nearly 2 months. Sigh, if he had known earlier, he would have asked her. Valley Master Nie said from the side, Nephew Ren, it's fortunate that you've spoken out about the difficulties in your heart today. Otherwise, when you return to Tanha City and find out the location of the aroma cult, I think you'll be so angry that you'll vomit blood. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Then he frowned and said, Based on what Uncle Nie said, could it be that the cult of fragrance is in Macho City? If it was really in Macho City, Zhang Xiaohua's journey from Rejuvenation Valley to Tanha City and then from Tanha City back to Macho City was really a waste of time. Nie Qianyu smiled and said, Brother Ren, since you know that the cult of fragrance is not in the north, then there is no need to go to Tanha City. There is no harm in staying in Rejuvenation Valley for 1 or 2 more days. Elder Yu's face was even more cheerful. Yes, Nephew Ren, this is called, if the man is not left, the sky will be left. Don't you think so? Chapter 443. That's right, from here to Tanha City, then from Tanha City back here, a round trip would take at least 3 to 4 months. I had nothing better to do, so I just wasted my time on the carriage. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Valley Master Nye said, in fact, this fragrance religion is not around Sorrow City, but towards the southwest. It's probably in a place called Cayenne South. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked, Uncle Nye, the Jianghu people say that on the moon, what does that mean? Well, Valley Master Nye said with some hesitation, this is a little secret of entering and leaving the fragrance religion. I probably can't tell you. There's a chance you can go and see for yourself. So it's like this, Zhang Xiaohua said thoughtfully, if we go from here to the fragrance religion, how should we go? Nye Qinyu asked, Brother Rin, do you just want to know if your brother is alive or dead? Or do you have to see it with your own eyes to be at ease? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, of course I have to see it with my own eyes to be at ease. However, if I can get the news in advance, that's also the best. Valley Master Nye knew what his daughter meant. He frowned and said, Nephew Ren, you also understand what little you means. That is, our Rejuvenation Valley will ask the fragrance religion on your behalf if your brother is in the fragrance religion. However, we can help you pass on this message, but we can't guarantee that there will be a reply. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, Uncle Nye, what do you mean? Valley Master Nye looked at Elder Yu and said with a bitter smile, My Rejuvenation Valley is just a small sect in the southern martial arts world. We rely on our proficiency in medical skills and elixirs to have good relations with other sections. Even the fragrance religion has some relations with us. But after all, they are a super sect. The Rejuvenation Valley can only speak for the fragrance religion's Pill Expansion Hall. Although I have met the Pill Expansion Hall's Pill Expansion Hall a few times, he may not stand up for such a small matter. I also know a little about the Misty School. It seems that the mistress of the Misty School's Misty School has established her own hall in the incense cult, which is called the Misty Hall. This Misty Hall is quite ostracized in the incense cult. If it wasn't for the incense cult's leader protecting her disciple, the disciples of the Misty Hall would have a hard time. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I understand. The others are all local disciples of the aroma cult, while the Misty Hall is just an outsider. It would be strange if they were not humiliated. It's inappropriate to ask Elder Sage for help. In addition, even if the other idol disciples can help, it won't be good for Rejuvenation Valley or your sect if they don't keep their mouths shut and cause the incense cult to misunderstand. So that's how it is. Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, It seems that I should go there personally. Hearing this, Nye Qinyu laughed again and said, Big Brother Ren, you're underestimating the incense cult. Even if Father told you the exact location of the incense cult, you wouldn't have been able to enter the incense cult without a disciple leading the way. Zhang Xiaohua was astonished and said, Why is that? Above the moon is not called that for nothing. Nye Qinyu pursed her lips and smiled. Zhang Xiaohua pondered inwardly, the incense cult is a great cult of immortal Tao with a history of 10,000 years. Even the Misty Mountain Villa has a great formation protecting it, so the incense cult must also have one. The Misty Mountain Villa's formation was forcefully destroyed, but it seems that the incense cult is not destroyed. However, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth has almost completely disappeared, so how does the incense cult maintain its formation? Looking at Zhang Xiaohua in deep thought, Nye Qinyu was a little anxious. Zhang Xiaohua just wanted to know whether her brother was alive or dead, but she couldn't help. However, looking at the smile on her father's face, she was bewildered. Does father already have a plan? Sure enough, after a moment, Valley Master Nye whispered, Nephew Rin, I have an idea. I don't know if you want to hear it? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Uncle Nye, please tell me. Valley Master Nye looked at Nye Qinyu meaningfully and said, Rejuvenation Valley's medical skills and elixirs are not well known in Jianghu. Every once in a while, the incense cult will send people to Rejuvenation Valley to search for common herbs and elixirs. Most importantly, they will also select some boys from Rejuvenation Valley to manage herbs. Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised and asked curiously, why doesn't the incense cult take in disciples themselves? Valley Master Nye smiled and said, taking in disciples is different from doing odd jobs. The incense cult naturally has its own way of taking in disciples, but those who take care of the herb fields are considered odd jobs in the incense cult. Their status is relatively low and most disciples are not willing. Firstly, it will tarnish their status, and secondly, it will delay their cultivation. However, this herb field is the root of the pill expanding hall. Ordinary people cannot be trusted and are not competent. Therefore the incense cult has a headache over the odd jobs in this herb field. As early as the establishment of Rejuvenation Valley, there was a tacit understanding with the incense cult. Every once in a while they will come to pick people and we will try our best to train some people who have a rough understanding of herbs for the incense cult to use. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder those who wanted to kill Nie Qinyu didn't dare to blatantly come to their door. Rejuvenation Valley actually had such a relationship with the incense cult. However, he was even more puzzled and asked, Uncle Nie, how big is the herb field of the incense cult? They come to pick medicine boys every once in a while. Could it be that they have a shortage of people? Valley Master Nie smiled and said, This is what I don't know. I once inadvertently asked, but the disciples of the incense cult stuttered and didn't say anything. I also pretended that I didn't hear. I think that perhaps the incense cult's herb field is quite big, which is why they need more medicine boys. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Uncle Nie means, Valley Master Nie said, Nephew's guess is right. Generally speaking, people from Rejuvenation Valley come to Rejuvenation Valley in July and August. Although you are old, you look about 15 years old. It is reasonable to say that you are a medicine boy trained by Rejuvenation Valley. However, everyone in Jianghu knows about the martial arts competition and it is not easy to hide it. We can only say that you are my future son-in-law and want to further your studies in the incense cult. With the friendship between Rejuvenation Valley and the Pill Expanding Hall, it should be possible. Nie Qinyu also said, This way, it will also shut the mouths of Jianghu people and prevent them from thinking about Rejuvenation Valley's marriage. After a few days, their memories will fade and Big Brother Ren will be able to get away. Her voice was getting lower and lower. Valley Master Nie glanced at his daughter and didn't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua said, Uncle Nie, I still feel that it is inappropriate. What? Valley Master Nie was somewhat puzzled. This is my personal matter. If I use the name of Rejuvenation Valley, it will definitely be mixed up with Rejuvenation Valley. If something goes wrong in the future, it will inevitably implicate Rejuvenation Valley. Valley Master Nie frowned and said, Nephew, do you want to make things difficult for the incense cult? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Isn't that like a mantis trying to stop a chariot? I'm not so stupid. Will your sect interfere? No. Then what does our Rejuvenation Valley have to worry about? Valley Master Nie said with a face full of spring breeze, Moreover, nephew saved little you and saved Rejuvenation Valley. What is the point of me doing such a small thing for nephew? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and bowed deeply saying, Uncle Nie, I am truly grateful. Valley Master Nie also stood up and helped Zhang Xiaohua up, saying with a smile, Nephew, you are too polite. In the future, don't appear so distant in front of outsiders. Zhang Xiaohua said with a wry smile, Uncle Nie, I have woken up but I still need to get used to it. At this time, Elder Yu on the side asked, You two fake father-in-law and son-in-law, after talking for so long, did you miss something? Valley Master Nie said with a smile, Brother Yu, are you saying that nephew Rin doesn't understand medicinal herbs? Elder Yu said with a smile, It is true. If nephew Rin doesn't understand medicinal herbs, why would the Pill Expanding Hall accept him? Nie Qinyu said in a low voice, Uncle Yu, didn't father say before? He is only going to let Brother Rin go to the incense cult and doesn't necessarily need to understand medicinal herbs. Moreover, there are still a few months before the incense cult comes. Let Brother Rin take a good look and learn a little. It's not like he is really going to grow medicinal herbs for them. Nie Qinyu said with some annoyance. Hearing their misgivings, Zhang Xiaohua said, Speaking of this, you two uncles don't have to worry too much. My sect also has some knowledge of medicinal herbs. Although I don't specialize in managing them, I still know a little. If I have a few months to prepare, I think I can handle it. Valley Master Nie and Nie Qinyu's eyes lit up when they heard this. Valley Master Nie casually asked a few questions and Zhang Xiaohua spoke tirelessly without any fear. Valley Master Nie also listened and nodded frequently. Finally, Valley Master Nie said, I didn't expect nephew Rin to have some foundation in growing and refining medicinal herbs in addition to having excellent martial arts. The rest is to learn a little in the Rejuvenation Valley. Nie Qinyu also said with a smile, Yes, Brother Rin, I didn't expect you to know more than me. There are many details that I didn't notice. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, Miss Nie is praising me. I have only dabbled in it a little. I am far from being proficient. Then she said to Valley Master Nie, Uncle Nie, I actually have a presumptuous request that I want to discuss with you. Valley Master Nie said, Nephew, you are one of us now. There is no harm in speaking. Zhang Xiaohua said, I have followed Miss Nya all the way to the Rejuvenation Valley. I heard that she is quite proficient in medicine and pharmacology. I'm curious and would like to learn. I wonder if Valley Master Nya can make an exception? When Valley Master Nya heard this, his eyes flashed with surprise. He had an impulse of ecstasy as he said, "Nephew's words are beyond my expectations. In the Jianghu, everyone is thinking about how to improve their internal strength and practice more exquisite moves. Very few people like to study pharmacology and herbs. Even if they come to Rejuvenation Valley, they only want to ask for 1 or 2 pills. Just now I thought nephew was like this, but I misjudged." "Oh no, I didn't misjudge. There is no problem with this request. Nephew Rin, I don't dare to say anything else, but there are still a lot of herbs, medicinal materials, medicine, qi huang techniques, pill techniques and so on in Rejuvenation Valley. If you have the energy you can learn them all. Calm, there are more chapters." Chapter 444. Zhang Xiaohua originally thought that her request was a bit too forceful and that Valley Head Nye might not agree. She didn't expect this to be the result. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, Valley Head Nye smiled and said, "Nephew Rin, please don't blame me. I'm just a bit excited. It's been many years since someone as strong as you has asked me to learn the medical skills and pharmacology of Rejuvenation Valley. Even my 2 sons-in-law only asked for some pills." After speaking, he looked at Elder Yu and said, "Zhong Lin is not bad, but he is also engrossed in the practice of internal strength. He can't control my Rejuvenation Valley." Elder Yu chuckled and said, "Everyone has their own fate. You can't force it." Hearing this, Nye Qinyu's face turned red again. Valley Head Nye said meaningfully, "Medical skills can not only save yourself, but also heal others. If you can master it, the benefits will be endless." Zhang Xiaohua was even happier when she heard this. She was just in the nameless town and had envied Nye Qinyu when she wrote her own prescription. She had long wanted to know the secret behind it. What she said just now was that she wanted to learn more about the cultivation of medicinal herbs to build a good foundation for her own alchemy. But now, listening to Valley Head Nye's words, Rejuvenation Valley's medical skills could also be taught. This was really a buy one get one free deal. Valley Head Nye sighed for a moment and said, "However, Rejuvenation Valley has existed for thousands of years. Its accumulation is as vast as the sea. You may not be able to see a drop of water in the ocean in a few months. If nephew has the heart, you should find what you are most interested in to learn. When you come back from the School of Fragrance, you can learn one by one. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua was a bit puzzled and thought, if I came back from the School of Fragrance, why would I go to Rejuvenation Valley? However, Zhang Xiaohua still bowed and said, "Many thanks for Uncle Nye's teachings. I understand." Valley Head Nye then said, "Little you knows about the books, medicine fields and medicine-making places in the valley. Let her accompany you. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask her. If she can't answer, then come find me." Nye Qinyu felt sweet in her heart and secretly applauded her father's arrangement. At this point, everything had been settled. Valley Master Nye looked at the sky outside and smiled, "Nephew Ren, you are the main character today. The outer hall has prepared a banquet and it must have already started. No matter what, you should go and entertain some guests." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Valley Master Nye is mistaken. I've just turned 14 and am still underage. It's better if I don't go to the banquet." Valley Head Nye paused and then laughed loudly, "That's fine. Since virtuous nephew likes peace and quiet, I won't force you. Let's go, brother you. We still have to go out and deal with some people. These Jianghu friends have supported us for many days. If we don't let them drink to their heart's content, they'll say that Rejuvenation Valley is stingy." Elder Yu also stood up and said, "That's exactly my intention. Let's go." The two of them were about to get up and leave when they heard Zhang Xiaohua ask again, "That? Uncle Nye, where do I live? It can't be this Peach Blossom Nunnery." Valley Master Nye and Elder Yu looked at each other and laughed again. Valley Master Nye said, "Even if you want to stay tonight, I won't allow it." Nye Qinyu called out shyly, "Father." Valley Master Nye looked at his daughter lovingly and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Virtuous nephew, feel free to ask little Yu about everything in the valley. I won't interfere." Nye Qinyu said in a low voice, "There's a small pavilion next to the Peach Blossom Nunnery. I've already had people tidy it up. Brother Rin can move in at any time." Zhang Xiaohua said awkwardly, Okay. Valley Master Nye and Elder Yu smiled and walked out. There were only 2 people in this exquisite hall. It was already late at night. The wind blew the curtains in the hall and the candlelight also flickered. For a moment the two didn't speak and the silence was tight. After a while, Nye Qinyu said in a low voice, "Brother Rin, I really have to thank you for today's matter." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Don't be so courteous, Fishy Nye. I've said this sentence many times today, so don't mention it again in the future. Besides, Uncle also helped me a lot, so shouldn't I mention it again? You and I are like this. You thank me and I thank you. Is there an end to it?" Nye Qinyu laughed and recovered the expression she had on the road in the morning. In an instant the atmosphere in the hall also relaxed a lot. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Little Fish Nye, these 4 to 5 months can be long or short. Although I know a little about medicinal herbs, if we don't want people to see any flaws or make it legitimate, we'd better prepare early." Nye Qinyu nodded and said, "Brother Ren is right. Wait a moment. I have some basic books here. I'll show you some first. If there's anything you don't understand, we'll discuss it together. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "I'll do as you say. Wait a moment. I'll be right back." After speaking, Nye Qinyu got up and walked out of the small hall. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and sat on the chair. She thought to herself, the problem with the fragrant religion can be considered solved. It's better than I expected. In the past, I only wanted to ask for the location of the fragrant religion and enter alone to search for second brother's whereabouts. However, from what Valley Head Nye said just now, the fragrant religion is protected by a formation and is extremely difficult to break in. My small sword may be able to break through the formation, but this kind of super large sect definitely has hidden experts. If they find out, it will be very dangerous. Now it's all good. I have a legitimate reason to enter without taking any risks. Of course, this is what I'm looking for. AI, Valley Head Nye still wants me to slowly deepen my relationship with Rejuvenation Valley. Looking at Valley Head Nye's style, he's also a straightforward and upright person. It's extremely good to interact more with him. However, he also sent my daughter. This is making things difficult for me. However, Little Fish Nye is actually not bad. My alchemy skills have reached a bottleneck on the deserted island. I've never had a suitable pill formula or medicinal herbs to practice on. I haven't actually practiced with many pills. This is great. Since Rejuvenation Valley also has the fasting pill, they must also have other pills. There's no harm in learning more. Within a few months, I'll be able to become proficient. There's also the Qi Huang technique. It's a very interesting thing. Since I have the opportunity to come into contact with it, I'd better take a look. Even if I can't master it, I'll strive to gain entry. Also, Rejuvenation Valley also has a legacy of thousands of years. Is there something interesting here as well? If I have time, I'd better investigate. If I can help Rejuvenation Valley unearth something that has long been lost, it can also be considered as repaying their kindness for teaching me. Just as she was thinking, she heard a series of footsteps at the door. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Little Fishy Nye, when did you become so heavy? When he looked up, he saw a man a head taller than him. He looked like an iron tower as he walked in with large strides. He first looked around before fixing his gaze on Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing the man's malicious gaze, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself, who is this? Before Zhang Xiaohua could speak, the man walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and sized her up. He cracked a smile and said, "You don't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so why are you so powerful?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she understood a little. She cupped her hands and said, "This one is Ren Xiaoyao. Are you looking for me? Or are you looking for Miss Nye?" The man also saluted and said, "I'm looking for you. I am Lu Meng of the weapon refining sect." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "This one doesn't seem to know Brother Lu. What business do you have with me?" Lu Meng shouted, "Of course I have business with you. Otherwise who would come looking for you?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled wryly. "Then would Brother Lu please enlighten me? What are you talking about? Don't make yourself sound so polite. I heard that you won against many people in the arena today. I'm not convinced and want to compare notes with you. Little Yu is the junior sister of our sections. She can't be betrothed to someone for nothing." Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and smiled. "Then why didn't Brother Lu enter the arena? Why would I enter the arena? I don't want to be the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. Alright, also you used an excuse to not attend the banquet. Don't you know that the disciples of our sects are all waiting for you? If it wasn't for the sect head." Speaking up to here, he seemed to realize that he had let the cat out of the bag and hurriedly corrected himself. "If it wasn't for the sect head's disapproval, I would have brought my weapon over a long time ago." Zhang Xiaohua was startled. Valley Master Nye had just left and had probably just arrived at the banquet. This boor had already come knocking on her door. Wasn't this a bit too fast? With this thought in mind, she immediately released her divine perception. Sure enough, under a peach tree not far from the small building, a person was sneakily looking in her direction. Borrowing the moonlight that had just risen, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see that it was Rejuvenation Valley's second son-in-law, Chang Sheng, who had been following her from the arena to the mountain villa. This Rejuvenation Valley doesn't seem to be some peach blossom spring. Zhang Xiaohua inwardly pondered. However, this boor had come knocking on her door. How was she going to deal with him? It shouldn't be difficult to defeat him, but she believed that there would be others coming after this person. She still had proper business to attend to. Who would have the patience to engage in internal strife with them? Hey kid, what are you thinking about? Lu Ming called out, don't come up with any devious ideas. I know you have many tricks up your sleeves. You played everyone in the arena like a fool. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I was just thinking that since the weapon refining sect and Rejuvenation Valley are so close, if we were to compete in martial arts, wouldn't it hurt the harmony between the two sides? Lu Ming cried out in surprise, kid, you're really kind-hearted. You really have the same thoughts as me. I know your martial arts are powerful and you've defeated many people in the arena. I'm not here to compete in martial arts with you. This time it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be surprised. She said, if you're not here to compete in martial arts, why are you looking for me? If you're not here to compete in drinking, then I'll have to concede defeat. Lu Ming laughed and said, you're naturally no match for me in drinking. However, I'm here today to compete in strength with you. I'll let you know that there are also heroes in our Jade Foundation alliance. Hearing this, a strange expression appeared on Zhang Xiaohua's face. Chapter 445. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of panic. She said, Big brother Lu, let's just compete in martial arts. Look at my thin arms and legs, how much strength do I have? How can I be your opponent? Right, you're the #1 expert of the weapon refining sect, right? Lu Ming said somewhat proudly, when it comes to martial arts, I'm in the top 10 of the younger generation of the weapon refining sect. It's nothing much. But when it comes to Big Brother Lu's strength, it's one of the best. Then, are you #1 or #2? Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have picked up on something. #2. Lu Ming said somewhat dejectedly, I have a shitty who's a bit stronger than me. That's strange. Zhang Xiaohua asked, he's your shitty, how can he be stronger than you? He should be younger than you. Who knows his strength? Lu Ming was about to explain when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He immediately said sternly, kid, don't change the topic. Tell me, are you going to compete or not? Zhang Xiaohua saw that her trick was exposed, but she wasn't angry. She said, I just feel that there's no meaning in a competition for no reason. Why don't we not compete? What do you mean by a competition for no reason? Lu Ming said angrily, if you lose, you must fulfill your promise. My promise? Zhang Xiaohua said blankly, when have I ever made an oath in front of you? Don't scare me. Lu Ming said, if you lose, you must do as you said before you went up the arena. Leave this Rejuvenation Valley tomorrow and leave my shitty. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, Brother Lu is really a godly person. You're not even in the manor, but you know about the manor's matters. And as a disciple of the weapon refining sect, you actually meddle in the affairs of the Rejuvenation Valley. Aren't you afraid that Valley Head Nye will find out? Lu Ming was shocked and didn't know how to respond. He scratched his head with his big hand and said, I just want to compete with you in terms of strength. If your strength isn't as great as mine, then you're not worthy of junior sister. What I said to you just now was just a casual remark made by a few brothers at the banquet. If you don't take it seriously, then forget it. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, this is a straightforward man. Chang Xing only instigated him to challenge me and let me know that the waters of Rejuvenation Valley are a bit murky. I don't think Chang Xing would use such a low-level method to make me leave Rejuvenation Valley and fulfill his promise. Lu Ming must have heard it casually at the banquet and casually used it as a reward when I asked. Thinking of the prize, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She clapped her hands and said, Oh, Brother Lu, you can say these words in our villa. Don't tell others otherwise. Lu Ming waved his hand and said, Do you think I'm stupid? I just heard it from a few people in the sect. By the way, kid, can you be a bit more straightforward? At this moment, a voice came from behind, Senior Brother Lu? Why aren't you drinking in the front? Why are you here? Wasn't it Nye Qinyu who rushed in from the back hall with many books in her arms? Lu Ming grinned and said, I heard that junior brother's martial arts are excellent. I'm here to compete with him. Senior brother Lu, what are you doing? Nye Qinyu was a bit angry and said, Brother Ren has been competing in the arena for a long time. He's tired enough. Don't make trouble here. Hurry up and go eat, or else I'm going to complain to your sect master. Junior sister, don't be angry. I'll leave now. I'll leave now. After saying this, Lu Meng smiled apologetically and was about to leave. But at this moment Zhang Xiaohua called out, Senior brother Lu, take care. Lu Meng was stunned and said, Kid, you kept pushing me back and forth because you were unhappy. Didn't you want to wait for junior sister to come back? Since she's back, why did you ask me to stay? Lu Meng was indeed right. Zhang Xiaohua was not in the mood to compete with him. This time she had been chatting with him and waiting for Nye Qinyu to come back. But the prize that Lu Meng mentioned just now was exactly what Zhang Xiaohua wanted. Zhang Xiaohua said, Brother Lu, you misunderstood me. I don't have that kind of intention. I just want to know why Brother Lu wants to compete with me. Since you don't have any other purpose and only want to compete with me in terms of strength, and it won't hurt our friendship, I'm naturally willing to accompany you. Brotherin? Nye Qinyu had a bad feeling. She had experienced this feeling more than once on the way back with Zhang Xiaohua. Sure enough, Lu Meng said excitedly, Brother, you're really a straightforward person. I've wronged you. Then let's start the competition now? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, It's easy to compete with strength. But as you said just now, it's really boring if we compete without any reason. Why don't we add a prize? Prize. Lu Meng was a little dumbfounded and kept winking at Zhang Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua turned a deaf ear and said, If senior brother Lu wins, I'll leave Rejuvenation Valley tomorrow and fulfill my promise. But what if brother Lu loses? Nye Qinyu stared at Lu Meng with her eyes wide open. Lu Meng just waved his hand and said, Little junior sister, listen to me. I just want my brother-in-law to compete with me. I don't have any other thoughts. Really, even if he doesn't leave Rejuvenation Valley or Peach Blossom Nunnery for the rest of his life, I don't have any objections. You. Nye Qinyu's face turned red. Zhang Xiaohua urged from the side, Senior brother Lu, if I win, what are you going to use as a prize? Lu Meng scratched his head and couldn't think of anything at the moment. He only said, How can I lose? We're only competing with strength, not internal energy. Zhang Xiaohua held back her laughter and said, I'm just saying what if. You see, I've already taken out a prize. If you don't take out something, wouldn't it be very unfair? Nye Qinyu also said angrily, That's right, senior brother Lu. You can't bully people like this. But I didn't bring any gold or silver. What can I use as a prize? Lu Meng said helplessly. Zhang Xiaohua mocked, So our weapon refining school is actually a style of empty-handed robbery. This is the first time I've heard of this. Who said so? Lu Meng was a little anxious. He stretched out his hand and took out everything in his chest and threw it on the table next to him. He said, Look, I didn't lie to you. I don't have any gold or silver. What do you like as a prize? At first glance, there was a worn-out handkerchief, a few worn-out jade pendants, a booklet with unknown writing on it, a snuff bottle, and some other miscellaneous items on the table. They were indeed worthless. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the booklet and smiled. What's this booklet? Lu Meng said disapprovingly, It's just some basic weapon refining methods of the weapon refining school. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed with joy. She asked again, Where did these worn-out jade pendants come from? Are they valuable? These jade pendants were randomly picked up from the river. Last time I went to the pawn shop and asked. They weren't worth much, so I didn't pawn them. Lu Meng scratched his head. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, It seems that senior brother Lu's words are true. How about this? How about we use this booklet as a prize? It's not gold or silver anyway. Nye Qinyu finally knew what Zhang Xiaohua wanted. However, she was angry at Lu Meng for coming to provoke her, so she didn't bother to remind him. Sure enough, Lu Meng also frowned and said, This booklet records our weapon refining school's weapon refining methods. Although it's not precious, it can't be passed to outsiders. It's not appropriate to use it as a prize. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Senior brother Lu won't lose, right? Why are you afraid of this? But Lu Meng was not a fool. He said, If I lose, won't this booklet be yours? How can I explain this to the school? Zhang Xiaohua was still smiling and said, Don't worry, even if you lose, this booklet will be with me first. I won't use my eyes to look at it, so what are you afraid of? When you have enough gold and silver tomorrow, you can come and redeem it. So it's like this. Lu Meng was a little tempted. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, we'll do as you say. Let's start the competition." Alas, this Lu Meng forgot what good would it do him to compete with others. Whether Zhang Xiaohua goes or not, what does it have to do with you? Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, "That's good. Little fish, yeah, you have to be the witness." After saying this, she walked in front of Lu Meng and looked at the big man who was taller than her by a head. She said, "Senior brother Lu, how should we compete?" Lu Meng looked around and said, "There aren't any stone locks here, let's go to the arena." Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "How about this, senior brother Lu, I have an idea. We can compete here." Lu Meng said, "Quickly say it." Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the long sword next to the chair she was sitting on and said, "If brother Lu can raise that long sword above his head, then brother Lu wins this battle. What do you think?" Lu Meng's face turned red when he heard this. He said, "You brat, I sincerely want to compete with you, but you're making fun of me." "Senior brother Lu," Nie Qinyu said angrily. "Ah." Lu Meng smiled apologetically and said, "Don't worry, junior sister. I was a bit angry and spoke carelessly. Don't blame me." Nie Qinyu said, "Since big brother Ren says so, why don't you just raise it and have him admit defeat?" Lu Meng was extremely unhappy. He pointed at the long sword and said, "But junior sister, this brat is obviously looking down on me. I can lift 10 of these broken things with one hand. He's obviously making fun of me." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Senior brother Lu hasn't tried yet, how do you know he can lift it? If he really can't lift it later, then the small book will temporarily belong to me." "Fine." Lu Meng gritted his teeth and said, "If I lift it you." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I'll immediately return home tomorrow and leave Rejuvenation Valley." "Junior sister, this is what he said." Lu Meng pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "It's not that I didn't give him a chance. If he loses, he has to honor the prize. Don't blame me then." After he finished speaking, he strode over to take the long sword. Chapter 446. Even though Zhang Xiaohua's sword looked ordinary, and even Ye Qinyu herself felt that she could pick it up, based on Ye Qinyu's understanding of Zhang Xiaohua, she knew that she wasn't someone who would suffer losses, so why would she come up with such a simple question? Thus, Ye Qinyu nodded her head, half believing and half doubting. Seeing that Ye Qinyu had also agreed, Lu Meng no longer had any scruples. He walked forward, bent down, and used his hand to grab the hilt of the sword. Smiling, he said, "Brother-in-law, don't go back on your words. Senior brother will now let you see the charm of the second strongest man of the crafting school." "Io?" Following which he couldn't finish his sentence. This. Lu Meng looked at the ugly sword embryo lying on the ground in astonishment and muttered, "Impossible." Looking at the smiling Zhang Xiaohua and the equally astonished Nie Qinyu at this moment, he finally believed that this harmless young soldier wasn't joking with him. Lu Meng solemnly held the sword hilt with his hand again. Using all his strength, he could only move it slightly. Then he stood up again and spat on his palms. Rubbing his hands together, he bent down again and clasped his hands together. Only when his grip was firm did he shout, "Up!" Following Lu Meng's movements, the sword was slowly lifted up by him. Zhang Xiaohua was also surprised and secretly thought, "This boor's strength is really not small. Luckily, I didn't dare to be careless and only asked him to lift the sword. If he could lift it up, I would have lost." Although Lu Meng lifted the sword, the tip of the sword was still on the ground. After lifting the sword hilt to a certain height, Lu Meng's face turned red. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and let go of the sword. The sword fell to the ground with a loud crash, causing the ground to shake. Nie Qinyu, who was watching from the side, was shocked. It looked like an ordinary longsword. Anyone would take a look at it and they would definitely take a look at it. However, other than the first strange glance, no one would take a second look at it. It was the same for her. Moreover, the long sword had been on Zhang Xiaohua's back all the way. Even if Zhang Xiaohua used the long sword to defend herself, she would do so easily. She had always thought that the long sword was just an ordinary sword embryo that had not been successfully refined. She had never thought about its weight. The weight of this sword was actually so heavy. Suddenly, Nie Qinyu realized why Zhang Xiaohua didn't bring the sword to the arena. At this moment, Lu Meng rubbed his hands and stood aside awkwardly. His face was still red and he looked at Zhang Xiaohua with some admiration. He was still somewhat unconvinced and asked, "That little brother-in-law, why don't you try lifting this sword? Why can't I believe it? How can you lift such a heavy thing with your small body?" Nie Qinyu was amused and said, Senior brother Lu, don't embarrass yourself. Big brother Ren brought this sword here, so he must be able to lift it. Just use your brain to think. Besides, I saw it with my own eyes. Lu Meng scratched his head and said, Little junior sister, I just wanted to see it with my own eyes. Zhang Xiaohua didn't answer. She walked forward, grabbed the sword with her left hand and waved it in front of Lu Meng. A gust of wind blew, causing Lu Meng to take a few steps back. How is it? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Lu Meng with a smile, but from the corner of her eyes she looked at the booklet on the table. Lu Meng said dejectedly, Little brother-in-law is really brave. Such a heavy weapon, even if I use my internal energy I won't be able to lift it. I lost. After saying that, he walked to the table, picked up the booklet, and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua with some hesitation. He said, I'll leave this booklet with you first. When I come back I'll exchange it with gold and silver. Alright, how much silver do you want? Anything is fine, just 300 to 500 taels will do. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about the scattered silver in her eyes, so she asked for a round number. The corner of Lu Meng's eyes twitched. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, 500 taels it is. However, this booklet is the unique study of our weapon refining sect, so you can't peek at it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Of course, didn't I just say that I won't use my eyes to look at it? After saying that, she was about to take the booklet. Nie Qinyu, who had been silent all this while, suddenly laughed and said, Big brother Ren, don't tease senior brother Lu anymore. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and Lu Meng was stunned. Lu Meng hurriedly retracted his hand. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the booklet and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Lu Meng opened his eyes wide and asked, Little junior sister, what are you talking about? Nie Qinyu smiled and said, Senior brother Lu, do you think that since Big Brother Ren only took your booklet and didn't read it, he won't be able to see the contents and you won't be punished by the sect? You're relieved? Lu Meng nodded his head vigorously. Nie Qinyu said again, But what if Big Brother Ren let me read it for him and then let me read it to him? Wouldn't he be able to know the refining method of your weapon refining sect without using his eyes? This. Lu Meng suddenly understood. He stared straight at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, Brother-in-law, is that what you plan to do? Zhang Xiaohua had an innocent look on her face and spread out her hands. I can only say that little Fishy Nye is gauging the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. I swear to the heavens that I don't have such a plan at all. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua swear, Lu Meng's expression softened. However, his hands were still hesitant and didn't want to hand the booklet over. Nie Qinyu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Big brother Ren, don't be angry with senior brother Lu anymore. He came to compete with you in terms of physical strength only because he wanted to let you know the strength of his family so that you, towards the end, her voice was almost like a mosquito's and her face was burning red. Finally, she forced herself to say, If you keep this booklet even if you don't read it, senior brother Lu will definitely be punished by the sect. I think you should be magnanimous and let him off this time. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to cry in her heart. Little Fishy Nye, where exactly are you siding with? However, she could only say, He, Miss Nye indeed knows what I'm thinking. That's right, I want to punish you for listening to someone else's words and finding trouble with me. If I didn't let you know how powerful I am, I reckon there will be more people coming tomorrow. How did you know? Lu Meng pointed at Zhang Xiaohua in astonishment. Zhang Xiaohua smiled at Nie Qinyu and said, How can someone who can talk with Miss Nye not be smart? Beh. Nie Qinyu couldn't help but spit. Seeing this, Lu Meng hurriedly bowed deeply and said, Then I'll apologize to brother-in-law. If it weren't for brother-in-law's bravery, I would have made a big mistake. However, as he spoke, his hands and feet moved quickly. He immediately put the booklet into his arms. Zhang Xiaohua's gaze was somewhat reluctant to part with it. Looking at the mess left on the table, Lu Meng grabbed a few jade pendants and stuffed them into Zhang Xiaohua's pocket. He said, No matter what, brother-in-law has won against me. You must take this prize. These jade pendants are worthless. Take them as collateral. How could Zhang Xiaohua accept them? She said righteously, Senior brother Lu, you've underestimated me. It was just a joke. Why take it so seriously? After saying that, she wanted to push the jade pendants back. However, as soon as she touched them, she felt the warmth in them. She couldn't help but scan them with her divine sense. Oh my, there was a faint fluctuation of primordial qi. Her pushing hand involuntarily stopped. Lu Meng heard that she wanted to refuse and moved away again. He then said, Just take them. Although they are worthless, they are still old Lu's face. Tomorrow I'll exchange them with the 500 taels of silver. Exchange? Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed. How can you exchange them back? She quickly said even more righteously, Senior Brother Lu's words, why are they so unreliable? I've already said that it was just a misunderstanding. If I were to say that they were vulgar gold and silver, wouldn't it seem that I don't know how to conduct myself? How about this, since Senior Brother Lu's face is here, I won't let him down. Anyway, these jade pendants are worthless. Since Senior Brother Lu doesn't care, I'll take them as my prize. After he finished speaking, he resolutely put the jade pendants into his bosom with a determined look on his face. Lu Meng was touched. He shook Zhang Xiaohua's arm and said, Don't, brother-in-law. We'll be honest. How can these worthless jade pendants be used as a prize? Don't worry, brother-in-law. I'll definitely bring you the money tomorrow. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face changed immediately. She said, Senior Brother Lu, you don't treat me as your own. If you're like this, I don't want these jade pendants. I'll just take it that Senior Brother Lu didn't come tonight. How can I accept this? Lu Meng was anxious and said, just as brother-in-law said, these jade pendants are just a prize. Alas, I didn't expect brother-in-law to have such noble character and unquestionable integrity. I'm so ashamed. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. She said with a smile, a long journey tests a horse's strength, and a long time reveals a person's heart. Senior Brother Lu, you'll know my character when we get to know each other. By the way, Senior Brother Lu, you won't let me leave tomorrow, right? Lu Meng said awkwardly, I won't. Brother-in-law, you are going to stay here for the rest of your life. I just want to congratulate you. I won't say no again. You. This time, Nie Qinyu couldn't accept it. Lu Meng knew that he had said something wrong, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. He cupped his hands and said, Congratulations to brother-in-law for having such a day every year. I'll take my leave now. This time, Zhang Xiaohua's face couldn't hold back anymore. Looking at the back of Lu Meng hurriedly leaving, she could only shake her head again and again. The small hall, which had been noisy for a while, became quiet again. Everyone was congratulating Lu Meng for the last time. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Nie Qinyu lowered her head shyly and didn't say anything. She released her divine sense. As expected, when Changxing saw Lu Meng go out, he immediately came up to him. Although she couldn't hear anything, she knew that Lu Meng was angry. He pointed at Changxing and said something unpleasant. Zhang Xiaohua smiled when he saw Lu Meng swaggering off and Changxing stomping his feet and chasing after him. At this time, Nie Qinyu said in a low voice, Brother Ren, are you still angry because of what I said? Chapter 447. Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly and asked in astonishment, Little fishy Nie, why would I be angry with you? Nie Qinyu spat and said, Keep pretending, do you think I can't tell? Big Brother Ren, do you want to see the refining methods of the refining sect? Zhang Xiaohua looked helpless and touched her nose, saying, Little fishy, can you not be so smart? You make people feel very insecure. Nie Qinyu laughed out loud this time and said, It seems that Big Brother Ren is not angry anymore. Angry? Why would I be angry? I'm really not angry at all. Zhang Xiaohua refused to admit it. Seeing this, Nie Qinyu said carefully, Big Brother Ren, don't be so narrow-minded. Actually, if you want to see the refining methods of the refining sect, it's not a difficult thing. Zhang Xiaohua became interested and turned to ask, Isn't the refining methods of the refining sect a secret manual exclusive to the refining sect? How can you let outsiders see it? Big Brother Ren doesn't want to see the refining methods of the refining sect? Nie Qinyu said casually. Zhang Xiaohua also disagreed and said, As the saying goes, it's not a burden to learn more. If I have the chance to learn refining, why wouldn't I learn it? Big Brother Ren is really ambitious. Nie Qinyu said, As a matter of fact, the basic skills in the alliance can be borrowed and learned from each other. Brother Ren only needs to ask father to borrow the skills from the refining school, and he will certainly be able to learn them. Why do you have to trouble Senior Brother Lu? Well, that's fine too. Zhang Xiaohua was a little enlightened. This alliance is really an alliance. A lot of things can be shared, it's really not bad. But Big Brother Ren, don't expect too much. Nie Qinyu continued to explain, the things that can be borrowed are the basics. The most profound ones are the secret manuals of the various sects, so they definitely can't be borrowed. But, Big Brother Ren, in this world the most taboo is to bite off more than you can chew. As long as you can master the medicine manuals of the Rejuvenation Valley, it's already very good. After all, you still have to practice the martial arts of the sect. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. You're right. However, he turned his head and said, I still want to see how these weapons are made. Nie Qinyu sighed and said, Alas, the weapon refining sect has declined. I heard from my father and the others that in the past, a long time ago, the weapon refining sect was a famous sect in the Jianghu. Many people would try their best to curry favor with the weapon refining sect in order to obtain a weapon. Alright, big brother Ren, this weapon is not our current weapon. I heard that it is a very magical item, but it is a pity that it is something from myths and legends. The weapons forged by the armament refining sect and other sects are just a lot sharper. Of course, the weapon refining gate and the weapon forging gate have secret techniques that other sects don't have. They can create weapons that can be infused with inner strength, and they can also strengthen it. A weapon that can strengthen one's inner strength? Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. This was the first time she had heard of such a magical thing. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's reaction, Nie Qinyu was a little surprised and said, Big brother Rin, don't tell me your sect doesn't have such a weapon? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said honestly, maybe they do, but I don't know. Oh, I see. Nie Qinyu smiled. These weapons are all divine weapons and are rarely seen in the Jianghu. Even if your sect has them, they will be kept as a tribute and may not let Big Brother Rin see them. Then she explained, increasing one's inner strength is not the same as increasing one's own inner strength. This kind of weapon can use a method to amplify the inner strength that is infused into the weapon. For example, if Big Brother Ren infuses 100% of his inner strength into a long sword, it will also be 100%. However, this long sword can amplify your inner strength by 10% or 30%, so the inner strength that is sent out through the long sword will be 110% or 130% of Big Brother Ren's original inner strength. So magical. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and said hatefully, If I had known, I would have taken a look at the booklet. Nie Qinyu laughed and said, Didn't you say that you didn't have any bad intentions? Didn't you reveal it now? However, Big Brother Ren will be disappointed. Although Senior Brother Lu's position in the weapon refining sect is not low, he is absolutely not qualified to come in contact with such a top-secret skill. Zhang Xiaohua said resentfully, I was just excited to see him. How can I snatch his things for no reason? You're so stubborn. Nie Qinyu curled her lips. Sigh, the more you read, the more you feel that Nie Qinyu is cute. I want to make her the rightful wife, what a dilemma. She said, If you want to learn, you can talk to my father and learn the basics of the weapon refining sect. After a few years, when you have the foundation, you may be able to read it. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not speak, Nie Qinyu said thoughtfully, Although Senior Brother Lu looks very reckless, he is not a simple-minded person who likes to cause trouble. Why did he come to me tonight to compete with you in terms of strength? It's really strange. Zhang Xiaohua stroked her chin and said with an unfathomable expression, If it is as he said, that if I lose, I will leave Rejuvenation Valley tomorrow as promised. Do you think this is his true intention? Not at all, Nie Qinyu said with a charming smile. This kind of provocation is too clumsy. Even Senior Brother Lu himself might not be able to use it, let alone when he was instigated by someone else. Zhang Xiaohua said with a face full of surprise, Little you also know that he was instigated by someone else? I thought that I was the only one who knew. Nie Qinyu laughed so hard that she swayed back and forth. After a long while she said faintly, Big Brother Ren, you really know how to joke. Sigh, I just don't know who told him to come and what his intentions are. Zhang Xiaohua asked with a deep meaning, Could it be that you really don't know? Nie Qinyu was startled and asked in return, Could it be that you know? Zhang Xiaohua spread out her hands and said, If even you don't know, why would I know? Nie Qinyu also spread out her hands and said, If I knew, would you also know? Suddenly Nie Qinyu felt that this sentence was ambiguous. It reminded her of the poem, Without the wings of a colorful phoenix, our hearts are as one. She immediately blushed again. It seemed that Nie Qinyu blushed a frightening number of times when she was with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua also realized something and changed the topic, asking, What books did you take? Only then did Nie Qinyu realize. She hurriedly pointed to the pile of books on the table beside her and said with a smile, These are the books that I usually read in the study. I picked some of the more basic ones. Big Brother Ren, take a look first. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Zhang Xiaohua roughly skimmed through the pile of books. There were books on the planting of medicinal herbs, the sorting of medicinal herbs, the recording of pill formulas, acupuncture, human meridians, and decoctions. In short, they were very detailed. Zhang Xiaohua was touched when he saw them. Even though Zhang Xiaohua had not officially joined a sect, he was aware that this pill formula was definitely the most important thing in a sect. At least he had never heard He Tianshu mention it before. Now that Nie Qinyu casually brought it to him, it seemed that she had no intention of hiding it. Zhang Xiaohua picked up the pill formula and looked at Nie Qinyu with clear eyes. He said, "Little fish Nie, this is probably the treasure of your rejuvenation valley. Isn't it a little too early for you to give it to me now?" Nie Qinyu also met his eyes and said without blinking, "Since father asked me to give it to you, I think you're qualified to read it, so I took it for you. If you don't want to read it, then I'll take it back." As she spoke, she was about to snatch it. Zhang Xiaohua retracted his hand and dodged. He blinked and said with a smile, "When did I say that I don't want to read it? I'm just saying that it's too early." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua carefully put the pill formula in the pile of books, a sweet smile appeared on Nie Qinyu's face. The two of them sat down. Nie Qinyu carefully explained the general content of these books and the order of reading them to Zhang Xiaohua. Finally, seeing that the sky was already dark, she said, "Big brother Ren, it's already late. I think you should rest early. Anyway, there's still a lot of time in the future. It won't be too late to read it slowly." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's true. You must be exhausted. Rest early." After speaking, he stood up, bent down to pick up the long sword, and was about to take the books again. Nie Qinyu waved her hand and said, "Big brother Ren, just take the long sword. I'll take the books for you." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the pile of books on the table and said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble you." After speaking, he went up and took a few books with his other hand. When Nie Qinyu saw that he was holding the long sword so easily, she couldn't help but ask, "Big brother Ren, what's your long sword made of? Why is it so heavy? If not for senior brother Lu being unable to pick it up today, I would almost think that it's an ordinary sword embryo." Zhang Xiaohua waved it around and said, "I picked it up from a barren mountain. Who knows what it is? It's just that it's unusually heavy, so it's easy to use." Nie Qinyu asked again, "Big brother Ren wants to learn the techniques of the weapon refining sect. Do you want to refine the sword embryo into a real long sword?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "I don't know what material this thing is made of. I reckon that the weapon refining sect might not have a way to refine it." Nie Qinyu nodded and said, "If Big brother Ren wants to refine this sword embryo, it's best to find the weapon refining sect. They have a unique way of making some strange weapons. The weapon refining sect might not be as good as them." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Is there a difference? The weapons produced by the weapon refining sect and the weapon refining sect are similar, but both sects have their own specialties. For example, the weapon refining sect swords are sharper, while the weapon refining sect can refine strange weapons. However, in terms of increasing internal energy, both sects are similar." "I see," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "It seems that one day I'll have to let the people from the weapon refining sect come and provoke them. I'm afraid that they won't bother with me coming here for no reason." Bah! Nie Qinyu couldn't help but spit again. Chapter 448. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked to the door. Someone was already waiting for them with a lantern. It was Little Orange. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua, Little Orange smiled and said, "Young master, are you going back to rest?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Little Orange, we haven't seen each other for half a day. Why are you so talkative? It's better to call you Brother Ren." Little Orange was not satisfied and argued, "Master has instructed me not to expose myself. I still have to call you young master in public." Zhang Xiaohua pointed to the darkness outside and said, "Where did this person come from?" Nie Qinyu also said, "Little Orange, don't make things difficult for Brother Ren. If you call him that, I'll also feel embarrassed. It's just a pretense." Little Orange smiled and said, "Miss, don't feel embarrassed. If you feel embarrassed, someone will be even more pleased." Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and did not say anything. Nie Qinyu laughed and scolded, "Little Orange, quickly lead the way. You've been tired for the whole day. Let's quickly settle Brother Ren down and rest." Little Orange then stopped joking and led the way with the lantern. He led the two of them to the front of the small building. This was a two-story loft. There was a low wall outside and a small door. The door was open and light shone from inside. Zhang Xiaohua and the two of them walked to the door. Two maidservants hurriedly came out from the courtyard and greeted them. They took the books in their hands and walked into the small building together. Nie Qinyu pointed at the two of them and said, "Brother Rin, this is Mo Mei and Mo Ju that father left behind to serve you." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she quickly waved her hands and said, "Forget it, little fish Nie. I was born to be served by no one. Take them back with you." "I'm okay." Nie Qinyu did not refuse this time. She might not feel at ease leaving the two maidservants in the building. After the four of them left, Zhang Xiaohua closed the door and blocked the door with her long sword. She then took out the jade pendant from her bosom and counted it as her spoils of war. There were a total of 4 jade pendants of different sizes, all of them emitting a weak yuan qi fluctuation. But when Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense entered, she discovered that the yuan qi in 3 of them had already dissipated. Most of the content recorded inside had already been lost and could not be understood. Only one of the smallest jade pendants was still intact. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had just entered when immediately 4 large words were projected into the jade pendant. "We're rich." Zhang Xiaohua cheered and did a somersault on the ground. She was extremely happy. Just now, she had schemed for a long time at Nie Qinyu's place to obtain Lu Meng's booklet. Unfortunately, Nie Qinyu saw through her and she did not succeed. However, the jade pendant that Lu Meng treated as a piece of junk actually recorded the extremely important weapon refining general principles of the weapon refining sect. It had to be said that Zhang Xiaohua's character was really extraordinary. She could not help but despise Lu Meng. He really had eyes but could not see the jade inlaid with gold. Alas, Lu Meng could not be blamed. This jade pendant could only be read by divine sense. He was only a mortal with his naked eyes, how could he see through it? Moreover, the current Jianghu was an endless treasure for Zhang Xiaohua who had divine sense. She could pick and choose and slowly search for it. After Zhang Xiaohua celebrated her outburst of good luck, she took out a straw prayer mat from her purse and threw it on the ground. She then took out a few jade slips from her bosom and set up a formation. Only then did she sit cross-legged and immerse her divine sense into the jade pendant, carefully reading the weapon refining general principles. After a long time, the sky gradually darkened. Zhang Xiaohua finally opened her eyes and carefully put the jade pendant into her purse. She muttered to herself, "So this weapon refining general principles is not an extremely precious item. It is only the most basic introduction to weapon refining and a simple method of weapon refining. However, this is also good. I am only using it to refine formations. If it was more profound, I would have no use for it. Weapon refining is actually different from pill refining. I thought that since I had learned pill refining, I would be able to easily learn weapon refining. I was still a frog in a well. However, thinking about it, if pill refining and weapon refining could be interconnected, then Rejuvenation Valley would also be able to refine weapons. Why would there be a need for the weapon refining sect and the weapon forging sect? Also, this weapon refining general principles talks about immortal weapon refining methods. Only immortal weapon refining methods can be used to refine weapons. This weapon refining sect has already transformed into martial arts, so how do they refine weapons? Moreover, it can actually increase inner strength. This secret is indeed amazing. Oh, I forgot. Since the inner strength of martial arts can be infused into weapons, then can the true chi of immortals be infused into weapons as well? It's already late. When I have free time in the future, I should try pouring true chi into the small sword. However, is the warm current in my left arm also true chi? Thinking of the dense purple chi circulating between the small sword and her left arm, Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that the warm current in her left arm should be something different from the true chi in her meridians. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua took out vitality stones from her bosom and began her nightly cultivation routine. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiaohua had already stayed in Rejuvenation Valley for more than 2 months. In the beginning, everyone in the valley covered their mouths and laughed when they saw Zhang Xiaohua, calling her son-in-law. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't give any celebration money. After a few protests, everyone changed to calling her young master, under Valley Head Nie's forceful command. This way Zhang Xiaohua was slightly more accustomed to it. Moreover, after 2 months of understanding, Zhang Xiaohua gradually understood that Rejuvenation Valley was divided into 2 areas. The inner valley was at the entrance of the valley, which was the core area. Outside of the entrance of the valley was the mountain villa, which was considered the outer valley. Everyone in Rejuvenation Valley lived in the outer valley. The outer valley was also divided into 3 areas, namely Qihuang, medicinal herbs and medicinal pills. They were distributed in different areas of the outer valley. Medicinal pills were at the entrance of the valley, which was the central area of the outer valley. Qi Huang was at the periphery of the mountain villa, which was the entrance. Most of the other areas belonged to medicinal herbs. The one in charge of Qi Huang was Valley Head Nie's eldest disciple, Mu Qingxian. He was a middle-aged man who didn't look much younger than Valley Head Nie. Mu Qingxian specialized in acupuncture and medicine. He only had a rough understanding of martial arts. Mu Qingxian also had a dozen or so young disciples who mainly studied medicine. In terms of martial arts, they were the same as their master, sloppy and ordinary. The one in charge of medicinal herbs was Valley Head Nie's second disciple, Fei He. There were also a few younger disciples helping him. Among these disciples there was one who was more outstanding in martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua felt that he looked familiar. After asking, she found out that she had seen him on the arena of the marriage contest. He was a member of the first group to be eliminated. Thinking about it, Rejuvenation Valley and the weapon refining sect wouldn't just stand by and watch. Presumably, the small group of 4 people was Rejuvenation Valley's chess pieces. Unfortunately, they were eliminated as soon as they went on stage. Fei He had a lot of subordinates, but he only had 1 or 2 disciples. They weren't very outstanding. His other junior brothers hadn't reached the age of teaching disciples yet. Therefore, Rejuvenation Valley felt that there was a shortage of young people. In terms of medicinal pills, Valley Head Nie didn't assign anyone else to be in charge. After all, it was the core resource of Rejuvenation Valley. Before there was a considerate, reliable and worry-free candidate, Valley Head Nie probably wouldn't give up the authority. Although the marriage contest was Rejuvenation Valley's way of saving Nie Qinyu, it was also Valley Head Nie's way of seeking talents. Zhang Xiaohua's appearance was really in line with Valley Head Nie's standards. Especially his unpredictable martial arts cultivation. It was as if it was tailor-made for him. Therefore, he ordered Nie Qinyu to guide Zhang Xiaohua's learning. Moreover, he also knew that his younger daughter would definitely give as many books as possible to Zhang Xiaohua. The pile of books that Nie Qinyu gave to Zhang Xiaohua the day before was very complicated. It contained various kinds of unique skills of Rejuvenation Valley, and medicinal herbs and alchemy took up a large part of it. Zhang Xiaohua had already practiced Immortal Fire Dragon's Jade Slip on the deserted island and was very proficient in alchemy. It was just that she lacked raw materials and couldn't practice alchemy. Although this part of the books was very important to Rejuvenation Valley, it had lost its original meaning to Zhang Xiaohua. Of course, what was recorded in the Jade Slip was only the way of immortality and the cultivation methods of medicinal herbs. Many of them were no longer suitable for the present. The books of Rejuvenation Valley happened to make up for the shortcomings. Zhang Xiaohua specially read these books for the first 10 days or so. Although the cultivation of medicinal herbs and alchemy of martial arts were poles apart from the way of immortality, their essence was the same. Zhang Xiaohua had already understood the essence. Naturally, it was very easy for her to learn the details of martial arts and alchemy. Nie Qinyu thought that Zhang Xiaohua would keep asking her, but she didn't come for several days. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared, she just asked a little and asked Nie Qinyu to take her to see the actual operation, which made Nie Qinyu very surprised. As long as the cultivation of medicinal herbs was in the outer valley, there was nothing to hide. She let Zhang Xiaohua see everything. However, the place of alchemy was in the inner valley. Nie Qinyu still needed to report to her father, so she couldn't take Zhang Xiaohua to see it without permission. Zhang Xiaohua was also not in a hurry, as if she had a well-thought-out plan. Later, when Valley Master Nie knew that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to see alchemy, he was surprised and couldn't figure out why Zhang Xiaohua was so talented. When Nie Qinyu went to find Zhang Xiaohua again, Zhang Xiaohua was already carefully learning the art of Qi and Huang. Nie Qinyu was furious. Alchemy was Rejuvenation Valley's unique skill, and the art of Qi and Huang was only supplementary. She didn't focus on alchemy, but instead went to learn the art of Qi and Huang. Wasn't she neglecting the essentials and focusing on trifles? When Zhang Xiaohua first started learning medical skills, she only felt that alchemy could produce miraculous pills, but it might not be useful for ordinary people's illnesses. Nie Qinyu's medical skills in the nameless town that day were far superior to the local doctors. If she could learn some medical skills in Rejuvenation Valley, she might really be able to benefit herself and heal others, as Valley Master Nie said. He had originally wanted to learn the art of Qi Huang out of curiosity, but when he carefully looked at Rejuvenation Valley's acupuncture techniques and medicinal decoctions, and combined them with his own knowledge of the immortal Tao, he discovered that the mysteries within were far from what they appeared to be on the surface. There was truly a lot more to it. Moreover, there were things that he had never thought of before. Qidian. Chapter 449. Speaking of the arts of Qi and Huang, one had to talk about the human body. Although Zhang Xiaohua cultivated the immortal Tao and tempered his meridians, in reality, he had never really had the opportunity to systematically study the knowledge of the immortal Tao. In fact, even the immortal Tao only had outstanding research on the human body's meridians, and did not have an extremely detailed understanding of the human body as a whole. Of course, the immortal Tao's cultivation techniques were as brilliant as the stars, and there were also many body tempering techniques. However, these body tempering techniques were the same as Qi tempering techniques. They all focused on how to temper the body to a tyrannical state. They would never clearly explain the functions of the heart, lungs, liver, and other organs or how to regulate them. Of course, they would not carefully study the characteristics and illnesses of the ordinary human body. And after careful study, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized one day that the things in these people's bodies felt very familiar. Thinking about it carefully, didn't it coincide with the heavenly Tao that he had been comprehending all day long? With this thought, the more Zhang Xiaohua studied, the more he found that there were many traces of the heavenly Tao. Could it be that there was also a miniature of the heavenly Tao in this person's body? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat in disbelief. However, what surprised him was the concept of the 5 elements and the theory of yin and yang in the study of the human body. These were not comprehended by Zhang Xiaohua himself from the heavenly Tao, but he could actually find the corresponding content from these things when he compared them with the outline of the heavenly Tao in his mind. In an extremely short period of time, Zhang Xiaohua's understanding of the heavenly Tao entered a whole new level, and the Carefree Heart Sutra cultivation technique also improved greatly. What was even more amazing was yet to come. When Zhang Xiaohua had a little foundation in the art of Qi and Huang, more than 20 days later he began to study acupuncture. Acupuncture used the power of needles and stones to stimulate the acupoints of the human body and adjust the balance of the human body through the meridians to achieve the goal of treating illness and pain. From this art of acupuncture, Zhang Xiaohua first understood the harmony and adjustment of the heavenly Tao, so that the heavenly Tao he knew was no longer static and stagnant, but gradually became more dynamic and lively, closer to the truth. Secondly, because illness and pain were not limited to the meridians cultivated in martial arts, but were distributed throughout the entire human body, the acupoints involved in acupuncture also covered the entire human body, and the meridians that could be stimulated were also far beyond what internal energy could reach. These things had no meaning to other cultivators of martial arts or the way of immortality, but Zhang Xiaohua had just obtained a detailed map of the meridians of the human body when Zhang Xiaohua was born, and had been worried that he could not put it into practice and find a way to cultivate from it. Now, it was good that he had found a breakthrough. All of the above had led Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation to a whole new path, a path that no one had ever walked before. How could he not be fascinated by it? Therefore, except for the first 10 days when he had just entered Rejuvenation Valley, Zhang Xiaohua spent the next 40 days in Muqingshuan's Qi Huang courtyard, learning pharmacology, studying the human body, practicing acupuncture, and helping to look, listen, question and feel the pulse, learning how to treat people. Because Zhang Xiaohua's learning was not simply learning how to treat people, but looking at the changes in the human body from the perspective of the evolution of the way of heaven. It could even be said that he was studying the pain of the human body from the level of life and death of the way of heaven. Birth, old age, sickness, and death were part of the way of life and death. Looking at the pain from the way of life and death, one could often see the essence better. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua was often able to find the root of the pain from a deeper level. Then he could learn from Mu Qingxian and the others acupuncture methods or medicinal stone methods, using the evolution of the way of heaven as the essence to think about the correction of the human body's pain. Not only was it of great help to his own cultivation, but it also gave him a unique insight and method in the treatment of pain. In the beginning, Mu Qingxian knew his master's thoughts. He thought that Zhang Xiaohua would put in a lot of effort in the area of medicinal pills. He just wanted to roughly understand the situation in Rejuvenation Valley in Qi Huang courtyard. But with Zhang Xiaohua's daily research and his huge improvement every day, Mu Qingxian had to reconsider his attitude towards Zhang Xiaohua. He immediately reported this situation to Valley Master Nie. Although Valley Master Nie said that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to learn the art of Qi Huang out of benevolence, it was only because of Zhang Xiaohua's character. He did not fully support the learning of the art of Qi Huang. Naturally, he still wanted Zhang Xiaohua to learn more about medicinal pills. But seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was so infatuated, he was embarrassed to stop her. He only let Mu Qingxian teach her well. Mu Qingxian received his master's instructions and was even more attentive. His disciples were not diligent nor were they not outstanding. But compared to Zhang Xiaohua, who had only been in contact for a few dozen days and was able to comprehend by analogy and had her own unique treatment method, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. After a few dozen days of learning, Mu Qingxian gradually found that for ordinary diseases, Zhang Xiaohua's treatment method was not much different from others. But it was often some difficult and complicated diseases that made him and his disciples scratch their heads. Zhang Xiaohua had a very good method. She could even find some acupuncture points that he did not know and help treat. Of course, in terms of the dosage of medicinal stones and proficiency in acupuncture, these were still a little immature. But this was the accumulation of experience. After a certain period of time, it would naturally be done. A genius, a genius. Every time Mu Qingxian saw Valley Head Nye, he would praise him like this and ask, "Master, could it be that when one's martial arts are strong, they will comprehend by analogy and their medical skills will also be brilliant?" Valley Head Nye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although having some success in martial arts would certainly give one a deep understanding of the meridians and acupuncture points, which would be of great help to the study of medical skills, it wouldn't be enough to create a godly doctor. More importantly, medical skills were only a small Dao and not the foundation of Rejuvenation Valley. What he wanted Zhang Xiaohua to learn was Dan medicine and alchemy. Therefore, on a certain day 2 months later, the weather had already warmed up. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua had just finished practicing the Big Dipper magical fist and was about to hurry to Qi Huang courtyard to be his intern when Valley Head Nye came knocking on the door. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was about to go out again, Valley Head Nye asked, "Virtuous nephew Ren, I heard that you have been studying very hard during this period of time, so I didn't come to disturb you. Please forgive me." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Uncle Nye is too polite. You let Lady Nye move all of Rejuvenation Valley's assets in front of me and I only have feelings of gratitude. How could I have any resentment?" Valley Head Nye said, "That's good. However, I heard that virtuous nephew Ren has been immersed in medical skills recently. I wonder how your studies are going?" When medical skills were mentioned, Zhang Xiaohua had a satisfied smile on her face and said, "Speaking of this, I still have to thank Uncle Nye again for agreeing to pass on such a miraculous technique to me." "Miraculous technique?" Valley Head Nye smiled slightly and said, "It's just a subtle technique. Only someone like me who has never seen it before would say that it's miraculous. You can ask the people in Qi Huang courtyard, how many of them would say that it's miraculous?" After this period of time together, Zhang Xiaohua naturally knew the opinions of the people in Qi Huang courtyard. Unfortunately, she was unable to explain the miraculous aspects of this medical skill, so she could only smile and say, "It seems that I have underestimated myself. However, I feel that with medical skills, you can cure all kinds of diseases in the world. There are also merits to it." Alas, the people in Jianghu all licked blood from their blades. It has always been the external injuries that bleed more and the broken arms and legs more. Even if this medical skill can cure all the people in the world, but for Rejuvenation Valley, it only has a good reputation. Valley Head Nye smiled bitterly. Yes, although the good reputation was good, it did not help one's status in Jianghu at all. It could not be blamed that Valley Head Nye did not attach importance to it. Zhang Xiaohua understood very well. Zhang Xiaohua continued to ask, "I just don't know why Valley Head Nye is looking for me today. If there is nothing, I would like to go to senior brother Mu to learn more." Valley Head Nye saw this and could only go straight to the point. He frowned and said, "Nephew Ren, we originally agreed that you must learn the art of alchemy and learn more about the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Only then can you meet the requirements of the missionary incense cult. Only then can you sneak into the missionary incense cult. But you are only immersed in medical skills, aren't you neglecting your proper duties? If you reveal yourself in the missionary incense cult, won't you be harming others and yourself?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she immediately understood the purpose of Valley Head Nye's visit. She smiled and said, "Uncle Nye, don't worry. The books on medicinal herbs and alchemy that Miss Nye brought over, I have more or less read them. You also know that I have learned a little in the past. The first thing I learned was the medicinal herbs and alchemy that Miss Nye brought over. But because alchemy requires internal strength in order to get your permission, I have not read it. But regarding medicinal herbs, I feel that I have learned enough and now I should be able to put it into practice. As the saying goes, practice leads to true knowledge, so I have spent most of my time learning medical skills. Furthermore, through the study of medical skills, I discovered." Zhang Xiaohua paused for a moment before continuing with a regretful tone, "I discovered that medical skills are truly miraculous. They aren't any worse than alchemy." Valley Head Nye did not agree. He had been immersed in medical skills for many years and knew that he knew more than Zhang Xiaohua. So he continued to say, "Nephew, how long do you think you will be studying in Qi Huang Courtyard?" This Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Medical skills are broad and profound. The mystery of it is not something that can be learned in a short period of time. But I have already learned the basics of medical skills. In the future, as long as I practice more, I should be able to master it completely." Valley Head Nye was skeptical and said, "Is this your own feeling or Qing Xian's words? It was senior apprentice brother Mu who told me a few days ago." Zhang Xiaohua did not hide it. That's good. Nephew Ren, you should continue to study in Qi Huang Courtyard for the next few days. But in your free time, you should read more books on alchemy. After a few days, I will bring you to see the real core of Rejuvenation Valley and see how this alchemy is made. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "That's great. I will follow Uncle Nye's arrangements." Chapter 450. When Mu Qingxian of the Qihuang Courtyard heard the news that Zhang Xiaohua was going to the Inner Valley, he was very reluctant. He knew that Zhang Xiaohua was able to learn medicine to such an extent in just a month. Her future achievements were absolutely limitless. Even his master might not be able to compare with her. However, this was Jianghu. Zhang Xiaohua was first a martial arts master, then a compassionate doctor. Therefore, although he was wringing his hands and sighing at the disappearance of a godly doctor, he did not do anything unnecessary to stop her. In the last few days he carefully explained his medical experience to Zhang Xiaohua. He also taught her some of his works and precious ancient books. Zhang Xiaohua was also confused by Mu Qingxian. She was just going to the Inner Valley to see the alchemy. It was not like she would never come back to the Qihuang Courtyard again. Was there a need to be like this? However, this was a good opportunity to learn. Zhang Xiaohua also listened very seriously, absorbing the essence of this magical medical skill. After a few more days, Mu Qingxian said, "Ren Xiaoxia, this medical skill I have almost finished. People have 7 emotions: happiness, anger, worry, longing, sorrow, fear, shock. There are also 5 internal organs: heart, lungs, liver, spleen, and kidney. They all contain the 5 elements. Happiness belongs to fire, the heart belongs to the 5 internal organs. Anger belongs to wood, the liver belongs to the 5 internal organs. Worry and sorrow belong to metal, the lungs belong to the 5 internal organs. Longing belongs to earth, the spleen belongs to the 5 internal organs. Fear and shock belong to water, the kidneys belong to the 5 internal organs. The 5 elements can be seen. Wood restrains earth, earth restrains water, water restrains fire, fire restrains metal, and metal restrains wood. Therefore, anger restrains thought. Thought restrains fear or shock restrains joy. Joy restrains worry or sorrow, and worry restrains grief and anger. Of course, the 5 elements are not only restrains but also engenders, multiplies, regrets, and so on. Mu Qingxuan's summary of the 5 elements of medicine made Zhang Xiaohua's heart itch. She thought, "Isn't this the heavenly law of the 5 elements?" She calmed her heart and slowly savored it. After Mu Qingxian finished talking about the 5 elements of medicine, he did not stop. He continued, "Yang on the outside, yin on the inside, yang on the top, yin on the bottom, yang on the back, yin on the inside, yang on the skin, yang on the outside, yin on the inside, yang on the head, yang on the top, yin on the bottom. When the human body's yin and yang lose balance, there will be various symptoms. The ancient people's classification of symptoms will be represented by yin. Yang syndrome, general symptoms, fever, thirst, rapid pulse, fast, etc. These symptoms are also known by the ancients as heat, that is yang syndrome. Yin syndrome, the general symptoms are no fever, no thirst, cold hands and feet, slow, pulse, etc. These symptoms are also known as cold or yin. There are many types of medicinal herbs, but their properties are mostly yin and yang. In terms of medicinal properties, cold, heat, warm, cool, cool, and cold. Warm is yang, cold is yin. In terms of treatment, the general principle is to adjust yin and yang and balance it out. This is the basic starting point of treatment. Regarding the rise and fall of yin and yang, we take measures to make up for the deficiency and eliminate the excess, so that the abnormal phenomenon of yin and yang can be corrected and restore the relative balance. This was the theory of yin and yang in medicine. Zhang Xiaohua had compared the 5 elements of medicine with the 5 elements of heaven, and had benefited a lot. At this time, after listening to the theory of yin and yang, and comparing it with the way of life and death of heaven, she felt that it was quite consistent. She felt that everything was very clear and it was very enlightening. But when he heard the key part, Mu Qingxian suddenly stopped. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but anxiously ask, "Senior brother Mu, why don't you continue?" Mu Qingxian was also surprised. "This is what I have comprehended for many years and also all the records in the existing books. Could it be that Ren Xiaoxia still feels that it is not enough?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned. As senior brother Mu said, "I feel that the content is very profound, and the mysteries are indescribable, but..." When Mu Qingxian heard this, he shamefully said, "It seems that Ren Xiaoxia is really a heaven-sent genius. I really can't compare. Just now I said so much, but a lot of it was from the book. I know that Ren Xiaoxia's time is limited, so I told him what I understood and what I saw. If Ren Xiaoxia has any questions, you can look at the book I gave you. If there are still no answers, then you can only study it yourself." "Oh, so it's like that." Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood. This theory of yin and yang had always been based on one's own personal opinion. If one blindly agreed with others, it might not be suitable for oneself. She had the understanding of heaven, so as long as she found the right direction, would there be a time when she would not be able to understand it? So, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and deeply bowed. "Many thanks to senior brother Mu for teaching me." Mu Qingxian didn't dare accept it, so he also quickly stood up and returned the courtesy. "Ren Xiaoxia's medical skills are incomparable to ordinary people, but unfortunately you have more important things to do." "What a pity, what a pity." Zhang Xiaohua smiled but didn't answer. What she pursued was the heavenly Tao so she could better understand it through her medical skills. If it was purely for her medical skills, it would be making a big fuss over a minor issue. Mu Qingxian then said, "Today Master told me that Ren Xiaoxia doesn't need to come here tomorrow. Junior sister will go look for you and she might go to the inner valley to practice alchemy." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she nodded. "Many thanks to senior brother Mu for telling me. I will take my leave now. When I have free time in the future, I will come again to ask senior brother for advice on the 5 elements in yin and yang." Naturally, Mu Qingxian agreed. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua finished practicing the Big Dipper fist art in the courtyard and didn't go out. She sat cross-legged in her room and combined her gains from the past 10 days with her own understanding of the heavenly Tao. Time slowly passed by. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved, and she opened her eyes with a smile. Sure enough, she saw Nye Qinyu briskly coming in from the outside. Before she entered, she shouted, "Big brother Ren, big brother Ren." Zhang Xiaohua stood up and skillfully put the green praying mat into his money pouch. He smiled and replied, "It's here. Little fish Nye, if you keep shouting like that, this pavilion is going to collapse because of you." Nye Qinyu entered and sweetly smiled. "Big brother Ren has been studying medicine with senior brother Mu at the Qihuang courtyard. Aren't the doctors all old men with bad hearing? Presumably, big brother Ren will also be affected by this deafness. If I lower my voice, I'm afraid you won't be able to hear me." Zhang Xiaohua covered her ears and said, "Since you said so, I will have to pay more attention. If I can't hear little fish's cute voice in the future, what should I do?" Nye Qinyu's face reddened and she almost spat out, but she immediately said, "Let's go, big brother Ren. My father has been waiting for a long time. Didn't you want to go to the inner valley and learn alchemy? Let's go now." "Okay." Zhang Xiaohua slightly nodded. "Then let's go. As the younger generation, we shouldn't let the elders wait for too long." Hearing this, Nye Qinyu's heart was filled with sweetness. She was happier than being directly praised. Outside the peach blossom forest, Valley Master Nye was already standing with his hands behind his back. He looked at the two of them from afar as they chatted and laughed. There was an imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua approached and bowed. Valley Master Nye did not stand on ceremony and said with a smile, "Yesterday, I heard from Qing Xian that he was very reluctant to let you go and wanted to pass on his medical skills to you. Sai, this disciple of mine is not young anymore, but the way she does things is a little pedantic. Medical skills can heal people, but not many people will benefit from it. On the other hand, the art of alchemy can benefit everyone, and it is also useful for the doctor's own cultivation. If this art of alchemy is useful for cultivation, how can I, as an elder, not teach you with all my heart?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior brother Mu is a warm-hearted person. His reputation in Vow City isn't any worse than Uncle Nye's. His martial arts aren't strong, but he has saved countless lives. This is something that young people like us should admire and learn from. After refining the alchemy, if I have time, I would like to seek advice from senior brother Mu." Oh, if there is anything I do not understand, I would like to seek advice from Uncle Nye. Seeing that his advice was ineffective, Valley Master Nye shook his head slightly and said, "When I saw you before, I felt that you were very mature from your voice and the way you do things. Now that I see the passion and impulsiveness of a young person, it is rare. I will leave it to you. Nephew Rin, you must remember that there is an order in learning, there is a specialization in the profession. Do not neglect the essentials for some unattainable things." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed. Even though Valley Master Nye's tone was obviously reprimanding, but there was more concern and worry in his tone. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, "This nephew has learned and will remember it in his heart." Father, Nye Qinyu was unhappy and said, "Brother Rin is kind and willing to save people. Look at what you are saying, you are making a fuss over nothing." Valley Master Nye smiled and said, "Xiaoyu," he seemed to want to say something, but then thought of something and only shook his head. Seeing this, Nye Qinyu walked forward and hugged Valley Master Nye's arm and said coquettishly, "Father, if you have something to say, just say it. Why are you being so secretive?" Zhang Xiaohua knew Nye Qinyu, but he had only seen her calmness and intelligence. He had never seen her act like a little girl. He was dumbfounded. Isn't she just a 12-year-old child? Why did she say she was 16? Did she lie to me again? Valley Master Nye said dotingly, "It's nothing. I just thought of the past. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Your brother Ren will laugh if he hears." As expected, Nye Qinyu obediently stopped asking. Thus, the three people left the peach forest and headed towards the inner valley. Speaking of the inner valley, Zhang Xiaohua had already scanned it with his spiritual sense on the second day after he had arrived at Rejuvenation Valley. He understood most of the things in the valley. Now that he had personally entered the valley, it was less mysterious. However, even though he had already scanned it with his spiritual sense, when he stood at the entrance of the valley and saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the uncanny workmanship of nature. This was a huge valley surrounded by towering rock walls. There were no passageways leading down. Even if one had superb qinggong, they wouldn't be able to move around freely. Moreover, as soon as they entered the valley, a warm fragrance hit them in the face, making them feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. The temperature in the valley was obviously different from the temperature outside. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and asked softly, "Uncle Nye, this valley seems to..." Chapter 451. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and asked, "Uncle Nye, the temperature inside the valley seems to be a bit higher than outside. Is it because of alchemy?" Valley Master Nye smiled and said, "Nephew Rin is really attentive. The temperature in this season is exactly the same as outside the valley. I thought you couldn't feel it. In fact, if you come here in winter, you will clearly see the difference." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and somewhat understood. She said, "Is the temperature inside the valley not the same as outside the valley?" "It's really like that. This valley is like spring all year round and the temperature is the same all year round. Otherwise, why would my Rejuvenation Valley be named Rejuvenation?" Nye Qinyu said with a smile. The three people continued to move forward. Valley Master Nye introduced, "This inner valley is quite large. It's more than 10 miles in all directions. There are countless rare herbs planted in it. 3 to 5 miles to the left of the valley entrance is a place that the disciples of the valley often go to. Further in is some primitive jungle where some birds and beasts live. Oh, the mountain villas, 4 odd beasts were found there." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. She had already used her divine sense to scan that place. The inside was overgrown with lush vegetation and there were many wild birds and beasts. It seemed that it was also a rare place. Valley Master Nye pointed to the boundless medicinal field in front of them and said, "This is the core of my Rejuvenation Valley. There are all kinds of herbs planted here. Because the inner valley is like spring all year round, my Rejuvenation Valley's herbs are world famous. Of course, it is also these herbs that have created the reputation of my Rejuvenation Valley's alchemy." Speaking of this, Valley Master Nye's face was full of pride. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. She had stayed in Rejuvenation Valley for so long, of course she knew its position in Jianghu. In the past, when Yen of Huanxi Mountain Villa encountered a problem with herbs, didn't she also come to Rejuvenation Valley for help? However, Rejuvenation Valley's alchemy area was between the mountain walls of the inner valley. Her divine sense couldn't penetrate deep and she didn't know the contents. Looking at Valley Master Nye's appearance, he should be very powerful. Then, Zhang Xiaohua pointed to the mountain wall on the right and said with a smile, "Uncle Nya, I see many disciples going in and out of the mountain wall on the left. It must be where our Rejuvenation Valley's alchemy area is. But here? What's the use of silence?" Valley Master Nya looked at the stone wall on the right and then looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He said in a serious tone, "Nephew Ren, you are not an outsider, so there is no harm in telling you. The people who live in the stone wall on the left are all the previous generations of Rejuvenation Valley's experts. They are now old and have long stopped caring about affairs. They are living out their remaining years in this place that is like spring all year round." "I see." Zhang Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. In fact, he had already seen it clearly when he was scanning with his spiritual sense, but he was not sure. Although Rejuvenation Valley wasn't a great sect, it still had a history of 1,000 years. It didn't make sense to say that there wasn't an expert overseeing the valley. However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of the Misty School. The Misty School was a large sect with immortal inheritance. No matter what, they should have some foundation. Where were the experts of the previous generation? Why was it that even though the ethereal sect had been annihilated, there wasn't a single person standing up for them? It was really strange. "Then, Uncle Nye, how many of our Rejuvenation Valley seniors are still living in the valley?" Zhang Xiaohua asked casually. This Valley Master Nye was a little embarrassed. He looked at Nye Qinyu and said, "Nephew Ren, you are not an outsider, but this is our Rejuvenation Valley's secret." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and said, "Uncle Nye, if it's a secret, it's better not to say it. Actually, the climate in the valley is very pleasant. Moreover, in my Rejuvenation Valley, I don't dare to say anything else, but there are many herbs that can prolong one's life and nourish one's body. Therefore, there really are many seniors living here. In addition," Valley Master Nye said mysteriously, "Nephew Ren, don't look at my ordinary martial arts. Rejuvenation Valley also has its own unique skills. In the past, there were many top-ranked experts in the pugilistic world in our Rejuvenation Valley." He looked like he was showing off. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Nye Qinyu pointed to the herb garden not far in front and said, "Brother Ren, look, this is the main ingredient for refining the blood-replenishing pill. If it is a year old, it is not very useful. The blood-replenishing pill uses Gastrodia tuber that is more than 5 years old. The Rejuvenation Valley's climate is stable and is most conducive to the growth of herbs. Moreover, for some reason, the herbs in the inner valley grow better than those in the outer valley." Zhang Xiaohua walked closer and slightly released her divine sense. Of course, the qi of heaven and earth in the inner valley was more than 3 times that of the outer valley. How could these herbs not grow well? Looking at the terrain of the inner valley and the dense herbs, it was inevitable that the qi of heaven and earth could gather here. "That's right," Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized and said, "Valley Master Nye, why is the climate in the inner valley like this?" Valley Master Nye smiled but did not speak. Nye Qinyu said, "When Brother Ren enters this stone wall and sees how Rejuvenation Valley refined pills, you will naturally know. Below the stone wall on the left, there were dozens of small caves. Disciples of Rejuvenation Valley entered and exited from time to time. When they saw the Valley Master, they all bowed and saluted. Walking closer, Valley Master Nye pointed at these caves and said with a smile, "Nephew Ren, this is where Rejuvenation Valley refined pills. Why don't you guess why there are so many caves?" Zhang Xiaohua was startled. She thought for a moment and shook her head, saying, "I don't know that different caves have different functions." Nye Qinyu said, "Brother Ren, don't think too much. Just a simple guess and you will know." Zhang Xiaohua was about to shake her head when her mind lit up. She said with a smile, "Could it be that different pills are in different caves?" Nye Qinyu immediately applauded and said, "Like I said, Big Brother Ren is thinking too much. The way of alchemy is not as magical as what is written in the books. Big Brother Ren will definitely be able to guess it from a simple way of thinking." "Not as magical as it is written in the books?" Zhang Xiaohua was startled and a question arose in her heart. Could it be that Rejuvenation Valley's pill refining techniques were different from what was written in the books? When Valley Master Nye and Nye Qinyu led Zhang Xiaohua into a random cave, Zhang Xiaohua was immediately stunned by the scene in front of her. Yes, that's right. She stood there blankly and did not move at all. Valley Master Nye and Nye Qinyu did not find it strange when they saw this. They just quietly waited for her to react. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and asked with a wry smile, "Uncle Nye, this is the place you said to refine pills?" Then she said to Nye Qinyu, "This is the normal part of refining pills that you said?" Nye Qinyu said with a smile, "That's right. Refining pills is just like this. However, are you shocked by Rejuvenation Valley's generosity? That's right, that's right. Zhang Xiaohua looked around carefully. She even released her divine sense and looked around again and again. Everyone, what do you think is the scene that Zhang Xiaohua saw? It actually made the successor of the immortal Dao, Zhang Xiaohua, who had truly refined the fasting pill, so surprised. She saw that this was a rather large cave. It was slender and long. On the mountain wall in front of Zhang Xiaohua, there were more than 10 grooves. On each groove were cauldrons of different sizes, similar to the cauldrons in Zhang Xiaohua's purse. At this moment, a green-red flame was spitting out from under the cauldrons and was burning the cauldrons. Above the cauldrons, there was actually countless amounts of water vapor floating up. Was this brewing medicine or refining pills? It was no wonder that Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. This is the difference you said to be from the books? Zhang Xiaohua, who had regained her senses, turned to ask Nie Qinyu. Nie Qinyu nodded affirmatively. When Valley Master Nie saw this, he explained, "What is written in the alchemy books are all theories. In fact, many of them cannot be practiced. For example, it is impossible to freely control the temperature of the cauldrons." Looking at the green-red flame under the cauldrons, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense chased after it. After a while, she nodded slightly. Valley Master Nie continued, "Nephew Rin should have seen Qi Huang Courtyard's brewing medicine. Previously, we were also unable to control the temperature of the cauldrons. When it was casually burned, the medicinal herbs would turn into ashes. How could it be refined into pills? Therefore, with the help of the water, the essence of the medicinal herbs would be forced out. When the water dried up, the essence would also be left at the bottom of the cauldrons." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and said, "Brewing medicine is to boil the medicinal power of the medicinal herbs in water. When the patient takes it, the patient will be cured. What is left at the bottom of the cauldron is the medicinal dregs. This so-called refining pill is only the medicinal herbs. There is no residue left." "Oh, that's not right, Uncle Nie. Although the medicinal herbs are mostly the leaves and fruits of plants and are not as dry as medicinal herbs, there are still impurities. Is the essence left at the bottom of the cauldron the essence? Valley Master Nie pointed to the water vapor and said, "A lot of impurities have been boiled out with the water vapor. There are very few impurities left." In her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua could feel the vitality of the essence of the plants in the water vapor above the cauldrons. How could this be impurities? It was clearly the main component of the pill. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua understood why Nie Qinyu said that the Rejuvenation Valley's fasting pill could only cure hunger for 1 or 2 days. It turned out that the essence of the sealwort had been boiled away by the method of brewing medicine. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless and only murmured, "But, does the essence of the medicinal herbs also run away with the water vapor?" Valley Master Nie replied awkwardly, "This is inevitable. If you don't boil it in water, you won't get anything. If you boil it in water, you can get some." At this time, Nie Qinyu said, "Big brother Rin, don't you feel curious about the fire under the cauldron without using dry firewood?" Zhang Xiaohua immediately looked surprised and said, "Little fishy Nie, if you didn't mention it, I really wouldn't have cared. Now tell me, where does this fire come from?" Nie Qinyu also looked proud and said, "Big brother Rin doesn't know that there are many passages under this valley that lead directly to the underground earth fire. The flames that my Rejuvenation Valley uses to refine pills use the earth fire directly through these passages." "So it's like this," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "Then is this the reason why the cauldron's temperature is not easy to control?" Valley Master Nie nodded and said, "Really, we can't use this earth fire. The cost of ordinary flames is too high. Although Rejuvenation Valley is rich, we can't not consider increasing our income and reducing our expenditure." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Chapter 452. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw the steaming hot and misty interior of the cave. How was this refining pills? It was more like boiling pills. The 10 cauldrons in the cave were huge replicas of the boiling pots in Qihuang Courtyard. People's imaginations were really endless. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Seeing Valley Head Nie's complacent expression and Nie Qinyu's proud expression, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't bear to discourage them. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Uncle Nie, what kind of pills are being refined in this cave?" Nie Qinyu smiled and said, "Brother Rin, why don't you guess?" Zhang Xiaohua sniffed and said, "This cave is filled with the smell of Gastrodia elata. I remember that Gastrodia alata is the main ingredient in the blood-replenishing pill recipe. Presumably, the pills being refined here are the blood-replenishing pill. Valley Hednya's eyes flashed with a satisfied light and said, Nephew Rin guessed correctly. This blood-replenishing pill is a commonly used pill in the Jianghu and is also the flagship product of Rejuvenation Valley. The technique and process are also the most mature. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and carefully observed the operation of the Rejuvenation Valley disciple. She saw that the water in the cauldron in front of her was almost finished boiling. The disciple activated a mechanism at the groove beside the cauldron and the green-red flame immediately became much smaller. After a while, only the sticky essence at the bottom of the cauldron was left. The disciple adjusted the flame again and almost turned it off. Then he dug at the bottom of the cauldron and the sticky essence fell into a box. The disciple reached out and took it from the bottom of the cauldron. Then he skillfully used 3 fingers of his right hand to pinch it in a spoon. His fingers moved and a famous blood-replenishing pill from Rejuvenation Valley was formed. The disciple didn't even turn his head. With a wave of his hand, the pill was thrown into a small plate. The plate was already filled with pills of equal size. When the other disciples saw that the plate was full, they immediately replaced it with an empty plate. They brought the plate filled with pills to the side of the cave entrance. There were already several plates filled with pills. A few female disciples were busy putting the pills and the plates into the empty porcelain bottles. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart, Haha, I didn't think that the famous blood-replenishing pill in Jianghu would be refined like this. At this time, a person's image suddenly appeared in his mind. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think, if that guy Ma Jing were to concoct this blood-replenishing pill, what kind of effect would it have? Ah! Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua almost burst out laughing. Seeing this, Nie Qinyu asked in astonishment, Big Brother Ren, is there something wrong with the refining of this blood-replenishing pill? Why do you look so? Zhang Xiaohua covered his mouth and said with difficulty, It's nothing little you, I just thought of some ridiculous things. Nie Qinyu couldn't help but spit, What ridiculous things are you thinking of for no reason? You're really not serious. Valley Master Nie scolded, Little you, your big brother Ren's own sect also has a place to refine pills. How can he give us any reasonable suggestions? Then he looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile and said, Don't you think so? Nephew Ren. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head, thought for a while and said, Uncle Nie really thinks too highly of me. However, he immediately said, If Uncle Nie still has a free cave, I would like to practice. Valley Master Nie asked curiously, Can't you do it here? There should be a free cauldron over there. If Nephew Rin wants to learn, how about learning while refining pills there? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, I've already looked carefully just now. Although Uncle Nie's pill refining process is similar to what is described in the book in theory, the operation is completely different. If it's just this pill refining, I've practiced a lot in Qi Huang Courtyard and am confident that I can do it with ease. Then Nephew Ren's meaning is? I want to use Rejuvenation Valley's cauldron and this earth fire to refine the pill according to what is recorded in the book. Valley Master Nie nodded and said, Nephew Ren's thoughts are very correct. What others say can only be used as a reference. Everything has to be done yourself to understand the fundamentals. Then with a face full of expectation he said, Stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. If Nephew Ren can combine his sect's pill refining method with Rejuvenation Valleys and solve the problem of temperature control, it can be said to be a great kindness to Rejuvenation Valley. It can even be said to be an outstanding contribution to the entire Jianghu. Of course, Valley Master Nie's words revealed a kind of encouragement, like a senior's hope for a junior. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved and she said with a smile, Uncle Nie is in this situation and may not be able to fully understand the reasons. I will definitely do my best and hope that I can give Uncle some advice. Nie Qinyu looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile. Others might not know, but she knew that her father had thought of countless ways to refine the pill, but he had always hit a wall. Although Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were strong, she didn't think that she could surpass her father in the art of pill refining. However, Zhang Xiaohua was so dedicated to learning the art of pill refining and even said that she would solve Rejuvenation Valley's problem. Although she knew that the possibility was not high, she still felt sweet in her heart. Valley Master Nie thought for a moment and ordered a disciple to bring over some ingredients for the blood-replenishing pill. He handed them to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Nephew Ren, since you don't want to stay here, then please follow me. After he finished speaking, he led Zhang Xiaohua and Ye Qinyu out of the cave and went towards the left side of the mountain wall. The left side of the mountain wall was different from the right side. There were only a few caves at the beginning, and further in, there were some thatched cottages and small courtyards built on the mountain wall. It was unknown whether there were caves inside. Valley Master Nye didn't explain to Zhang Xiaohua and went straight into the first cave. Zhang Xiaohua followed in and looked around. This cave was the same as the one they had just entered, but it was much smaller and tidier. Nye Qinyu explained, "Brother Ren, this cave is Father's alchemy room. Normally, the valley's disciples are not allowed to enter without permission." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and continued to walk forward. At the end of the alchemy room, there was a row of 3 cauldrons placed in a groove. The one in the middle was slightly larger and the 2 beside it were smaller. Walking closer, Valley Master Nye smiled and said, "Nephew, this is where this old man usually performs alchemy. The earth fire here is much purer than other places, and the firepower is much stronger. More importantly, it is much easier to control." Zhang Xiaohua cursed in her heart, "What's the use of the earth fire for decocting pills? It's just boiling water. No matter how well you control it, it will only make the water boil earlier." Valley Master Nye walked to the front of the groove and opened the mechanism of the earth fire. Sure enough, what came out was a cyan flame. The quality of the flame was much better than before. Then Valley Master Nye explained how to use the mechanism and the cauldron. He smiled and said, "Nephew Ren, the art of alchemy should be practiced by yourself. Nephew Ren has read many books and presumably, you already have a card up your sleeve. If you want to try it out, then use this blood replenishing pill as a practice pill. I still have some matters to attend to in the outer valley, so I won't teach you step by step. Xiaoyu has been practicing alchemy with me since young and is already proficient. Let her watch over you." Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, "I don't dare to trouble Uncle Nye too much. If you have something to do, then go ahead." Valley Master Nye looked at Nye Qinyu and said, "If the things in the inner valley are useful, then let your big brother Ren use them. Teach him with all your heart." After saying that, he deliberately winked at her. Nye Qinyu blushed and said, "I know. Father, you go ahead. Leave this to me." Valley Master Nye laughed and swaggered away. When Valley Master Nye walked out of the alchemy room, Zhang Xiaohua threw the herbs in her hand to the ground and walked to the groove. She carefully observed the mechanism of the fire-spitting mechanism. She enlarged and then reduced the cyan flame before carefully observing the cauldron. This cauldron was very similar to the one in Zhang Xiaohua's purse. It was just that there were 2 protrusions on the outside of the cauldron which looked very abrupt. Looking inside the cauldron, the inner walls were smooth but there were no slots for primordial stones. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and carefully scanned the cauldron. She didn't find any fluctuations of primordial qi. It seemed that this cauldron wasn't used by the Tao of Immortality but was truly a product of the Tao of Martial Arts. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little confused. The internal strength and pressure points she encountered before were all Tao of Martial Arts that imitated the Tao of Immortality. They all had extremely effective power. Why did this alchemy technique directly become pill frying when it reached the Tao of Martial Arts? But in the records of Rejuvenation Valley, it didn't specifically say that the temperature of Mi Gao's alchemy couldn't be controlled. Of course, there was an essential difference between Tao of Martial Arts and Tao of Immortality. That was that the foundation of Tao of Immortality's alchemy was the incantation. But Tao of Martial Arts didn't have such a saying. Tao of Martial Arts only refined the essence of the herbs. But even so, one couldn't directly change the incantation to frying. On the side, Nye Qinyu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought and asked in a low voice, "Big brother Ren, do you need me to add water for you? I'll tell you the steps of the operation while boiling the water?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and shook her head, saying, "Are these 2 protrusions the places where I inject internal strength to control the temperature?" Nye Qinyu said, "Big brother Ren, are you really going to use the ancient method? It's really not easy to control the temperature." However, she immediately thought that her father couldn't control it well. Perhaps his internal strength wasn't strong enough. Ren Baqian might not necessarily be unable to do it. She immediately said, "Of course, big brother Ren's internal strength is superb, so it might not be difficult." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked, "How can I inject internal strength into these 2 protrusions and even control the temperature?" Only when one's internal strength is cultivated to the stage of perfection can it leave the body. Nye Qinyu explained, "Big brother Ren, have you forgotten? Didn't I tell you before that the armament refining sect can refine weapons that can increase one's inner strength? This cauldron for refining pills was specially made by the armament refining sect for my rejuvenation valley. As long as one injects inner strength into the protrusion, one's inner strength can leave the body and control the temperature in the cauldron. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. The way of immortality was to control the amount of heaven and earth yuan qi in the cauldron to control the flame and temperature of the cauldron. The way of martial arts was to directly use internal energy to control the cauldron to control the temperature. However, one was to control the foundation of the flame, while the other was to isolate the flame. The difference was obvious. Please vote. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 453. After she finished thinking, Zhang Xiaohua placed her hands on the protruding part of the cauldron and channeled her true qi into it. The cauldron was also very peculiar. With the manipulation of her true qi, the temperature inside the cauldron could actually be controlled at will. Isn't this very easy to control? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. After practicing for a while more, Zhang Xiaohua turned the earth fire to the maximum. She placed one hand on the protruding part of the cauldron and used her true qi to control the temperature inside the cauldron. Her other hand followed the instructions of the blood replenishing pills prescription and threw the medicinal herbs into the cauldron one by one to refine the impurities inside. Not long after, all the medicinal herbs were thrown in. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua place her hands on the protruding part and slowly refine the pills with a gentle flame according to the records of the martial art refining technique. Nie Qinyu watched Zhang Xiaohua methodically throw the medicinal herbs into the cauldron and was extremely astonished. How was this the first time she was practicing? When she saw Zhang Xiaohua place her hands on the cauldron and refine the pills with her eyes closed, she had long since spat in her heart. This fellow actually hid it from me. She must have practiced for a few days in the sect. If she didn't understand Zhang Xiaohua's temperament and knew that she was a magnanimous person, she would have doubted Zhang Xiaohua's intentions for coming to Rejuvenation Valley. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes slightly and looked at the dark red powder floating in the cauldron. She knew that the refinement had been completed. One of her hands left the protruding part and was about to form a hand seal when she heard Nie Qinyu say gently, "Big brother Rin, did you mess up your acting? Did you refine all the medicinal herbs into ashes?" Only then did Zhang Xiaohua realize that he was practicing alchemy on the martial Dao, and there were no techniques for alchemy on the martial Dao. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her hand seal and turned her head with a smile. "Little fish Nie, you've underestimated me. Look, isn't the refinement complete?" With that, he turned off the earth fire. Nie Qinyu was stunned when she heard this. She walked over in disbelief and looked at the dark red powder at the bottom of the cauldron. Then she moved the bottom of the cauldron and the powder fell into a box. Nie Qinyu took out the box and looked at it carefully. She put it in front of her nose and sniffed it. Then she pinched a little bit of the powder with her fingers and put it in her mouth to taste. She exclaimed, "Big brother Rin, how did you do it?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged with an innocent look on his face. "I'm just a person with good character." Bah. Nie Qinyu spat and said happily, "Big brother Rin, wait for a moment. I'll go look for my father." Then without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to respond, she ran out lightly. "Hey!" Zhang Xiaohua raised his hand to stop her, but Nie Qinyu had already run out. How could she hear him? However, when Valley Master Nie came over, how was he going to explain to him that he could refine the herbs so easily? To be honest, refining pills and martial arts was not difficult for Zhang Xiaohua. It was just controlling the temperature of the cauldron. It was much easier than controlling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and making hand gestures. But why was Valley Master Nie unable to control the temperature at will, but she could? Was it because she was already proficient in controlling the flame, or was it because of the difference between vital energy and internal energy? Moreover, there was no boiling method in refining pills in martial arts. Presumably, the ancestors of martial arts were also able to control the flame freely. Was it because Valley Master Nie did not practice enough? Looking at this single pill room and Nie Qinyu's extremely experienced eyesight, Zhang Xiaohua knew that Valley Master Nie had also practiced for a long time. Perhaps there was only the difference between vital energy and internal energy. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the enchanting finger. This cultivation method recorded the method of using internal energy to simulate vital energy. If she used the internal energy to control the cauldron, would it be easier to refine the real pills in martial arts? Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua did not have internal energy, so she could only think about it. Nie Qinyu did not come back. Zhang Xiaohua had to look around in boredom in the pill room. She saw that in the corner of the pill room, there was a bed and a chair. Presumably, it was where Valley Master Nie rested when he was tired. Zhang Xiaohua walked over. There were a few alchemy books on the table as well as a few other things scattered around. Zhang Xiaohua's gaze quickly landed on a square piece of jade placed on top of the book. He reached out and picked it up. Using his divine sense, he scanned it. Alas, it was a pity that this piece of jade only had a weak yuan qi left. Although there were records inside, he could not read them clearly. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. Since there were ancient jade slips in the pill room, perhaps there were in other places as well. If she had the chance, she would walk around the valley more and use her spiritual sense to take a good look. Just as she was thinking, she saw a black shadow rush in from outside the pill room. A pleasantly surprised voice sounded, "Virtuous nephew Ren, this blood-replenishing pill, was really refined by you? Please elder, this is only the powder of the blood-replenishing pill," Zhang Xiaohua secretly said in her heart, but she said, "It was refined by me just now." The person who came in was Valley Master Nie. He was still holding the box of powder in his hand. His face was filled with disbelief, but his eyes also flashed with a pleasantly surprised expression. That was a pill that had been boiled in water. Much of the medicinal power had been evaporated with the steam, leaving behind impurities. How could it compare to the essence that had been refined by pure earth fire? Although the powder in Valley Master Nie's hand could not compare to the pills that Zhang Xiaohua had refined using the Immortal Dao technique, it was one of a kind in Rejuvenation Valley. Valley Master Nie sighed and said, "Virtuous nephew Ren, can you refine it again in front of me?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I will listen to uncle's instructions." Valley Master Nie nodded and poured the powder in the box into a porcelain bottle. He then placed the box under the cauldron. Zhang Xiaohua turned on the earth fire and adjusted it to the maximum. Then she followed the steps just now and very easily refined the various medicinal herbs into the blood-replenishing pill that Valley Master Nie spoke of. At this time, Nie Qinyu also had a pleasantly surprised expression and slowly rushed back from outside. It turned out that Valley Master Nie had received the news that Zhang Xiaohua had successfully refined the blood-replenishing pill. He had left Nie Qinyu behind and used his Qinggong to come to the inner valley first. When he saw with his own eyes that Zhang Xiaohua had easily refined the blood-replenishing pill, Valley Master Nie could no longer hold back and personally went into the field. He really did not dare to believe that with the same cauldron and the same earth fire, how could Zhang Xiaohua succeed while he had studied for several years and still not understand the main points? However, reality told him that this had nothing to do with character. Valley Master Nie still did not control it well and turned all the medicinal herbs into ashes. Seeing the expected result, Valley Master Nie was very depressed. He extinguished the earth fire and turned his head to look at Zhang Xiaohua. His eyes flashed with expectation and he opened his mouth but did not know what to say. Obviously, to be able to refine the real blood-replenishing pill, it had nothing to do with technique or medicinal herbs. The only possibility was internal energy or the technique of using internal energy. This seemed to be Zhang Xiaohua's sect's secret and was not something that an outsider like him could know. However, Valley Master Nie still did not give up. Even if he did not know Zhang Xiaohua's sect's internal energy cultivation method, at least she could tell him where the flaws were. Seeing this, Nie Qinyu could only step forward and ask softly, "Big brother Ren, my father has already studied for more than 10 years and did not succeed. This is why he has always followed the previous tradition and used water to replace the direct refinement. Since you can easily refine these medicinal herbs, you must know the secret behind it. Do you know?" Nie Qinyu also did not want to make things difficult for Zhang Xiaohua with her following request. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua muttering to herself, Valley Master Nie asked, "Nephew Ren, you have already been in Rejuvenation Valley for several months and have been with little you for even longer. I am very assured of you, so I have never asked your sect. If this reason is related to your sect's cultivation method or other secret things, my Rejuvenation Valley is willing to exchange for it with the same value and is also willing to form an alliance with your sect." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart. "What sect do I have? Perhaps it is the Misty School. But even the Misty School does not know this cultivation method, and I also cannot teach Valley Master Nie the cultivation method of the Immortal Dao. However, could she teach Valley Master Nie the cultivation method of Bewitching Finger, that simulated vital energy? This was the main reason why Zhang Xiaohua was muttering to herself. However, the righteous alliance was now her enemy and she had obtained his cultivation method. Of course she did not mind teaching it to others. As long as she found it pleasing to the eye, she would give it to others for her own pleasure. Moreover, if she could let Rejuvenation Valley master this cultivation method, on one hand she could increase Valley Master Nye's martial arts cultivation. On the other hand she could refine a true martial arts medicinal pill. This could also be considered as repaying his kindness for teaching her. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua made up her mind and said, "Uncle Nye, my sect is the Beidou school. I think that we live in seclusion and are not known by the Jianghu. I presume that you have not heard of it either." Valley Master Nye nodded. Indeed, he had never heard of such a name before. He then smiled and said, "Although I have not heard of this name from Nephew Ren, not only can I see the depth of your sect's inner strength, but you also have a method of teaching. Even if Nephew Ren cannot reveal the secret of refining pills, Rejuvenation Valley is still very willing to form an alliance with Beidou School and advance and retreat together in the Jianghu." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Why can I refine pills and Uncle Nye cannot? I have a trace of understanding in my heart. However, whether or not this is the case I do not know. I can only try first." Valley Master Nye was overjoyed and said, "Then how can I try?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Our sect has a method of using inner strength. It has the most miraculous effect and can control the flow of inner strength very well. I used this method to control the temperature of the cauldron just now. I think that if Uncle Nye learns this method, you will also be able to refine pills as easily as I did." This? Valley Master Nye hesitated and said, "It's not very convenient for me to practice your sect's cultivation method, is it?" Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "No matter, this method is not very important in my sect. It is only a part of a certain cultivation method. I presume that the elders of my sect are also willing to be on good terms with Rejuvenation Valley for generations." Chapter 454. Valley Head Nye was overjoyed upon hearing this and Nye Qinyu was also surprised and happy. The cultivation methods of each sect were the foundation of their Jianghu. Even if it was just a little bit of cultivation method, they wouldn't easily show it to others. Since Zhang Xiaohua was so generous, didn't this mean that Rejuvenation Valley wasn't an outsider to him? Valley Head Nye was still somewhat worried. "Nephew Ren, is this appropriate? It won't bring you any trouble, right? Also, virtuous Nephew Ren, the reason why I asked Xiaoyu to teach you all of Rejuvenation Valley's medical skills and alchemy skills was only to repay you for saving my life. We don't owe each other anything now, so don't break the rules of your sect because of this." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she thought to herself, "This Valley Head Nye is really a sincere person. Although what he said isn't wrong, the benefits I gain from the medical techniques are far from what he knows. This is a big favor. If I don't repay it as soon as possible, I will always feel guilty in my heart." Waving her hand, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "Uncle Nye treats me like a nephew and tells me all of the secrets of the valley. This method of using inner strength is just a cultivation method. Even if the elders in the sect know about it, they won't blame me." That's good, that's good." Valley Head Nye was so happy that he didn't know what to say. Zhang Xiaohua continued, "It's not convenient for me to show Uncle Nye the original copy of this cultivation method. After I copy down the key points, I'll show it to you tomorrow. How about that?" And that's good. Although Valley Head Nye was anxious to learn the cultivation method, he also knew the inconvenience and could only patiently agree. Nye Qinyu on the other hand laughed out loud. She must have read the crab handwriting Zhang Xiaohua used to copy her prescription. When Zhang Xiaohua heard Nye Qinyu's laughter and saw the playfulness in her eyes, she already knew the meaning within. She scratched her head and rolled her eyes, saying, "Uncle Nye, if you're in a hurry, I'll take out the secret manual now and let Miss Nye copy it for me. What do you think?" Valley Master Nye quickly shook his head and said, "No need, no need. Nephew, you can copy it yourself and give it to me tomorrow." However, Nye Qinyu did not stand on ceremony and said, "Father, you don't have to be so courteous. Let me copy it for Big Brother Ren. It's better for me to do this kind of chores." When Valley Master Nye heard this and it was Zhang Xiaohua's suggestion, he no longer objected. He avoided arousing suspicion and went to guard the entrance of the cave. Zhang Xiaohua took out the secret book of Enchanted Finger from the money bag with Nye Qinyu's back. She flipped to the pages about using inner strength to simulate genuine qi and handed it to Nye Qinyu, who had been waiting for her at the desk. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua took the secret manual and Ye Qinyu used a brush to copy the relevant content on the white paper. Even the drawings on the secret manual were drawn to perfection. Although there was a lot of content in the secret manual, Ye Qinyu did not comprehend it herself and only copied it simply. In the time it took to eat 2 meals, she had already completed the task. After Zhang Xiaohua finished flipping through the pages and closed the secret manual, Ye Qinyu placed the brush on the desk and moved her sore wrist. Ye Qinyu said softly, "Big brother Ren, thank you." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's okay little you, Rejuvenation Valley has treated me very well. Putting myself in their shoes, I would also like to see Rejuvenation Valley's elixirs improve to a higher level. In fact, if I wasn't afraid of causing trouble for Rejuvenation Valley, what's the harm in giving you this secret manual?" "Trouble?" Ye Qinyu smiled and said, "My Rejuvenation Valley has never been afraid of trouble." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua handed the secret manual over and said, "Then you can take it." Ye Qinyu did not stand on ceremony and reached out to take it, saying, "Give it to me, I want it. I want to see what kind of trouble it is." Seeing that Ye Qinyu really wanted to take it, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly retracted her hand and said, "I'm just joking with you. You're really going to take it?" Ye Qinyu retracted her hand and said, "I'm just joking with you. You're really going to give it to me?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. She was being teased again. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua put away the secret manual with a bitter face, Ye Qinyu smiled and ran out. As she walked, she called out, "Father, I finished copying it. Come in and take a look." Valley Master Nye's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. He quickly walked to the desk and picked up the stack of white paper on top of it. He carefully looked at it. But as he looked at the paper one by one, the excitement on his face gradually faded and his eyebrows became more and more wrinkled. In the end, when he looked at me, his eyebrows were knitted together. Putting down the paper, Valley Master Nye asked, "Nephew Ren, this seems to be an extremely advanced method of circulating internal energy. Are you sure it's the key to controlling the temperature?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's exactly this. Uncle Nye, you should cultivate it first. If you can control the temperature, that would be the best. If you can't, then it can be considered an extremely advanced method." Valley Master Nye smiled bitterly and said, "I only thought it was some simple method and was delusional to think that I could master it in a short time. But looking at what's written in this secret manual, with my current internal energy cultivation, it would take me several months to reach the small success stage." Zhang Xiaohua hadn't cultivated internal energy and didn't dare to blindly answer. She only said, "Yes, Uncle Nye is right." In the past, I also spent a great deal of effort to be able to successfully cultivate it. Thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Uncle Nye, please take care of this method. Only choose a reliable person in Rejuvenation Valley to pass it on. Don't pass it on to outsiders and remember it carefully." Valley Master Nye had always thought that Zhang Xiaohua would only pass it on to him. Seeing him like this and actually agree to pass it on to the next generation of Rejuvenation Valley, he was even more delighted. He deeply bowed and said, "Nephew Ren is so righteous. When there's a chance, I will personally go to Beidou school to thank you for your kindness." Cough cough, this really won't do. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua repeatedly waved her hand and said, "Uncle Nye, you should cultivate it first and see if it's useful. That's right, I think that Rejuvenation Valley's martial arts foundation isn't enough. If Uncle Nye can successfully cultivate this method, then you'll have an additional ability to defend yourself. Using this method to use internal energy, it may have unimaginable power such as pressure points." Ah. Hearing this, Valley Master Nye couldn't help but exclaim, "Nephew, of course you sealed pressure points on the arena. Did you use this kind of internal energy?" Hearing this tone, Valley Master Nye already knew that Elder Yu couldn't undo Zhang Xiaohua's pressure points that day. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and nodded, saying, "However, Uncle Nye, you must not pass this method on to outsiders to avoid attracting trouble." This was already the second time Zhang Xiaohua reminded him. Valley Master Nye naturally knew the importance of this method and nodded in agreement. Then Zhang Xiaohua said again, "Uncle Nye, now that I know the Inner Valley's alchemy methods, I won't continue to watch. I want to try refining some pills myself starting tomorrow. What do you think?" Valley Master Nye smiled and said, "Rejuvenation Valley's current alchemy methods have made you laugh. If you want to refine pills yourself, of course you can. You can use the medicinal herbs in the valley as much as you want. How about you refine pills in my pill room? While I cultivate, I can also give you some guidance." Valley Master Nye wanted Zhang Xiaohua to guide him in his cultivation, but after all, he was Zhang Xiaohua's elder and couldn't put down his face to say it directly. How could Zhang Xiaohua not understand? She smiled and said, "Nephew likes peace and quiet when doing things. Refining pills must be a matter of concentration. I'd better find another pill room. It's better to leave this place for uncle to practice." Nye Qinyu saw that her father had been tactfully rebuffed and smiled. "Father, isn't there a pill room with a door next door? No one uses it for a long time. Why don't you let Brother Ren use it? It's also close here. If he has any questions about refining pills, he can ask you at any time." Valley Master Nye heard this and said happily, "That's great. Let's go, nephew. I'll take you there." After speaking, he was about to pull Zhang Xiaohua out. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Valley Master Nye, I still have a request." Valley Master Nye asked curiously, "What is it? Do you still need a few boys to make the pills?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "This matter is a bit difficult. I don't know if Uncle Nye can agree." Valley Master Nye and Nye Qinyu were increasingly puzzled and said, "What's difficult about it? Let's hear it. I want to practice more. I'll be bold and ask Uncle Nye to show me all of Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes. I want to read the pill recipes 1,000 times and refine all kinds of pills." Valley Master Nye heard this and felt a bit difficult. Pill recipes, as the name implied, were the recipes for refining pills. Every pill recipe was created with great difficulty by the pill refiner. Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes were the essence of Rejuvenation Valley's thousands of years of accumulation. It was the accumulation of many generations of pill refiners and was the most precious. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and wanted to see all of them. How could Valley Master Nye not be troubled? Only Nye Qinyu, who was on the side, showed an expression of admiration when she heard this. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's clear gaze, Valley Master Nye thought for a moment and said with gritted teeth, "All right, virtuous nephew Ren, since you have such a great wish, I will fulfill it. However, I also have 2 conditions." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "Please speak, Uncle Nye." "First, virtuous nephew can only know about this pill recipe and cannot share it with others." "Of course. I swear that I will not share it with others." "Second, virtuous nephew has to leave half of the pills refined with the pill recipes in Rejuvenation Valley." "Just these 2 conditions?" Zhang Xiaohua was astonished and said, "It is natural that the pills refined with Rejuvenation Valley's medicinal herbs should be left in Rejuvenation Valley. Isn't half too little?" Valley Master Nye smiled and said, "No need. Just half is enough. If you agree, I will let you see all of Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes." "All right, it's a deal. Uncle Nye, I agree to both of these conditions." Nye Qinyu, who was on the side, was puzzled and said, "Father, Big Brother Ren has already agreed to leave all of the pills. Why do you still want to give him half?" Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was also puzzled, Valley Master Nye smiled and said, "As the ancients said, drain the pond to fish, burn the forest to hunt. If Rejuvenation Valley does not give virtuous nephew Ren some benefits, how can virtuous nephew Ren concentrate on refining pills? Regardless of whether the refined pills are good or bad, they belong to others. How can he be motivated?" Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and was not in a hurry to speak. Nye Qinyu pouted and secretly said in her heart, "I don't know about others, but I understand this guy. He won't get up early if there are no benefits. Father's words really do make some sense." Chapter 455. The pill room next to hers was much smaller than Valley Head Nye's, and there was only one pill furnace that could be used. What was amazing was that there was a bed and other things in the pill room. Although Zhang Xiaohua had no use for these things, it was an excellent excuse. Zhang Xiaohua did not want to live in the loft in the peach forest. In the past few days, there were many idle and busy people who came over regardless of whether they had something to do or not. In her spiritual awareness, she also found that some people were observing her. Although flies were not too harmful, they were still annoying. Now that she saw the bed in the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua immediately stuck a good character label on her forehead. Hearing that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to move into the pill room, Valley Master Nye was speechless. He thought to himself, "I've seen hard-working people, but I've never seen someone as hard-working as you. I'm not your master, so you don't have to act like this. Letting you live in the loft is of course to make it easier for you to communicate with my little you. You are good, not only did you not leave, you even moved back. This really makes me angry." Valley Head Nye looked at Nye Chinyu. Nye Chinyu was stunned and felt very uncomfortable. But after all, he wanted to learn the art of alchemy, so she could only encourage him and not stop him. Then she thought, previously when Big Brother Ren was learning the art of alchemy, he always ran to Big Brother's place. No matter how thick-skinned I am, I can't always follow him. Now that Big Brother Ren is only resting in this pill room, I am not afraid of others saying that I am here. If he is free, he can come and teach under the banner of guidance. Thinking of this, Nye Chinyu smiled and said to Valley Head Nye, Father, looking at Big Brother Ren's diligence, are you very regretful? Valley Head Nye was stunned and thought, this guy doesn't know how to be gentle to the fairer sex and hides here to practice alchemy. What regret do I have? But he knew that his daughter would explain the reason, so he pretended to know and said with a smile, little you knows my heart. Zhang Xiaohua was also confused when he heard this. Nye Chinyu continued, Father has met many talented disciples in his life who wanted to enter Rejuvenation Valley, but their temperaments were flawed. They only thought about the miraculous effects of the medicinal pills, but didn't think about the hard work involved in refining the pills. There were also many who were determined, but lacked quickness and weren't very useful. I've never seen someone as intelligent and determined as Big Brother Ren. How could Father not cherish talent? You must regret not meeting Brother Ren earlier. Although Zhang Xiaohua was thick-skinned, she still blushed slightly from Nye Chinyu's flattery. She opened her mouth but didn't know how to refute. Valley Head Nye laughed and said, yes, little you is right. Nephew Ren, if you hadn't entered Beidou school early on, I would have taken you as my disciple. Alas, it seems that your martial arts cultivation is very high and you are only lacking in alchemy. Even if I wanted to teach you, it would be difficult. He then looked at Nye Chinyu and said, on the other hand, little you has been exceptionally intelligent since she was young and often has amazing insights on alchemy. You can discuss it often. Alas, in the future, it will be the world of you young people. I am old. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Uncle Nye's words are wrong. Young people are usually eager to make progress and it is not surprising that they often have new ideas. But the experience of seniors is the shoulder of a giant. Only by absorbing experience can one stand higher and achieve better results. Moreover, alchemy is broad and profound. Compared to the seniors in the inner valley, Uncle Nye is only a young person. Valley Head Nye laughed and said, Nephew Ren is right. With your inner strength method, I think I will be able to go further on the path of alchemy. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, Uncle Nye's spirit of research is admirable. Haha, Valley Head Nye laughed very happily. Let's not talk about Valley Head Nye returning to the outer valley to practice how to simulate vital energy. Let's not talk about Nye Chinyu returning to her Peach Blossom Temple and instructing Little Orange and the others to move Zhang Xiaohua's tools to the inner valley. After the two left, Zhang Xiaohua carefully observed the small alchemy room. This was a very ordinary alchemy room. It was no different from Valley Head Nye's except that it was much smaller. The earth fire in the groove could also be used. The alchemy furnace was one size smaller than Valley Head Nye's, but there was nothing special about it. The alchemy room was very dry and there was not the slightest bit of dampness. Presumably, it was because of the earth fire. On one side of the bed, there was also a stone table and stone chair, but it was empty. It seemed that after a long time and using her spiritual sense to scan, she did not find any abnormalities in the alchemy room. Not to mention those abandoned jade slips that Zhang Xiaohua had placed her hopes on. Not long after, Xiaoju Zi brought some people over with some bedding and daily necessities. After instructing them to set up the bed, Xiaoju Zi secretly found an opportunity to ask, Young Master Ren, could it be that you are sulking with Miss? You have to know that Miss is the most soft-hearted. Just say a few words and it will be fine. Why do you have to make things so stiff? How about I go back and tell Miss that you know you are wrong but you can't put down your face and are embarrassed to say it? Is that okay? Look at how cold and desolate this place is. How is this a place for people to live? Zhang Xiaohua was angry and amused at the same time. She said, Little Orange, do you see little Fishy Nye's angry appearance? Do I need to sulk with her? I'm just... Sai, why am I telling you this? Little Orange, I just want to have some peace and quiet here. It has nothing to do with anyone. Is that so? Little Orange seemed to understand a little and said with concern, Young Master Ren, you have been in Rejuvenation Valley for a few months and only know how to busy yourself with cultivation. Even I have only seen you a few times. I say you should also take some time to wander around the inner valley with Mississippi. It is the season of spring, don't waste it. Oh, also, I heard old master say that, in order to learn, one should have a proper balance between tension and relaxation. If one only practices martial arts, it is also not good for the body. Seeing that little orange was about to continue nagging, Zhang Xiaohua repeatedly cupped her hands and said, I know, little orange. Don't I still have things to do these few months? When I am done I will do as you say. How about that? So, little orange said with a face full of surprise, young Master Ren means that you will return to Rejuvenation Valley in the future? Okay, I know I will tell Miss now. She has been nagging every day that she will not be able to see you in the future. After saying that, she ran out without looking back, laughing as she walked. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and did not know if she should stop her and explain in detail. She thought to herself, did I mean that? Why didn't I hear it myself? People often say that girls are pure and beautiful. Is this how it is? Zhang Xiaohua walked to the entrance of the alchemy room, looked left and right, then closed the door. She walked back to the front of the cauldron and lifted her arm to take out the huge cauldron from the groove. She casually placed it to the side and then turned on the earth fire. Looking at the green flame, Zhang Xiaohua revealed a smile at the corner of her mouth. She then sat cross-legged, closed her eyes and thought for a moment. Her fingers moved slightly and formed a seal. When the seal was formed, she threw her hand and hit the burning earth fire. The earth fire shook slightly as if it was endowed with intelligence and became lively. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and carefully observed the earth fire. Then she continuously formed seals with her hands and hit the earth fire. Immediately the green earth fire seemed to be dancing. It was sometimes big and sometimes small, sometimes left and sometimes right, and formed countless shapes. After a while, when Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was familiar with it, she withdrew her hands and withdrew her vital qi. The earth fire returned to its original state and burned quietly in the groove. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly and thought to himself, the crafting school of crafting sure has its own way of controlling fire. Even though this crafting guide does not have a specific method of crafting, the fire control techniques and basic techniques in the appendix are worth studying. Since 2 months ago, Zhang Xiaohua accidentally obtained the refining principles from the hands of the refining sect's Lu Meng. She had been taking the time to slowly study it. Although this refining principles was the same as the Carefree Heart Sutra, it was only a basic refining method and did not involve specific techniques, but this fire control technique was after all the foundation of refining. Therefore, at the end of the Jade Slip, it was also recorded in detail. The refining of immortals did not use ordinary flames. It was either the true samadhi fire cultivated by oneself, or the flames rich in heaven and earth yuan qi in the world. It was also the first time that Zhang Xiaohua saw the true samadhi fire in the refining principles, so she did not know how to cultivate it. A flame rich in yuan qi, Zhang Xiaohua's first reaction was the lava on the deserted island. Moreover, he also thought of his own long sword. He reckoned that it was a special refining method that was used to refine the sword above the lava. The fire control technique was not complicated. Zhang Xiaohua had already grasped it long ago, but she did not have the opportunity to practice it in detail. Today, when she saw the azure-red flames used for refining pills, her first reaction was not to refine pills, but to practice the fire control technique. This was also the reason why she wanted to use a separate pill refining room. Zhang Xiaohua had only refined a simple fasting pill before. The flames were generated from the heaven and earth yuan qi through the pill furnace's formation. Zhang Xiaohua had only used the pill furnace to control the pill fire. But now she was actually controlling the earth fire. Seeing the azure-red flames in her hands constantly changing into different shapes, a sense of pride as a qi practitioner arose spontaneously. Once Zhang Xiaohua had familiarized herself with the fire control technique, she took out a coffin lid made of jasper from her money pouch. She used a small sword to cut off a piece before putting the rest back into the money pouch. Next, Zhang Xiaohua activated the earth fire. When the fire was large enough, she used her spiritual sense to control the jade piece and throw it in. Not long after, the jasper turned into a ball of boiling jade liquid, constantly tumbling in the air. Strands of impurities were emitted as flying ash. After a while, the jade liquid had shrunk to half its original size. Seeing that the time was right, Zhang Xiaohua formed a seal with her right hand and slowly drew a simple formation on her fingertips. When the formation was formed, she saw Zhang Xiaohua point her finger and hit the formation towards the ceaselessly tumbling jade liquid. She shouted, "Go!" When the formation hit the jade liquid tumbled even more violently. After a few tumbles, it seemed to have gained life, constantly surging. In her spiritual sense, the fluctuations of yuan qi also became more and more intense. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's right hand formed a seal again, directly hitting the jade liquid. At the same time, she withdrew the seal in her left hand and the earth fire was extinguished. When the seal hit the jade liquid, there seemed to be a crisp sound. The tumbling jade liquid instantly condensed into an incomparably dark green object that looked like a golden pellet suspended in the air. If you want to know the future, please go to www.jidian.com. There are more chapters. Please support the author. Please support the original reading. Chapter 456. He had to praise Zhang Xiaohua's creativity. Using the shape of a golden pellet to make a jade talisman was probably unprecedented in the 10,000 years of the celestial way. Zhang Xiaohua waved his left hand. It was the equipment control formula, in the weapon refining outline. The jade talisman in the air fell into Zhang Xiaohua's hand with a whoosh sound. Zhang Xiaohua first looked carefully at the dark green jade talisman, and then used his divine sense to observe the power of the array. He only felt that the qi of heaven and earth in the jade talisman was rhythmically stirring, slowly rotating along the path of the array. However, it was condensed and did not leak out the slightest bit of qi of heaven and earth. It was a good jade talisman. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. The jade talismans he had made previously were made using crude means. He directly inserted the array formation into the jade talisman. Although it was a jade talisman, it had been inserted forcefully and had lost its harmony. But now, with the help of refining techniques, he could quench the impurities in the jade and insert the array formation into the jade while it was in liquid form. The array formation was almost coexisting with the jade. Not only was its strength greater, the yuan qi of the array formation was also converged. This method of making talismans compared to before was simply the difference between cloud and mud. And the most important thing was that with this method of weapon refining, couldn't the jade talisman be made into different shapes according to one's wishes? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's hand was rubbing the dark green little golden pellet jade talisman. It felt beautiful to the touch, much better than the dull square piece. Zhang Xiaohua happily strolled to the front of the bed and threw the grass praying mat on the bed. He held the jade talisman in his hand and thought, since the jade talisman can be made into different shapes, then the rabbit jade talisman in the Naiwan Palace should also be made from jade. I was wondering why this talisman was in the shape of a rabbit that day. So this was the reason. However, if the 365 incantations of this talisman were to be made into a big golden pellet, I don't know if it would work. But most probably not. The flow of qi of heaven and earth in this talisman is in the shape of a rabbit. When the jade liquid condenses, it must be in the shape of a rabbit. Now, Zhang Xiaohua had a lot of cultivation methods to comprehend. There were many incantations of this talisman, and they were obscure and difficult to understand, so his progress was not fast. However, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the origin of this talisman was very strange, and its power must be great, so he had to take out a certain amount of time to comprehend it every day. After these days of hard work, he had already mastered 50 to 60 incantations. Although this was only less than 20% of the rabbit talisman, it had a significant effect on Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation of incantations. For example, when Zhang Xiaohua used the fire control incantation for weapon refining for the first time, he could easily master it and control it skillfully. This was the effect of this rabbit talisman. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua threw the jade talisman on the stone table and took out the jade slip for refining elixirs from his arms. This jade slip recorded a lot of prescriptions for elixirs. That day on the deserted island, only the seal wort could be used. Zhang Xiaohua only looked at the refining method for the fasting pill in detail, and looked at the rest generally. A few days ago he studied the medicinal herb books of Rejuvenation Valley and found a problem. Most of the medicinal herbs in the jade slip were not recorded in Rejuvenation Valley's books. In other words, if he followed the prescriptions in the jade slip to refine elixirs, he would not be able to find the medicinal herbs. How could he refine elixirs? Therefore in the morning he made a request to Valley Master Nye. He wanted to study all the prescriptions in Rejuvenation Valley and see if there was any difference between them and the prescriptions in the jade slip. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua took out the jade slip and couldn't help but think of the method of making a jade slip in the outline of weapon refining. Jade slips were commonly used to record things in the immortal Tao. The appendix of the outline of weapon refining also casually recorded a few methods of making. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this jade slip for the first time, he was very curious about how to make it. Now that he knew the method of making it, he was naturally willing to try. Zhang Xiaohua took out an old piece of jade from his money bag. There was no fluctuation of primordial qi in it. He held the jade slip and the piece of jade in 2 hands, then closed his eyes and immersed his divine sense into the 2 pieces of jade. Then, according to the method of making in the outline of weapon refining, he began to make the elixirs. However, just copying less than 10% of the content, Zhang Xiaohua found that his divine sense consumption was very high. He immediately stopped and looked at the jade slip that had primordial qi fluctuations again. He smiled bitterly. This kind of plagiarism was really not a job that a qi refining stage cultivator could easily do. Putting the jade slip into his bosom, he practiced God traction for a while to replenish his divine sense consumption. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua take out the jade slip again and carefully look at the pill formula for the fasting pill. The fasting pill was the first type of elixir that Zhang Xiaohua had refined, and he was extremely proficient in it. However, the fasting pill formula didn't only have the seal wort, as there were 7 or 8 other ingredients. Zhang Xiaohua hadn't been able to find anything else on the deserted island, so he had only used the seal wort to practice and had succeeded. Now that he had the conditions, he was naturally willing to refine the complete fasting pill. However, after Zhang Xiaohua looked through the pill formula, he discovered that there were 4 ingredients that he hadn't seen in the book. Most likely Rejuvenation Valley didn't have them either. However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't flustered. There was another important reason why he wanted to refine the fasting pill first, and that was because Rejuvenation Valley also knew how to refine the fasting pill. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to see the difference between the 2 fasting pill formulas. Could it be that Rejuvenation Valley's fasting pill is the same as mine and only uses the seal wort to refine it? However, since I can use the seal wort to refine the fasting pill, and I've also taken one myself and it also has the effect of fasting, why does this pill formula still require the other 7 medicinal herbs? Looking at the fasting pill formula, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought to himself. Looking at the other medicinal herbs that he knew the names of as well as their uses and effects, Zhang Xiaohua slowly pondered over it. Suddenly, he thought of the situation when he was in the Qi Huang courtyard when he wrote a prescription for a patient. There was definitely a main ingredient in the prescription, but other than the main ingredient, there were also side ingredients that had the effect of a monarch and his minister working together. Furthermore, the prescription would also adjust the 5 elements according to the theory of the 5 elements by matching medicinal herbs with similar effects. Could it be that this pill formula also has the theory of the 5 elements yin and yang, and the monarch and his minister? Zhang Xiaohua felt a sudden realization. It had to be so. Where did the medicinal theory come from? This was the result of the art of pill refining flying into the homes of ordinary people. The medicinal pills refined were used by people of the Tao of Immortality or the Tao of Martial Arts, and the decoctions boiled were used by ordinary people. The medicinal theory in the prescription was born out of the pill formula. Since there was such a theory in the prescription, the pill formula must also be the same. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua felt greatly ashamed. The theory of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the path of a monarch and his minister must be the foundation of pill refining techniques. He didn't have a master to teach him and could only blindly read the jade slips. He didn't understand such a simple theory. Fortunately, he met Nye Qinyu and came to Rejuvenation Valley to learn about this from the medicinal theory. Otherwise, even if he learned all the pill formulas, he might not necessarily be able to understand the essence. Just as he was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He released his divine sense and saw Nye Qinyu quickly walking over with a small booklet in her hand. Zhang Xiaohua unhurriedly put away the jade slips and stood up to greet Nye Qinyu. When Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door, Nye Qinyu also happened to come over. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua, she smiled and said, "Big brother Ren, did you wait for too long?" Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, "No, I just felt bored sitting here and wanted to go out for a walk." Nye Qinyu was overjoyed when she heard this and said, "Then I'll accompany Big Brother Ren for a walk in the Inner Valley? I'll also tell you about the Inner Valley situation while I'm at it." Zhang Xiaohua nodded his head in agreement. The 2 of them casually found a direction and walked in. When they walked to a medicinal garden, Nye Qinyu handed the small booklet in her hand to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Big Brother Ren, take this first. This is one of the Rejuvenation Valley's pill formulas. You can use it first. After you've finished refining this book, I'll help you get the others." Zhang Xiaohua took it with a smile and said, "Thank you little you, With this book I can slowly refine pills at night. Nie Qinyu also responded, Big Brother Ren is so impatient. I originally wanted to come over tomorrow to refine pills with you, but seeing that your refining of the blood replenishing pill went very smoothly today, you might as well try it out tonight. If it doesn't work, I'll come over tomorrow to discuss it with you. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, That's good. By the way, I heard you mention on the way here that Rejuvenation Valley has the fasting pill. After eating it, you won't feel hungry for a few days. Is there a pill formula for it in this book? Nie Qinyu smiled and said, Yes, there is. This fasting pill isn't something too rare. It's just a pill that people in Jianghu carry around with them for convenience. The book in your hand contains the various basic pill formulas of Rejuvenation Valley. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overjoyed. When she opened it, she saw that there was indeed a fasting pill in the middle of the book. Then she looked at the back and saw that the main ingredient was indeed sealwort. Unlike what Zhang Xiaohua had thought, the latter part didn't have any supplementary herbs. Instead, it was similar to the pill formula on the jade slip, with 5 different kinds of herbs. These 5 kinds of herbs were commonly found in Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to think about the combination of the 5 elements of these herbs. She only asked, Little you, does Rejuvenation Valley have all 5 kinds of herbs for this fasting pill? Nie Qinyu smiled and said, Yes. Other than the sealwort and Dahurian angelica, which need to be aged, the other herbs are commonly found in Rejuvenation Valley. Then she said, I understand now. Big Brother Ren isn't here for a stroll, but to gather herbs. Zhang Xiaohua laughed mischievously and didn't answer. Nie Qinyu pointed to a medicinal field at the foot of a distant hillside and said, That's where the sealwort is planted. The ones at the bottom are 1 or 2 years old, while the ones at the top are 10 to 20 years old. If Big Brother Ren wants to refine the fasting pill, you should first take those that are younger. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, That's right. If I accidentally ruined your 20-year-old sealwort, even if Uncle Nie doesn't say it out loud, his heart would ache terribly. Nie Qinyu smiled tenderly and said, Father isn't as petty as you. Chapter 457. After Nie Qinyu finished speaking, she took Zhang Xiaohua to the place where the sealworts were planted. She helped Zhang Xiaohua dig out a few sealworts in the herb garden that were born in 1 or 2 years. She turned around and handed them to Zhang Xiaohua, asking, Brother Ren, this sealwort is not easy to wash. Take it first. When we get to a place with water, I will wash it for you. Zhang Xiaohua felt strange and blurted out, Why do I need to wash it? However, she immediately understood that Rejuvenation Valley was frying pills. If the sealworts were not washed clean, there would be one more ingredient in the fasting pill. If it was discovered by others, it would become earth injection pill, just like the water injection chicken that young Master Li Jinfeng talked about. Seeing Nie Qinyu's puzzlement, Zhang Xiaohua explained, The ancient method of refining pills is about using alchemy fire to quench the impurities in the herbs. Although there is a lot of soil, it can be quenched with alchemy fire. You don't need to trouble yourself to wash it clean. Nie Qinyu blushed and said with a smile, I have seen the steps of the ancient method of refining pills, but I have never thought of this. It seems that there is indeed a problem with the method of refining pills in Rejuvenation Valley. Receiving the sealworts from Nie Qinyu, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. The sealworts could be stored for a long time, but many of the herbs used for refining pills were very delicate. If they were not stored properly, the vitality in the herbs would be lost quickly. Rejuvenation Valley did not have to consider this problem, but she had to prepare in advance. After thinking for a while, it seemed that there was a method to make a jade box in the appendix of the outline of refining weapons. She had to refine a few backups later. The other ingredients of the fasting pill were very common. Since Rejuvenation Valley planted them in the outer valley, Nie Qinyu had to continue walking outside with Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, the sun had already set in the west. The two of them walked on the rugged path in the inner valley. Mottled shadows fell on their bodies from time to time. Nie Qinyu felt that the path in the inner valley had never been so comfortable. Her mood was like a happy little bird, flying in the valley filled with the smell of herbs. There was still some distance between the inner valley and the outer valley, but Nie Qinyu couldn't wait for it to be farther. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua entered Rejuvenation Valley, she had been studying and cultivating with all her might. Although the place where she lived was very close to Nie Qinyu's, there weren't many opportunities for them to meet. Compared to the time when they used to travel together and chat and laugh in the same carriage, Nye Qinyu really missed the time when they were traveling together. This journey, which was neither too long nor too short, allowed her to find the warmth of the past. However, Zhang Xiaohua's topic was not romantic at all. Little fish Nye, I've just looked at the recipe for the fasting pill. Aside from the main ingredient sealwort, can you tell me what the effects of the other ingredients are? In addition, I have a question. If we directly use the sealwort to make the fasting pill, will it be successful? Hearing this, Nye Qinyu was embarrassed and said, Big Brother Ren, I can't answer your second question. I haven't tried it, and it seems that Rejuvenation Valley hasn't tried it either. However, I can answer your first question simply. The effects of these herbs are recorded in the ancient books. Then Nye Qinyu explained the growth, effects, and characteristics of the other ingredients in detail. These were all recorded in the ancient books, so naturally Zhang Xiaohua knew about them. However, listening to Nye Qinyu's soft voice and her clear and logical explanation, Zhang Xiaohua nodded secretly. She was not called smart for nothing. However, Nye Qinyu did not know the method of the 5 elements in the elixir. Perhaps she knew about it, but she did not think about it. In her explanation there was no mention of it at all. While listening to Nye Qinyu's explanation, Zhang Xiaohua pondered in her heart. Slowly she realized something and could not help but smile. Little fish, after listening to you, I'm very impressed. To be honest, I've been reading books about these herbs, but after all, the time is too short, so I can't reach your level. Hearing this, Nye Qinyu felt sweet in her heart, but she comforted him. Big Brother Ren, you don't have to be modest. It's already very rare for you to know so much in such a short time. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and asked, However, little fish, can you think deeper? Nye Qinyu was stunned and puzzled. Deeper? What deeper? After choosing her words, Zhang Xiaohua probed, Don't you know how to write prescriptions? Don't the herbs in the prescriptions have to match the 5 elements and adjust yin and yang? Nye Qinyu's eyes lit up, but she hesitated. The herbs in the prescriptions are used to treat people. Naturally, we have to consider the pros and cons. If we're not careful, won't we kill the person? Moreover, the medicine has to be right for the illness to adjust the changes of the 5 elements in the person's body and return to normal. Oh, Big Brother Ren, you mean? Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin and looked like an expert. She said meaningfully, Decoctions are for ordinary people while elixirs are for people in Jianghu. Decoctions are used to treat people, while elixirs are used to adjust internal energy or qi and blood. In essence, they should be the same, right? Nye Qinyu still shook her head. It's different. Decoctions are just ordinary things. How can they be compared with elixirs? Moreover, what Big Brother Ren said is relatively common in pharmacology. It said that decoctions evolved from elixirs. If it's suitable for elixirs, why didn't the alchemy technique mention the 5 elements? Could it be that everyone else is stupid? This? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. That's right. Even I can think of such a simple reasoning. How can other experts not think of it? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was speechless, Nye Qinyu smiled and said, However, this is the first time I've heard of such a theory in alchemy. It's very novel. Big Brother Ren, reading like you is really reading. You can infer other things from one example and comprehend other things by analogy. Zhang Xiaohua straightened her chest and said, That's right. Your Big Brother Ren has read the 3-character classic for many days. Although Nye Qinyu was used to hearing this joke, she still couldn't help but laugh. After that, the two didn't talk much about it. They just chatted for a while and walked out of the valley. There were also many herbs planted in the herb garden in the outer valley. However, they were all common and not rare. Because of the rich vitality in Rejuvenation Valley, these herbs grew very well. These herbs were managed by the herb garden's Fei He. Fei He was a tall and thin middle-aged man who was not good with words. Zhang Xiaohua had seen him before. Her only impression of him was that he lived up to his name. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua and Nye Qinyu come together, Fei He put aside his work and went to receive them. First, he helped the two of them pick a few herbs. Then, he didn't dare to disturb the two of them and prepared to leave. However, Nye Qinyu pulled him and said, Second senior brother, don't be in a hurry to leave. Fei He asked curiously, Is there anything else, little junior sister? Nye Qinyu pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Second senior brother, you know Big Brother Ren. If he comes to the garden to pick herbs in the future, don't block him. Fei He smiled and said, Who in Rejuvenation Valley doesn't know Ren Xiaoxia? Little junior sister, you're worrying too much. Hee. Seeing Fei He's strange smile, Nye Qinyu gently stamped her feet and said angrily, Second senior brother. Fei He was much older than Nye Qinyu. He watched her grow up and cherished her like his own child. Seeing her girlish attitude, he laughed in his heart and said, when Ren Xiaoxia was in Big Senior Brother's Chihuang courtyard, he often came to the garden to pick herbs. Little junior sister, don't worry. I see. Nie Qinyu somewhat understood, but she still didn't let Fei He go. She asked softly, second senior brother, you've been in charge of the herb garden for many years. You're very familiar with the properties and characteristics of various herbs. I want to ask you a question. Fei He smiled and said, little junior sister, you've been asking why since you were young. Now that you've grown up, you still haven't asked enough? Nie Qinyu smiled and said, second senior brother, you have a good memory. It seems that you haven't aged yet. However, I really don't know how to answer the question that big brother Ren asked me just now. Nie Qinyu solemnly explained the theory of the 5 elements in alchemy. Fei He pondered for a moment and said, this question, young hero Ren has asked a good question. I have also paid attention to it before, but I only know about medicinal herbs and am not proficient in alchemy. I only know a little about Qi, so I did not dare to think too deeply about it. As for why there's no theory of the 5 elements in alchemy, I think it's probably like this. Hearing that Fei He had also paid attention to this question, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be interested. Fei He said, the application of herbs in pharmacology is based on the principle of alchemy. It applies herbs to human diseases. The theory of the 5 elements starts from acupuncture, then spreads to the prescription of decoction, and then back to the herbs in the prescription. Most of these herbs are common and don't involve the magic herbs used in alchemy. Alchemy has existed since ancient times. Our predecessors had great wisdom, but they couldn't classify magic herbs into the 5 elements. Therefore, the 5 elements may only be used for common herbs. Thinking of this, I stopped thinking about it. There are still many things to be done. Who has the time to do something that our predecessors disdained or believed to be impossible? Ren Xiaoxia, I'm not talking about you. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. What Fei He said was very reasonable and the logic was very simple. Although common herbs can be classified into the 5 elements, it's only according to the patient's condition. Magic herbs are not used to treat diseases, so they may not be classified. Moreover, if they can be classified, alchemy is already very mature, which is many years earlier than Qi. Why can't our predecessors distinguish them? It must be because they can't. However, Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that things were not as simple as what Fei He said. He might not know what the Tao of Heaven was, but he had faintly glimpsed the trajectory of the Tao of Heaven. He didn't know what the predecessors thought, but he did feel that the theory of the 5 elements was everywhere from the Tao of Heaven. It must be in the herbs used for alchemy. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's chest rose a kind of ambition. Do what no one has done. Maybe I can create an era. Chapter 458. Nie Qinyu and Fei He didn't know about Zhang Xiaohua's ambition. They only thought that he was ashamed and comforted him. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said goodbye to Fei He with the muddy herbs in his hand. Nie Qinyu lived in the peach blossom forest. Seeing that it was late, she didn't go back to the inner valley with Zhang Xiaohua. They agreed to meet the next day and then left reluctantly. After returning to the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hurry to start concocting pills. Instead, he carefully read the prescription of the fasting pill, sent by the Rejuvenation Valley, and pondered over the herbs except for the seal wort. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was in line with the theory of the 5 elements. However, plants and trees were all of the wood attribute. It would be difficult to regard a herb as of the metal attribute. Of course, this was something that no one could solve in 10,000 years. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't figure out the mystery in a short period of time. Therefore, he had to study it slowly. Zhang Xiaohua takes out a jade slip and writes down the prescription of fasting bolus. He also writes down some of his experiences and puts it in his pocket. Then he comes to the earth fire. When he was collecting the seal wort just now, he has already thought of the jade box to store the precious herbs. He might as well refine it now. Zhang Xiaohua took out the green jade coffin lid from his money pouch and looked at it carefully. Previously, he had only suspected that it was some kind of formation artifact. Now, looking at the patterns on it and the faint yuan qi, combined with the blacksmithing he had just learned, he was certain that it was a formation artifact made using blacksmithing techniques. Although he didn't know what kind of formation it was, since it was a formation that harmed people's lives, he had to destroy it no matter how precious it was. Zhang Xiaohua took out a small sword from his pocket and drew a line on the jade board. A piece of jade fell out. Zhang Xiaohua wrapped it with his divine sense and sent it into the groove. Then he put the small sword away and threw the jade board aside. He turned on the earth fire and started concocting. The concocting of the jade box was not troublesome. Only the magic formation carved on the 6 sides was a little complicated. He had to be careful. After all, he had to keep the primordial qi of the herbs. Otherwise, what was the use of it? After a short while, Zhang Xiaohua stopped concocting and a square jade box was completed. Zhang Xiaohua waved his left hand and kept it. He opened it and was very satisfied. Then his right hand concocted a more complicated concocting technique. However, it was not the concocting technique in the weapon refining general principles. After his right hand concocted the concocting technique, he hit the lid of the jade box. When the concocting technique hit the lid, a layer of bright light flashed. It was as though the jade box was immersed in water and the entire jade box was wrapped up. When the light disappeared, the jade box had lost its lid. It looked like a complete piece of jade. It was exactly the same as the jade box of the Carefree Heart Sutra that Zhang Xiaohua found in the library of the Misty School. This concocting technique was a type of restriction left behind by Venerable Fire Dragon. It was used to restrict the jade box. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua obtained the restriction jade slip, he knew that the jade box in the Misty School was restricted by someone else. He had always wanted to make an identical item, but he did not have a jade box. Now that he knew how to refine weapons and had the materials, how could he not make one to satisfy his craving? However, was it too extravagant to use a jade box like his to store medicinal herbs? That was not a problem that Zhang Xiaohua was willing to consider. This young master has many jade boxes. I'll refine 2 of them. One to store medicinal herbs and the other to store jade boxes. Is that okay? Zhang Xiaohua used his right hand to conjure a concocting technique and used his finger to point at a certain spot on the jade box. The top of the jade box dispersed and with a flash of light, it returned to the jade box with a lid. Zhang Xiaohua nodded his head slightly. This was the technique of an immortal. After putting the refined jade box into the money pouch, Zhang Xiaohua lowered his head and looked at the jade board that had 2 corners damaged. He simply used his small sword to cut the jade board into 2 and put half of it back into the money pouch while throwing the other half onto the earth fire. Immediately after, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and concocted a concocting technique with his left and right hands, hitting the earth fire and the melted jade liquid. In the time it took to eat a meal, Zhang Xiaohua had made more than 10 jade boxes of different sizes and batches. He then took out the money pouch and with a wave of his hand, he put all of them into the pouch. After refining the jade boxes, it was still early. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the side and moved the cauldron that had been thrown to the side to the groove. After the cauldron was hot, he placed his right hand on the protruding part of the cauldron and slowly controlled the temperature of the cauldron. According to the records of Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipe, he threw the sealwort and several other herbs into the cauldron one by one. He then placed his other hand on the protruding part and sent his divine sense into the cauldron to refine the fasting pill. Not long after, the essences of those herbs were refined and mixed into powder. It was the correct result recorded in Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipe. Looking at the pinch of powder with a medicinal fragrance in the cauldron, Zhang Xiaohua inwardly laughed. This was clearly medicinal powder. It would have been better to call it fasting powder. Why did he have to spend so much effort to knead it into a round ball and call it fasting pill? After refining Rejuvenation Valley's fasting powder, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to tidy up. He placed the cauldron there and casually extinguished the earth fire. Walking to the side of the bed, the grass praying mat was still there. Zhang Xiaohua sat down and scanned the outside with his divine sense. He took out his pill cauldron from his money pouch. Stroking the already shrunken pill cauldron in his hand, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the days when he used to learn alchemy on the deserted island. In the blink of an eye, he hadn't refined alchemy for more than a few months. Zhang Xiaohua placed the pill cauldron on the open space in front of the bed. His hands formed seals and hit the pill cauldron one after another. The pill cauldron emitted a slight roar and slowly grew bigger until it was the right size. Zhang Xiaohua then stopped the seals. However, Zhang Xiaohua's brows furrowed slightly. When he was refining alchemy on the deserted island, the sound of wind, water, and birds chirped constantly, so he didn't pay attention to this low roar. However, in this quiet pill cauldron, it was clearly out of place. After thinking for a while, he took out a few jade talismans and placed them in the 4 corners of the pill cauldron to set up a formation to protect the pill cauldron. Only then did he feel relieved and formed seals to light the pill cauldron's fire. After familiarizing himself with a few seals, he recalled the process of refining the fasting pill. Then he waved his hand and the Solomon's seal and other herbs that had been thrown to the side appeared in his hand. According to the pill cauldron's instructions, he threw the Solomon's seal and other herbs into the pill cauldron in order. Once the herbs and soil were burned by the pill fire, the impurities inside immediately turned into smoke. Only the essences were left rolling in the pill cauldron. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua formed a few more seals and the medicinal powder slowly began to rotate in a regular manner inside the pill cauldron. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to observe more carefully. The essences of the various herbs were not easy to identify, but there were faint embryonic forms of the 5 elements that were constantly promoting and restraining each other. The entire fasting pill was gradually taking shape. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She only observed for a moment before focusing her attention on the incubation of the pills. After a while, the medicinal fragrance from the cauldron gradually dissipated. Zhang Xiaohua knew that it was time to pull out the pills. Following her heart's desire, she inserted a few spells into the cauldron. As if there was a soft sound in her heart, the main pill that had been slowly rotating just now was immediately divided into 4 small pills of even size and abnormally round. After pulling out the pills, Zhang Xiaohua did not use her spiritual sense to drive the pills. Instead, she used the telekinesis technique of weapon refining. With a wave of her hand, the 4 pills immediately flew into her hand. Carefully looking at these abnormally round pills, the corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a bitter smile. With one look, she knew that these pills could not be made artificially. It was destined that she would not be able to give them to Nie Qinyu. She then placed them in front of her nose and sniffed. The medicinal fragrance was extremely faint. She then took out the fasting pills that she had previously refined from her money pouch. With one hand she compared the 2 pills. The shape of the 2 pills were exactly the same. However, the fasting pills that were made using only yellow essence had an extremely strong fragrance. She did not need to place them in front of her nose to smell them. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart stirred. She released her spiritual sense and carefully compared the yuan qi of the 2 fasting pills. Sure enough, the yuan qi of the fasting pills that she had previously refined was leaking. Although it was not much, it was still leaking. However, the yuan qi of the fasting pills that she had just refined was almost undetectable. When she used her spiritual sense to enter the pills, there was actually a faint formation that surrounded the pills. It should be this formation that prevented the yuan qi and the medicinal fragrance from leaking out. Although the previous fasting pills were also wrapped in something similar to a formation, there were obviously some flaws. The yuan qi and the medicinal fragrance were leaking out from here. Perhaps, this was the innate 5 elements formation formed by refining the pills? Zhang Xiaohua naturally became suspicious. After comparing the pills, Zhang Xiaohua placed the fasting pills that she had just refined into a jade bottle. Looking at the remaining yellow essence and several auxiliary materials on the ground, she lit up the alchemy fire in the alchemy furnace and refined the remaining medicinal ingredients into 10 fasting pills. She then placed all of them into the jade bottle and hid them. Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua did not refine any more pills. Instead, she sat cross-legged and calmed her heart to comprehend the Tao of Heaven. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke up. She placed the cauldron back into the groove, removed the formation and walked out of the alchemy room. In the early morning, as the sunlight shone on the inner valley, all kinds of birds woke up early and chirped non-stop. Although there was no dense forest around the alchemy room, she could still hear the constant chirping of birds. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. Seeing that there was no one waiting nearby, she got into a fighting stance and practiced the Big Dipper magical fist. She only stopped when she had completed 18 rounds of bone tempering with the warm current. However, the fist technique that she had practiced in the past had lost its effect after only 18 rounds of practice. Zhang Xiaohua felt very unsatisfied. However, what could she do if she did not practice the fist technique? Practice the flying sword? The nameless swordsmanship only had 10 moves. She had already mastered it. Moreover, if she practiced the flying sword in the Rejuvenation Valley, wouldn't it be obvious that she was a cultivator of the Tao of Immortality? Thinking of the swordsmanship, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered that when the Dalan Temple monk lost to her at the Misty School's martial arts competition, he had promised to let her go to the Dalan Temple's law enforcement hall a year later. Monk Changgung would teach her the Dalan Temple's Dharma swordsmanship. However, the one-year promise had already passed. Moreover, the Misty School had been destroyed by the Dalan Temple. Would monk Changgung still admit to his promise? Chapter 459. At the martial arts exhibition, Zhang Xiaohua had felt that Changgung was a kind and amiable monk. However, when she heard that when the Misty School was destroyed, Changgung also appeared on the Misty Peak and dealt with the people of the Misty School, her impression of him was immediately replaced by that of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Now that she thought of this, she wondered if she should go to the Dalan Temple and ask him to fulfill his promise. If he did not admit it, she would be surrounded by a few young monks and a few old monks. Even if she had 3 heads and 6 arms, she might not be a match for them. Well, before she had absolute confidence, she had better not pluck the tiger's whiskers. There was still some time before the appointed time with Nie Qinyu, so Zhang Xiaohua did not want to waste time. She returned to the elixir chamber and sat cross-legged on the futon, carefully comprehending the rabbit talisman in her mud pill palace. Although the rabbit talisman was one of the talismans of the entire outer formation of the elixir heart, the 365 incantations of the talisman itself formed a formation. Previously, when she had just learned dozens of incantations, her attainment in the formation had improved by leaps and bounds. If she could learn more than 300 incantations, she could be considered to have a small achievement in the formation. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua was also looking forward to it. Firstly, he wanted to combine the 365 incantations with the refining technique to make the rabbit jade talisman. He didn't know what kind of special effect it would have. Secondly, he wanted to make each incantation into a jade talisman. If he used the 365 jade talismans to set up a formation, would he be able to set up a powerful formation? These guesses could only be made after she finished comprehending all the incantations. The time for cultivation passed very quickly. Zhang Xiaohua was immersed in the pleasure of comprehending the incantations. With a thought, she released her divine sense and saw Nie Qinyu walking into the elixir chamber with a smile on her face. A wry smile appeared on Zhang Xiaohua's face. Cultivating in the mortal world was truly not an easy task. She faintly felt that the reason why she did not want to meddle in other people's business for a period of time might be related to cultivation. Looking up at the elixir chamber, Zhang Xiaohua found nothing wrong. She stood up and went to greet her. He ran into Nie Qinyu at the entrance of the elixir chamber. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua coincidentally walking to the door, Nie Qinyu felt very strange and asked, "Brother Ren, you're so amazing. It seems that every time I come to find you, you coincidentally walk to the door." "What's true?" "In the attic in the peach forest, and here it's true." Zhang Xiaohua secretly said, "Isn't that nonsense? I only came out because I saw you coming." "Sigh, but this is too obvious." However, he could only say, "Well, this young master had a sudden impulse and went to take a look at the entrance. I didn't expect to meet you here." Nie Qinyu curled her lips and said, "Every time he does it on a whim? Then Big Brother Ren's vigor is too vigorous. He's a young man after all. His chi and blood are abundant. There's nothing I can do about it. Besides, and what?" Nie Qinyu said playfully, "Did you feel that it was time for me to arrive, so you came to the door to welcome me?" This. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, Nie Qinyu thought that Zhang Xiaohua was a little shy. She also lowered her head slightly and said softly, "Big Brother Ren, I'm just the same. I felt that you were waiting for me at the door, so I hurried over." Her last words were so soft that they couldn't be heard. Zhang Xiaohua's heart, which had been tempered by the immortal cultivation method, suddenly jumped. She hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Little fish Nye, you came so early today. Why didn't you bring any medicinal herbs? Don't tell me you want us to go and pick them together?" Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic. Nie Qinyu's expression was a little sad, but then she smiled and said, "I wanted to go with Ren Xiaoxia, but how could I trouble Ren Xiaoxia to do it himself? Last night, Father specially found a few disciples to help him pick the herbs." Zhang Xiaohua was astonished. "So it's like this. Won't we be able to familiarize ourselves with the growth of the herbs if we pick them ourselves?" Nie Qinyu shook her head and said, "Growing medicinal herbs is also a kind of knowledge. Otherwise, Senior Marshal Brother Fei he wouldn't have to manage the herb garden alone. Wouldn't it be a waste of time if we were to pick the herbs? It's better to refine the pills directly." Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't quite agree with her opinion, she realized that her time was limited. After thousands of years of accumulation, Rejuvenation Valley had countless medicinal pills. She didn't know how many there were. If she refined a few pills a day, she didn't know if she could finish refining them before the people from the cult of fragrance arrived. Thus, she didn't express any more opinions. Nie Qinyu walked into the pill room and sniffed. Big Brother Rin, the smell of sealwort in the pill room is very strong. Did you succeed in refining the fasting pill yesterday? Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully, look at what you're saying. How could Xiaoxia fail to refine such a simple fasting pill? You're looking down on me too much. Nie Qinyu looked at the cauldron in the groove and walked forward. She took out the box at the bottom of the cauldron and looked at the medicinal powder inside. She said with a smile, Ren Xiaoxia said that we forgot to put the fasting pill into the porcelain bottle. I'm afraid that a lot of the medicinal efficacy will be lost after a night. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked, will the medicinal efficacy of the fasting pill, which was refined using a complete pill formula, also disappear very quickly? Nie Qinyu nodded. Big Brother Rin doesn't refine many pills, so I'm afraid you don't know. It's not just the fasting pill that's like this. It's the same for the other pills. After refining, the pills must be refined as soon as possible and placed in the porcelain bottle. If they're spread out like this, they'll lose their medicinal efficacy very easily. After she finished speaking, she took out a small porcelain bottle from her bosom and poured all the powder in the box into it. She then said, however, the medicinal efficacy of these pills that Big Brother Ren refined using the ancient method is 50% better than the ones refined by Rejuvenation Valley. Even if the medicinal powder is spread out for a night, it should be similar to the ones refined by Rejuvenation Valley. While they were talking, a few disciples came to the pill room and placed a large pile of cleaned medicinal herbs on the ground. They stood there and waited for instructions. Nie Qinyu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and ordered the disciples to leave the pill room first. They were not allowed to enter without instructions. After the disciples left, Nie Qinyu said, Big Brother Ren, today we'll refine the all-dispelling pill, New Snow pill, Tianqiao pill, Plum Tongue pill and Jinlu pill. These pills are recorded in the pill formula that I gave you yesterday. Take a look. When should we start? Zhang Xiaohua took out the pill formula and looked at each pill one by one. She said with a smile, then let's start now? I think the steps of refining these pills are similar to those of the fasting pill. There's no need to hesitate. Nie Qinyu said, that's great. Big Brother Ren, I'll watch from the side. If there's anything I don't know, I'll ask you. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me immediately. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua nodded secretly. According to Valley Master Nie's intention, she wanted Nie Qinyu to guide her in refining pills. Nie Qinyu said that because she was worried about her reputation, she only said that it was a competition. She was really a sensible girl. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, that's great. If I do anything wrong, you can tell me. Nie Qinyu nodded and said, Big Brother Ren, you don't have to be afraid of making mistakes. These medicinal herbs are made in triplicate, enough for you to refine 3 times. If it's not enough, you can let the disciples pick them. Zhang Xiaohua said with satisfaction, no need, I think 3 portions are enough. Then she walked to the side of the cauldron and turned on the earth fire. She looked at Nie Qinyu and said, then I'll start? Nie Qinyu also nodded and said, then let's start. After saying that, she was about to help Zhang Xiaohua separate the medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaohua quickly stopped her and said, let me do this. You can't always accompany me in refining pills. After saying this, she regretted it. It was too ambiguous. Sure enough, Nie Qinyu lowered her head slightly and did not answer. Zhang Xiaohua quickly separated the medicinal herbs for the all-dispelling pill and threw them aside. She slowly adjusted the flame until the cauldron was hot. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to put in the medicinal herbs, Nie Qinyu summoned the courage to look up and carefully watched Zhang Xiaohua's skillful movements. The refining of the all-dispelling pill was similar to that of the fasting pill. In a short time, Zhang Xiaohua had finished refining the all-dispelling pill. Nie Qinyu was a little surprised to see Zhang Xiaohua refining the all-dispelling pill so easily. Yesterday, when she saw Zhang Xiaohua controlling the temperature of the cauldron, she was still a little unfamiliar. She was worried that Zhang Xiaohua would accidentally burn the medicinal herbs today, but now it seemed that she was even more skillful than yesterday. How could she burn the pills? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua handing over the square box, Nie Qinyu woke up from her dream and hurriedly asked the disciples outside to come in and collect the pills in a porcelain bottle. Then, she hurriedly prepared to put in the second set of medicinal herbs, but was stopped by Zhang Xiaohua with a wave of her hand. Zhang Xiaohua said, let's put the rest of the herbs aside. I'll think about it in the afternoon. Let's refine other pills first. After he finished speaking, he rushed to take out a few medicinal herbs for the new snow pill. However, this time he did not take 1/3 of the amount, but more than half of it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's actions, Nie Qinyu's lips curled into an imperceptible smile. She thought to herself, Big Brother Ren is indeed a wonderful person. He knew that father sent a disciple over to take away the pills that he refined. Before I could say anything, he had already sent more than half of the pills over. Presumably, some of the pills on the ground were left for himself after he refined them in the afternoon. Sure enough, it was as Nie Qinyu thought. Zhang Xiaohua did not leave any of the medicinal dregs for the new snow pill and had the Rejuvenation Valley disciples put them all into porcelain bottles. Seeing this, Nie Qinyu nodded continuously to herself. Zhang Xiaohua became more and more proficient in refining. Later on, she was practically refining pills with her eyes closed. The sun outside the pill room was just hanging above her head. The few pills that Nie Qinyu had prepared to refine today were all refined by Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua clap her hands and call it a day, Nie Qinyu said apologetically, Big Brother Ren, I thought that since it was the first time refining today we would have to discuss it. In the end, you didn't even ask a single question and finished refining all the pills. I see that your technique is very skillful and almost exactly the same as described in the book. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, practice makes perfect. If you have vigorous inner strength and have mastered the method that I mentioned last time, there shouldn't be any problems. Nie Qinyu smiled bitterly, it's a pity that I don't have such vigorous inner strength. Then she smiled, what plans do you have for finishing so early today? As she said this, there was a slight expectation in her eyes. Recommend me. Chapter 460. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, Little fish Nie, it's still early. I want to carefully recall the pill refining technique just now and think about the experience of refining the all-dispelling pill, new snow pill, etc. When I have time in the future, I'll accompany you to pick herbs. How about that? Nie Qinyu forced a smile and said, It's okay Big Brother Ren, you cultivate first. I'll go back and prepare. Tomorrow I'll bring more herbs and more pill formulas. I'm sure not only you but also father will be very happy. After that, her eyebrows hung with disappointment and she hurriedly left with the disciples. Looking at Nie Qinyu's small and thin figure gradually disappearing, Zhang Xiaohua had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She sighed and closed the door of the pill refining room. The herbs for refining the pills had already been divided. After Zhang Xiaohua sat down, she took out the pill furnace. After calming her heart, she began to use the immortal alchemy technique to refine the pills just now. Not to mention Zhang Xiaohua, Nie Qinyu returned to the outer valley with a bit of bitterness and brought a few disciples to the hall where Valley Master Nie presided over the affairs of the valley. Valley Master Nie had just finished dealing with some things and was resting with his eyes closed. He was carefully pondering over the techniques that Zhang Xiaohua had given him. When he heard the footsteps and saw that it was Nie Qinyu, he was very surprised and asked, Little you, why are you here? Aren't you going to the inner valley to teach Ren Xiaoyao the refining method of the pills today? Nie Qinyu saw her father's concerned look and felt very uncomfortable. She pursed her lips and said, How can I teach him? He's very powerful. Seeing that his daughter was angry, Valley Master Nie walked forward and smiled. It seems that this Ren Xiaoyao made you angry? What's going on? Tell me. Nie Qinyu didn't speak. She found a chair and sat down. She drank 2 mouthfuls of tea and said angrily, Why would I be angry? I'm not angry at all. Okay, don't be angry. Valley Master Nie seemed to be very patient and said, Then you have to tell father clearly so that I can settle the score with that kid. Settle accounts? Nie Qinyu looked at Valley Head Nie and said, If you knew, why would you still look for Big Brother Ren? Wouldn't you be worshipping him? Hearing Nie Qinyu say the words Big Brother Ren, Valley Master Nie knew that his daughter was slightly happy. He then pretended to be curious and asked, Then tell me, why do I have to worship him? Seeing that her father was interested, Nie Qinyu asked, Father, do you know why I came back so early? When Valley Master Nie heard this, he muttered in his heart, Didn't I ask this question from the start? Also, is there any difference between this question and the previous one? However, he still looked at his daughter dotingly and asked in surprise, Why? Little you tell me about it. Seeing her father's astonishment, Nie Qinyu's gloominess dissipated. She said proudly, Father, you don't know. I prepared 5 to 6 ingredients for the elixir today, thinking that it would be enough for today's use. However, I never expected that Big Brother Ren could refine each elixir perfectly without any mistakes. Huh? Valley Master Nya was also surprised and said, when I saw him yesterday his technique was still very rough. It didn't seem like he had refined elixirs before. Could it be that he became an expert just yesterday? Nye Qinyu smiled, that's right. The elixir recipes I gave him yesterday were all similar to the fasting elixir. The refining techniques were also similar. That's why he was able to refine the elixir so smoothly. Yes, even if that's the case, it's still extremely rare. Oh, that's right. Father, Big Brother Ren refined most of the herbs into elixirs and gave them to me to bring back. Valley Master Nya frowned and asked, didn't you say that he would take half? Yes, that's what I originally said. However, Big Brother Ren didn't ask for the freshly refined elixirs. He only left a few herbs and said that he would refine them in the afternoon. It's considered his share. Sigh, this child is really benevolent. It seems that he really just wants to learn alchemy. Thinking about it, I still asked for half of the elixirs from him yesterday. That's right. Father, look at how magnanimous Big Brother Ren is. He didn't even look at the quality of the elixirs and let me bring them back. Aha, little you still has good eyesight. Father is getting old. Nye Qinyu smiled slightly with a little shyness in her eyes and said, Father, don't you want to take a look at the elixirs refined by Big Brother Ren? Valley Master Nye stopped smiling and nodded, of course I have to take a good look. I have already seen the blood-replenishing elixir that he refined yesterday. With the same amount, the medicinal properties are more than 5 times stronger than the elixirs that we refined ourselves. I don't know if the elixirs refined today are the same. Nye Qinyu waved her hand and several disciples behind her brought up their porcelain bottles and then left the hall. Valley Master Nye casually took a porcelain bottle and opened it. A strong medicinal fragrance rushed out. Valley Master Nye took a sniff and exclaimed, this is the new snow elixir? How can the medicinal properties be so strong? It smells more than 5 times stronger than the elixirs that we refined ourselves. Nye Qinyu said with a smile, Father, this is just a sniff. If you study it carefully, I feel that it is at least 7 times stronger. Valley Master Nye did not doubt Nye Qinyu's judgment at all. He sealed the porcelain bottle and opened the other porcelain bottles. He sniffed them one by one and even poured out some medicinal powder from a few bottles to see and taste with his own eyes. When he finished sealing the porcelain bottles, his face had already revealed an expression of disbelief and surprise. He looked at Nye Qinyu and asked, Little you, did you see Ren Xiaoyao personally refine these elixirs with your own eyes? Nye Qinyu nodded solemnly and said, Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Big Brother Ren personally refined them. Good. Valley Master Nye's face was full of 3 good words. He praised with a smile, we really picked up a treasure. No, he is the savior of our Rejuvenation Valley. When Nye Qinyu heard this, her face was also full of smiles. She said, Congratulations, Father. If there is no problem with the cultivation method that Big Brother Ren taught you, Father will be able to revive Rejuvenation Valley in a few months' time and reappear the ancient method of refining elixirs in the world. Valley Master Nye was also happy. He said, Congratulations to you too. Little you, this is all thanks to you. Although you encountered a disaster on this long trip, you also turned misfortune into blessing. You even brought back such a great opportunity for Rejuvenation Valley. Then he sighed and said, The rarest thing is that not only did Nephew Ren save you, he also imparted such an important cultivation method to you. This kindness, it will be difficult for Rejuvenation Valley to repay. Nye Qinyu said, Father, you are thinking too much. Do you think Big Brother Ren is the kind of person who would ask for repayment? Valley Master Nye shook his head and said, When he saved you back then he did not ask for a reward at all. He also did not ask for a reward when he took over the arena of the marriage by martial arts competition. He also did not ask for a reward when he imparted the cultivation method of refining elixirs to me. Is there really such a person in this world who does not care about himself and only cares about others? Nye Qinyu almost laughed out loud. She said, If it was someone else I might believe it. But if it is Big Brother Ren, I will not believe it even if you beat me to death. When she finished speaking, she told Valley Master Nye about some of the interesting things that happened along the way. Moreover, she took out the gold that she obtained from the peach forest outside Sorrow City and showed it to Valley Master Nye. She then said, I reckon that this guy has forgotten about this gold. Otherwise he would have asked me for it long ago. I see. Valley Master Nye did not know whether to laugh or cry. The image of Zhang Xiaohua in his heart immediately collapsed and she became a living person. Then little you, should we also prepare some gold and silver for him? Valley Master Nye probed. Don't. Why should we give it to him? He didn't ask for it. Father, you don't know that he is greedy for small gains and has never asked for it. If you don't give it to him, he won't want it either. Now that you have asked, he will be very happy. If we don't give it to him, let's see how he will take advantage of it. Hearing Nye Qinyu's words, Valley Master Nye laughed in his heart. Little Yu is obviously angry with him. Sai, let them handle this kind of thing. He then said, but if we don't express our gratitude, won't he think that our rejuvenation valley is stingy? After thinking for a while, Nye Qinyu shook her head and said, it's better not to express our gratitude. To be honest, Big Brother Ren just likes to take advantage of small gains. With his martial arts, what kind of gold and silver can't he get? Moreover, it's still the same sentence. With his temperament, he would definitely be able to obtain some benefits from pill refining. Since he wants to learn pill refining and we've provided him with pill formulas and medicinal herbs, he can't be more than happy. There's no need to express anything, right? But the pills that he refined were all left in Rejuvenation Valley. He didn't get anything himself. We are the ones who are secretly happy. This? Nye Qinyu was also somewhat speechless. Indeed, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to learn pill refining techniques, but the pill refining technique that she displayed today seemed to be the ancient method of pill refining. She didn't even learn any pill frying technique at all. If she said that she wanted to practice with pills, it didn't seem necessary. What if she wanted to see Rejuvenation Valley's pill formula? Thinking of this, Nye Qinyu couldn't help but glance at Valley Master Nye. Sure enough, Valley Master Nye was also looking at her. The two of them said in unison, pill formula. That's the only possibility. Nye Qinyu said, but before coming to Vow City, I never said that I was from Rejuvenation Valley. Moreover, looking at him, it seemed that he didn't know about Rejuvenation Valley. Valley Master Nye also said thoughtfully, I've also discussed with your uncle Yu. We feel that the possibility of this Ren Xiaoyao specifically coming to Rejuvenation Valley is not high. Moreover, the pill formula was something that happened after he took down the challenge arena. It definitely wasn't something that he had planned for a long time. Yes, I'm still at ease with Big Brother Ren's temperament. He's not that kind of person. Yes, that's good. Valley Master Nye thought for a moment and seemed to have made a certain decision. He said to Nye Qinyu, if that's the case, then let's fulfill his wish and give him all of our Rejuvenation Valley's pill formulas to refine. I'd like to see how big of a surprise this Ren Xiaoyao can bring me. Nye Qinyu was greatly alarmed when she heard this and hurriedly said, Father, you can't do this. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian. Chapter 461. Seeing that his daughter was so surprised and even wanted to stop him, Valley Master Nye nodded to himself. This girl hasn't lost her mind yet. Nye Qinyu continued, Father, are you sure you want to do this? There are a few pill formulas in there that are the treasures of our Rejuvenation Valley. They are the painstaking efforts of several generations of predecessors. Furthermore, the medicinal pills refined from these pill formulas are also treasures that are coveted by many in the martial world. If Big Brother Ren accidentally divulges them, it will bring disaster to our Rejuvenation Valley. Valley Master Nye listened and nodded, Little you are right. Father is gratified. However, you only saw the first layer and didn't see the depths. Father, please speak. First of all, although this pill recipe is Rejuvenation Valley's secret, it hasn't been refined into pills for thousands of years. Can a pill recipe that can't be refined into pills still be called a pill recipe? Secondly, the pills refined from this pill recipe can only increase one's inner strength and strengthen one's muscles and body. Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are so powerful that even if he succeeds in refining it, it will only be a step further. Think about it, if he obtains this pill recipe or pill, will he tell others? Also, this kind of elixir is not a secret in the super sections. It has long been a legend in the ordinary Jianghu sections. Even if Ren Xiaoyao leaks it out, he has to first consider his own safety. Rejuvenation Valley is an aristocratic family that specializes in alchemy. It's not surprising that we have this kind of elixir recipe. Moreover, as long as we insist that this elixir recipe is illusory, who can use the 1,000-year-old legend as evidence? Moreover, the super sects won't care about this pill recipe. Why would we be afraid of the ordinary sects? Don't forget that our alliance is also a powerful force in the Jianghu. But what if it's the force that wants to kill my daughter? Then there's even less to be afraid. Ren Xiaoyao escorted you back and ruined their plans. Ren Xiaoyao can't wait to avoid them. Why would he take the initiative to provoke them? Actually, once father has mastered the cultivation method, we can also refine it ourselves. Why do we have to? Valley Master Nye smiled bitterly and said, although Ren Xiaoyao can use this cultivation method to refine medicinal pills, father may not be able to succeed. Our Rejuvenation Valley's ancient method of refining medicinal pills has not been refined for thousands of years. The efficacy of medicinal pills is far from what is recorded in the ancient books. If we don't let Ren Xiaoyao help refine it now, there won't be such a shop after this village. In the future it will be too late for us to regret. Nye Qinyu somewhat understood her father's thoughts. Rejuvenation Valley had always been famous in Jianghu for elixirs and healing. Others thought that Rejuvenation Valley's thousands of years of reputation must have a deep foundation. However, only a few people knew that Rejuvenation Valley's savings in the early years had been exhausted. Many of their elixirs had been lost, and their ancient methods of refining elixirs were extinct. It was far from being as glorious as imagined. If Zhang Xiaohua could refine all of Rejuvenation Valley's elixirs according to the ancient method, not to mention the great impact, it could at least make Rejuvenation Valley's waste a little stronger. Moreover, if Zhang Xiaohua refined Rejuvenation Valley's elixir recipes along the way, it would give Valley Master Nye it should be pointing the way for Rejuvenation Valley's development in the future. Seeing that her father had made up his mind, Nye Qinyu nodded firmly and said, I know, father. When I need those elixir recipes I will tell you. Valley Master Nye nodded with a smile, I believe in your vision, little you. His gaze also turned out of the hall and he said leisurely, I also believe in my vision. In the inner valley in the elixir room, Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely for Rejuvenation Valley. She was continuously casting spells into the elixir furnace. Although there was a flash of fire in the furnace, the surrounding temperature was not too high. Even when the mouth of the furnace was open, there was no trace of heat coming out. Only impurities like flying ash occasionally floated out. The elixir recipes left by Nye Qinyu were all ordinary elixirs. Even if they were to use a martial arts cauldron, it would only take a short while, not to mention an immortal cauldron. Things like incubation and embryo elixir were all done in a flash and did not take too much time. When Nye Qinyu went to the hall to talk to Valley Master Nye, Zhang Xiaohua had already successfully refined half of the elixirs. However, although the process of refining these elixirs was the same, the situation during incubation was somewhat different. When Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to observe the all-dispelling elixir and new snow elixir, she could faintly feel the cycle of the 5 elements contained in the elixir. Although the refined elixir was small, it was like yesterday's fasting elixir. Very little of the medicinal power could seep out of the elixir. However, the plum tongue elixir obviously had a huge loophole. Although it was not as obvious as the fasting elixir refined earlier, the difference was also obvious. After a while, she finished refining the remaining medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaohua pinched a spell and hid a few elixirs of different sizes. Those elixirs floated in front of her. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to observe carefully. A small half of them were actually overflowing with medicinal fragrance. Looking at the other elixirs that were abnormally round and black in color, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. If her guess was correct, the elixirs that could restrain their medicinal power should have all 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth could mutually reinforce and restrain each other, forming a small system of their own. They could be called true elixirs. The other elixirs probably lacked one or more of the 5 elements and could not form a system of their own. Alas, the majority of Rejuvenation Valley's elixir prescriptions were different from the elixir prescriptions of the Immortal Tao, regardless of whether it was the name or the medicinal herbs. The jade slip that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained only contained elixir refinement techniques. There were only a few detailed records of precious medicinal herbs and drawings inside. The rest were only names. She didn't know if the medicinal herbs had all been lost or if they had all changed their names. There was no doubt that Rejuvenation Valley's elixir prescriptions originated from the Immortal Tao. However, after 10,000 years, perhaps the medicinal herbs had been lost or the names had changed, the elixir prescriptions would also change. The all-dispelling elixir might be because the medicinal herbs' names were the same as before, or perhaps the replacement medicinal herbs found were the same as the original 5 elements, so it could maintain the elixir's 5 elements. The plum tongue elixir was probably not as lucky as the all-dispelling elixir. The replacement medicinal herbs used did not match the 5 elements, or perhaps there was some other reason. Zhang Xiaohua herself couldn't explain it clearly. In short, this elixir prescription was flawed. With a wave of her hand, Zhang Xiaohua placed the elixirs in the air into separate jade bottles and recorded the insights she had just gained into the jade slip. Only then did she raise her head with a trace of confusion in her eyes. With the annihilation of the immortal Tao, the elixir Tao naturally declined as well. After 10,000 years of changes in inheritance, the original truth was no longer known. She had the art of elixir refinement, but she couldn't find suitable medicinal herbs. What could she do? Moreover, there was another main reason why Zhang Xiaohua wanted to stay in Rejuvenation Valley and use their elixir prescriptions to refine elixirs. There were 2 types of elixir refinement techniques recorded in the jade slip. One was the technique that she was currently using to stimulate the formation to produce elixir fire and refine the elixir. This technique was often used for ordinary elixirs. These elixirs required a short time to refine, had few spells, and didn't have high requirements. The other method was to use an external fire to directly heat the cauldron and produce elixir fire through the cauldron to refine the elixir. This technique was often used for more advanced elixirs. This kind of elixir took a long time to form, often several days, 10 days, or even several hundred days. The spells used were also extremely complicated, and the slightest carelessness would result in failure. Zhang Xiaohua had now mastered the first method of elixir refinement, but was unfamiliar with the second method. She saw that Rejuvenation Valley's method of elixir refinement was very similar to the second method. Moreover, Rejuvenation Valley also had conditions that the outside world didn't have. Thus, she wanted to try to see if she had the opportunity to truly learn the second method of elixir refinement in Rejuvenation Valley. However, the current elixir prescriptions could only be refined using the first method. There was no need for the second method at all. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua got up from the praying mat. Earlier, she had used her divine sense to explore this inner valley. She saw that there were many secluded places in the depths of the inner valley, with dense vegetation and endless streams. The key was that Rejuvenation Valley's vitality was dense. Perhaps there would be rare and precious medicinal herbs inside. These things might not be able to be seen clearly with her divine sense, so she had to go and see for herself. Moreover, since Rejuvenation Valley had elixir prescriptions, it might be some immortal Tao inheritance. If she strolled around inside, she might encounter some by chance. Finished thinking, Zhang Xiaohua formed an incantation with her hand and jumped down. She disappeared in a flash. She didn't even leave the door, and directly escaped into the depths of the inner valley. Fortunately, the divine sense technique at the end of God Traction was very useful. Zhang Xiaohua soon arrived at the side of a small stream. Next to the stream was a deep forest. The afternoon sun was already scorching hot, but this place appeared incomparably shady and cool. In front of her was a small hillside. Zhang Xiaohua floated up and stood on the hillside. She looked at several rather neatly repaired small medicinal gardens at the foot of the hillside. Needless to say, these were precious medicinal herbs specially planted by Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and discovered that the speed at which these medicinal herbs absorbed vitality was much faster than the surrounding medicinal herbs. The vitality in the air was also much denser. She walked towards the hillside again and bypassed several obstacles. She stopped in front of one of the medicinal gardens and squatted down to carefully examine it. Sure enough, it was a medicinal herb called eroding een grass. The name of this medicinal herb in the jade slip was the same as the name in Rejuvenation Valley's book. Although the jade slip didn't have a diagram, the book had a drawing. Moreover, both records were the same: nature cherishes een, relies on water. However, the jade slip contained the ingredients for refining the marrow communication pill, while the book contained the main ingredient for the spirit awakening pill. Seeing that this place was already very far from the entrance of the valley, it was a good place for eroding een grass to grow. If she reported to Valley Master Nye and then came back to pick it, she would have to work hard. Since Valley Master Nye had already promised her that she could use the medicinal herbs in the inner valley as she pleased, presumably the medicinal herbs that were extremely far away should also be in the inner valley. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't plan on being polite with Valley Master Nye. She took out the refined jade box from her bosom and carefully followed the steps described in the jade slip. She picked several stalks of eroding yin grass, and sealed them in the jade box. Chapter 462. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaohua looked into the distance and visited all the places where precious herbs were planted in the Rejuvenation Valley. She collected some of them and collected them. Although these herbs were not described in the jade slip, they were the main ingredients of some elixirs in the book. If she didn't pick them now, when would she? And it would be a waste not to pick them. She picked them all the way and gradually went deeper into the valley. Gradually, the medicinal garden disappeared and there were more wild plants. The unknown herbs also gradually increased. As Zhang Xiaohua went deeper, the environment gradually became worse. There was almost no way out. The shrubs were half a person's height and the towering trees needed several people to surround them. The birds became noisier and noisier. From time to time, small animals passed by in the trees, on the ground, and in the water. Zhang Xiaohua only released her divine sense slightly and covered a small area around her. She carefully checked, hoping to have an exciting harvest. While walking after passing a slope, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly frowned and her expression became overjoyed. She jumped on a big tree next to her, but she looked a little flustered. About 100 feet in front of Zhang Xiaohua, there was a sunny area. This area was about 10 feet in radius and there were no weeds, only some bare rocks. There was not even a bit of soil, and in the middle of these rocks, there was a bright red grass. The grass seemed to be able to burn under the sun, constantly emitting a beautiful light. Wasn't this one of the few herbs recorded in the jade slip, the bright sungrass? Zhang Xiaohua really couldn't believe that her luck was so good. When she reached the top of the tree, she pinched her thigh hard. And it was quite painful. It shouldn't be a dream. Right? Why did she pinch herself? She had been with little girls like Jianghu for a long time and always listened to their nonsense. How could she dream? Zhang Xiaohua first used her eyes to appreciate the gorgeous scenery of the bright sungrass shrouded in the afterglow of the setting sun. Only then did she cast her divine sense into the bright sungrass. Sure enough, the vitality above the bright sungrass was 3 times more than the yin eroding grass, and the vitality in the bright sungrass seemed to be extremely terrifying. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua finally confirmed that this was what was recorded in the jade slip. It grew in a place where the yang qi was dominant. There would be no other plants nearby. Even the ordinary soil would be sucked dry by the yang qi in this grass and turned into hard stones. However, the only difference from the jade slip's introduction was that most of the precious herbs in the world would have some accompanying monsters that dutifully guarded them. Accompanying monsters? Zhang Xiaohua had always scoffed at this. It was just a matter of first come, first served, and the one who arrived early would be the first to arrive. But when it came to monsters, Zhang Xiaohua's first reaction was the thing in the lava of the volcano under the deserted island. How could he not be moved? Let's climb the tree first. However, after Zhang Xiaohua finished observing this herb and swept her divine sense into the surroundings, she didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that this monster was actually able to hide from her divine sense? Thinking of hiding from her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the incantation for concealing one's cultivation level. Since human cultivators could create cultivation methods that made others unable to detect their own divine sense and cultivation level, perhaps this demonic beast could also have the same ability. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua once again used all of her divine sense to carefully investigate the area around the bright sungrass within 100 feet. After a long while, she actually didn't find anything. Could it be that this bright sungrass didn't have any accompanying demonic beasts? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but hit her forehead with her hand, inwardly feeling ashamed. The world's vital energy had undergone a great change 10,000 years ago. Even if there were demonic beasts, they would all hide in places with abundant vital energy such as the things in the lava. Although this Rejuvenation Valley's vital energy was different from other places, it was still far from meeting the living standards of demonic beasts. How could there be demonic beasts here? In this kind of place lacking vital energy, the bright sungrass couldn't mature. These demonic beasts would have already starved to death. Even if they didn't starve to death, they would have already died of old age. Zhang Xiaohua viciously thought. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from the tree and swaggered towards the bright sungrass. However, before she could approach the bright sungrass, a fishy wind suddenly came from the side. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and didn't even turn her head as she sent her divine sense to the right behind her. She saw that several hundred feet away, there was something rapidly running in her direction. It howled as it ran, as if it was warning her of something. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile wryly and inwardly say, I have to go back and have a good talk with Nie Qinyu. The scenery in her rejuvenation valley is beautiful and harmonious. Why is she raising such an ugly thing? It's fine if she's raising an odd beast or a small squirrel as a pet, but why is she raising a big white wolf for no reason? You can just be your big bad wolf, but you're still making it white like a big white sheep. You really need to be taught a lesson. It looks like I have to have the people of Rejuvenation Valley properly clean up the valley and reorganize it harmoniously. Alas, this guy really wanted to. How could the disciples of Rejuvenation Valley keep an eye on such a large place? If that was the case, then the bright sungrass would have been taken by the disciples of Rejuvenation Valley long ago. How could it possibly be his turn? The big white wolf let out a low growl and quickly ran over, but Zhang Xiaohua stood there calmly. A rare medicinal herb like the bright sungrass needed to be carefully picked without distraction. With the threat of the big white wolf, Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't rashly reach out her hand. Thinking about it, why was she being so cautious just now? If she didn't discover anything with her divine sense, she could have just directly gone up to pick it. Why did she have to carefully inspect it a second time? Wasn't this trouble coming? However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't nervous when she saw the trouble chasing after her. That's right, wasn't it just a wild wolf? Even with a white coat, it was still a wolf. It wouldn't be some monster with astonishing strength, and it definitely wouldn't be a martial arts expert with astonishing inner strength. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and locked onto the big white wolf from afar. The big white wolf seemed to have sensed the danger ahead and slowed down slightly. However, it was only a distance of a few dozen meters, so it only took a few breaths for the white wolf to reach the side of the slope. When it reached the slope, the white wolf stopped. It didn't directly pounce over like Zhang Xiaohua had imagined and start a fight. Instead, it used its eyes to stare straight at Zhang Xiaohua and sniffed with its nose. Then, it cast its gaze towards the bright sungrass in the sunlight and raised its head to howl. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Although she hadn't seen a wolf before, she knew that wolves lived in packs. Was this big white wolf howling to summon the wolf pack? She was about to release her divine sense, but at this time, the big white wolf swept its tail on the ground and exerted force with its hind legs. Like a white shadow, it directly pounced towards Zhang Xiaohua. Wow! Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This white wolf actually knows the art of war. First, it warned from afar, then it approached. It only howled to make people think that it was waiting for its companions to come. But the moment people relaxed, it suddenly attacked. Unfortunately, at this time, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was everywhere within 100 feet. Although the big white wolf was extremely fast, it was still clearly seen by Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing the white wolf approaching, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see the unruly look in its eyes. Its two front legs revealed sharp claws. Without a doubt, as long as one was caught by these claws, at least a piece of flesh would be torn off. Not to mention the sharp wolf teeth behind the claws. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. When the big white wolf came close, she only slightly leaned to the side and let the big white wolf pass. The white wolf didn't have time to turn around in the air, so it swung its tail and slashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Is this the legendary tiger tail scissors? When did this big white wolf steal it? Zhang Xiaohua still ignored it. She shrank back and dodged. The white wolf missed its target and landed on the ground. It did not rest, nor did it strike a pose. It turned around and pounced on Zhang Xiaohua again. Zhang Xiaohua did not frown. He thought that since the white wolf was able to protect the sunshine grass, it must have some kind of psychic ability. He had taken the wolf's item for no reason. Even if he did not repay the wolf's kindness, he would not take the wolf's life. So he didn't want to fight back. He wanted to let the white wolf know the difficulty and retreat. Since it pounced for the second time, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and grabbed the white wolf's front leg from an extremely tricky angle. Then, she leaned to the side and easily used four tails against 1,000 caddies, to throw the white wolf far away. The white wolf cried in the air, thinking that it was going to be hurt. In the end, although it was thrown for nearly 100 feet, it still landed steadily on the ground. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua finally had a chance. She used her divine sense to explore the depths of the forest. She didn't see any other wolves. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little astonished. At this time, the white wolf who was thrown far away didn't run away pathetically like Zhang Xiaohua had expected. Instead, it perked up and pounced towards him. This time Zhang Xiaohua was really angry. He thought to himself, although this white wolf is handsome, it's not some spiritual thing. I've already spared it twice and it still doesn't know? Thinking, he grabbed the white wolf's throat which was pouncing towards him. Although there was a saying, copper head, iron back, hemp waist, was the weak point of a wolf. But with Zhang Xiaohua's current strength, why would he care about this? Although his palm wasn't big, but it was very strong when he grabbed the white wolf's huge neck. With just a little bit of strength, the white wolf's tongue stretched out and its throat let out a hoarse and low growl. It seemed to be afraid, unwilling and begging for mercy. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the big white wolf which he had picked up single-handedly. Just as he was about to exert more strength, he saw the white wolf's eyes. The ferocious gaze just now had become extremely clear. It seemed to be that kind of sadness. That kind of familiar sadness, the sadness that was deeply imprinted in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. It was the gaze of the cat which was run over by the horse carriage on the snowy ground outside Pingyang City. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian. Chapter 463. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. Her heart softened for no reason, and she could no longer exert any strength. With a shake of her arm, she flung the white wolf far away. This time, even if this white wolf is stupid, it won't turn back. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Unfortunately, facts often spoke louder than words. That white wolf actually did something that made Zhang Xiaohua's jaw drop. The white wolf actually raised its head and howled again. The sound shook the surroundings and there was actually a stirring sadness in its voice. After the howl landed, the white wolf once again pounced on Zhang Xiaohua without hesitation. This. Zhang Xiaohua was thoroughly enraged. What's going on? Is this yang grass so important to this white wolf? The jade slip didn't record the effects of the yang grass on monsters. Even if you saw it first, the treasures in this world can only be obtained by the virtuous. Since this young master can see this yang grass, I must be a virtuous person. I've spared your life time and time again, so it can be considered that I've done my utmost benevolence. You're pestering me endlessly. Do you really want to die? Zhang Xiaohua was excited by the white wolf. She was too lazy to think about why the white wolf was behaving like this. She clenched her left hand, gathered 70% of her strength, and directly struck the white wolf's head. At this moment, an angry shout suddenly sounded from afar. You brat, who are you? Eat this old man's dart. After that, a hidden weapon shot towards Zhang Xiaohua like a meteor. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had just swept through the forest. She didn't think that someone would come from the valley entrance, so she didn't notice. However, that person didn't ask for a reason and just used the hidden weapon to greet her body. Unfortunately, although the hidden weapon was shot from afar, it was still accurate. It was precisely her arm. Presumably, that person only wanted to stop her from killing, but didn't have the intention to take her life. At this point, how could Zhang Xiaohua not know that this person was in cahoots with the big white wolf? The person behind this was the true owner of the yang grass. Alas, who else could be in the depths of this forest other than Rejuvenation Valley's people? It seemed that the flood had reached the Dragon King Temple. Zhang Xiaohua figured out the key point in a flash. She stretched out her left fist and grabbed the big white wolf's front leg. Just like the first time, she threw the big white wolf behind her in the direction of the attacker. Then, she stretched out her hand and easily caught the hidden weapon that was shot at her. It was a gold coin dart. Although the man's roar startled Zhang Xiaohua and she threw out the gold coin dart, his body was still far away. The big white wolf was thrown to the ground by Zhang Xiaohua. He just ran to the white wolf's side. The white wolf landed on the ground. It seemed to have adapted to it and did not panic. With a cheerful howl, it pounced on the man. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua slowly turned around and carefully sized up the person who had just arrived. This was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He wore light blue clothes and held a small hoe in his left hand. His right hand was constantly stroking the white wolf's head, as if he was trying his best to comfort it. However, he stared at Zhang Xiaohua in the distance with a pair of surprised, angry and puzzled eyes. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was in the wrong. She took the lead and walked forward. She bowed deeply and was about to speak when the old man did not return the greeting. He said angrily, "Whose sect are you? Why don't I have any impression of you? Don't you know Big White?" Big White? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. This big white wolf? This person is probably a senior of Rejuvenation Valley. but aren't you talking nonsense? If I'm a disciple of someone, why wouldn't I know your pet? Yes, maybe this is Rejuvenation Valley's mascot. Since I can make a move, of course I'm not a disciple of Rejuvenation Valley. If you can't even distinguish this logic, how can you be a senior? Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, I'm not a disciple of Rejuvenation Valley. May I ask for senior's name? Once he heard that Zhang Xiaohua was not a disciple of Rejuvenation Valley, the old man's face became alert. Even the big white wolf turned its head again, looking somewhat fierce. Unfortunately, although the big white wolf looked fierce, its fearful eyes had already betrayed its feelings. The old man said, Since you're not a disciple of Rejuvenation Valley, why did you barge into my Rejuvenation Valley? Where did you come in from? Zhang Xiaohua turned her head to look at the towering cliff in the distance and said with a smile, Old man, do you think there's a path to come down from here? The old man was startled and answered casually, Of course there isn't. However, after he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong and immediately said, I'm asking you, not you asking me. Zhang Xiaohua pointed behind him and said, Of course I came in from the entrance of the outer valley. The old man snorted lightly and said, Your story is too poorly made up. You might as well have said that you flew down from the cliff. The inner valley of Rejuvenation Valley has always prohibited outsiders from entering, not to mention the depths of the inner valley. Even the disciples of the valley are not allowed to enter. Who would have thought that someone like you would actually? At this point, he looked at the bright sun grass in the distance and said with a nod, It seems that you're here for this scarlet flame grass. Immediately he said sternly, Speak quickly, who sent you in? If you have an honest attitude and confess, this old man will not pursue your crimes. I will only take you down and interrogate the person behind you. Scarlet flame grass. Zhang Xiaohua was startled. She pointed at the bright sun grass and said, You call it scarlet flame grass? A strange look flashed through the old man's eyes, but he was not moved by Zhang Xiaohua's words. He patted the white wolf's head and the white wolf obediently stood to the side. It raised its head and growled again. Its eyes looked at Zhang Xiaohua as if it was provoking her again. The old man also took a step forward and waved the small hoe in his hand. He said sternly, Brat, seeing that you're not honest and still want to change the topic, you must not be a good person. Are you going to surrender without a fight? Or are you going to let this old man kill you with one palm strike? Wow, Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in surprise, Isn't this old man too subjective? This temper, tsk, is even more fiery than a young man like me, wanting to kill people with one palm strike at the slightest provocation. Zhang Xiaohua asked with interest, Old man, how can you tell that I'm not a good person? Do you think you have the right to sentence me to death based on your own good and evil? The old man did not expect Zhang Xiaohua to say this and was slightly stunned. He laughed heartily and said, When this old man was enforcing the law in Rejuvenation Valley, I don't know how many thieves like you I've seen. They sneaked into my Rejuvenation Valley and coveted my Rejuvenation Valley's rare medicinal herbs and miraculous elixirs. The number of thieves who were killed by this old man's palm is countless. Now you're one more. Seeing the old man's conceited look, Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She could only say helplessly, Old man, if you're talking about this scarlet fire grass, I admit that I saw it when I walked here and wanted to pick it to refine elixirs. However, if you're talking about the elixirs that are boiled with water in Rejuvenation Valley, please, I really don't have the slightest interest. And most importantly, although I'm not a disciple of Rejuvenation Valley, since I can appear in Rejuvenation Valley, other than sneaking in as you said, I'm a friend of Valley Master Nie's youngest daughter. I was invited to the inner valley by Nie Qinyu. What? You've even been to Rejuvenation Valley's elixir refining area? This Commander Nie, how can he not know the severity of the matter? How can he let an outsider casually enter the elixir room? Sigh, he's still so coarse he hasn't changed at all. Commander Nie? When Zhang Xiaohua heard Valley Master Nie's name, she almost laughed out loud. No matter how she looked at it, Valley Master Nie did not have anything to do with the word commander. Furthermore, this old man actually said that Valley Master Nie was coarse. It really was, you have a body of white hair, but you say that others are monsters. Afterwards, the old man looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohua, asking, How is Nie Qinyu related to Commander Nie? I remember that this brat's daughters all have similar names. Io, are you a child of dear Cry Sexu family? I remember that when you were young, you followed old you to Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. You're talking about Nie Qinyu's eldest sister, Nie Qianrong. Her husband is dear Cry Sexu. I'm sorry, I don't remember what Yu is. I only saw him once a few months ago. Nye Qinyu is Valley Master Nye's youngest daughter. Oh, that girl. Sai, even she has grown up and found a husband, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said. Old man, you're mistaken again. I'm only Nye Qinyu's friend. The old man copied Zhang Xiaohua, waving his hand and interrupting his words, saying, What friend? You've already entered our Rejuvenation Valley's pill room, can you still be ordinary friends? Little brat, you must be honest. This. Zhang Xiaohua did not know how to explain her dishonesty. But after the two of them said this, the old man seemed to have understood that there was some misunderstanding. His tone seemed to have confirmed Zhang Xiaohua's identity, but the little hoe in his hand was still raised in the air, not relaxing in the slightest. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua glanced sideways at the scarlet flame grass not far away and cupped her hands, saying, I didn't know that this scarlet flame grass belonged to you. Please forgive me. Since you've already come, I'll leave now. What do you think? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave, the old man immediately said, No, although you've said so much, it's all just one side of the story. How can I be so easily fooled? Moreover, you already know the location of this scarlet flame grass. In the future you might take the opportunity to pick it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, saying, That's easy. I'm going to the pill room at the entrance of the valley now. If you're willing, you can come with me. Speaking up to here, her heart stirred. She released her divine sense and already saw a few people rushing over here. The one in the lead was Valley Master Nye. But the old man waved his hand and said, My time is precious. I'm picking herbs here, how can I have the time to accompany you back to the valley? Wait a moment, Big White's roar just now should have already notified the valley. I'm sure your so-called father-in-law is rushing over here. Hee little brat, if you're lying to me, I'll let Big White tear you to pieces later. Old man, I'll say it again. I'm not Nye Qinyu's husband. Zhang Xiaohua was flustered and exasperated. It's the same. You're not now, but you'll be sooner or later. The old man curled his lips and said. You, Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the sky and ignored him. Chapter 464. It turned out that the old man had spoken harshly for a long time but didn't try to capture him. Instead, he made him explain again and again. However, it was all a delaying tactic, waiting for Valley Head Nye and the others to come over and confront him or surround him. Zhang Xiaohua still somewhat underestimated the intelligence of these Jianghu veterans. Sure enough, after a long while, the old man slapped Big White's head again. The big white wolf then gave a low howl. Valley Head Nye and the others received the message and also gave a long howl in response, directly pouncing towards Zhang Xiaohua's side. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's calm and composed appearance, presumably the explanation just now was true. The old man gradually put down his little hoe. Only the big white wolf that had suffered a loss before still stared at Zhang Xiaohua without letting go. Valley Head Nye brought a few people to the scene and saw Zhang Xiaohua and the old man standing there from afar. He already knew that there was a misunderstanding, and before he even arrived he shouted loudly, Elder Zhang, it's a misunderstanding, please don't fight. Elder Zhang turned around and scolded jokingly, When did you see me fight? It's your good son-in-law who beat up Big White. I still have to get justice for Big White. Valley Head Nye ran in front and bowed towards Elder Zhang. Elder, long time no see, how are you? Elder Zhang waved the little hoe in his hand and said, No official position, my body is light. Right now, I'm picking herbs under the eastern fence, leisurely looking at the southern mountain. Very good, very good. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the old man pretending to be cultured. It was quite similar to how she fiddled with words in front of Little Orange that day and almost laughed out loud. Valley Head Nye's eyes were also full of smiles and he repeatedly congratulated, That's good, that's good. Then he turned around and asked in surprise, Virtuous nephew Ren, I heard from little you that you were refining pills in the pill room in the afternoon. Why did you run here? This is a rather secretive place in Rejuvenation Valley and it's quite dangerous. It's also my fault that I didn't tell you properly yesterday. These words sounded like concern, but they were actually blaming Zhang Xiaohua for coming in without telling her. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said with a smile, How can I blame Uncle Nye? Wasn't it because little nephew was refining pills in the pill room for a while and was bored, so I came out for a walk. I saw that the medicinal herbs here were very rare, so I came all the way here. If it's not convenient for Uncle Nye, I won't be coming in the future. How could Valley Master Nye not understand the meaning behind Rinpoche's words? He waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Since Nephew Rin has seen enough of Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes, what else is there to keep secret here? If Nephew Rin likes it, feel free to come. My Rejuvenation Valley can't see all the medicinal herbs here and many of them are unknown. If Nephew Rin recognizes them and wants to pick them, feel free to do so." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when she heard this and cupped her hands in thanks to Valley Master Nye. Elder Zhang, who was at the side, couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Marshal Nye, although you're the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley, I'm also your elder. I was the one who introduced the wife you married when you were young. How important is our Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes? Why didn't you discuss it with the other elders before showing it to others? Even if he's your son-in-law, I heard him say that he hasn't married into your family yet. How can you be so casual?" Zhang Xiaohua held her stomach and laughed secretly. Valley Master Nye's face was full of black lines and he could only smile apologetically and say, "All the elders are enjoying their old age in the inner valley. I don't dare to disturb them for such a small matter. Elder Zhang, haven't you not seen me for almost half a year? I went to find you for something before the new year, but I didn't see you several times. If it wasn't for Big White's warning today, I wouldn't have known that you were here." Then he pulled Elder Zhang to one side and told him the whole story in detail. Elder Zhang listened while glancing at Zhang Xiaohua. His gaze was very interesting. At first it was disdain, then praise, then amazement, and finally surprise, admiration, pity, and so on. Zhang Xiaohua was filled with displeasure from being looked at like that. After Valley Master Nye finished speaking, Elder Zhang walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Ren Xiaoxiao, I was a little rude just now and shot a dart at you. I really can't justify it." Saying that, he cupped his hands and was about to apologize. Zhang Xiaohua saw that he was Valley Master Nye's elder, so how would she dare to let him apologize? She hurriedly held onto his arm and apologized. "Elder Zhang is wrong. It was my fault first. First I wanted to pick your scarlet flame grass, then I hurt your big white wolf. It was my fault." Elder Zhang was an elder and he didn't really want to apologize. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua holding onto his arm to give him a way out, he used a little strength and was about to get up. But when he used his strength, Zhang Xiaohua's hand was like a huge rock that couldn't be moved. Thinking about how Valley Master Nye said that Zhang Xiaohua was the winner of the arena battle, he couldn't help but have the desire to win. Using strength in his arms, he was about to bow down. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was angry. How could this old man be like this? Just now you didn't ask about the situation and wanted to attack. Now that I'm stopping you, you're still supporting me. Tell me, should I stop you or not? If I don't stop you, you want the elder to apologize to you. How can you be a junior? Also, Elder Zhang's arms were already using strength. If she withdrew her strength, perhaps the old man's mouth would be stuck in the mud. If she stopped him, wouldn't this be a competition? It would also show that she was impudent in fighting with an elder. Just now she didn't know, but now that she was fighting, it wasn't right. Without any other choice, Zhang Xiaohua could only use strength in her hands to support Elder Zhang firmly. At least this way she could save a few teeth in Elder Zhang's mouth. When Valley Master Nye saw this, he hurriedly called out, "Elder Zhang, don't lower yourself to the same level as the younger generation. I know that you don't have a suitable person to spar with in the valley. If you have this idea, wait until you return to the outer valley and spar in the arena. Why do you need to compete in the wilderness?" When Elder Zhang heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, "That's good." He immediately retracted his arms. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Not good, not good." Seeing the two separate, Valley Master Nye then looked at the scarlet flame grass not far away and said, "Has Elder Zhang always been here looking after this scarlet flame grass? I said that I couldn't find you." Elder Zhang pointed at the big white wolf and said, "Actually, most of the time it's Big White who looks after it. I'm just looking for herbs in the surroundings to move my hands and feet." Valley Master Nye walked forward and carefully looked at the scarlet flame grass. He nodded and said, "This scarlet flame grass seems to be 100 years old. It's enough to be of great use. It's just that crimson pearl grass, bitter bamboo grass, chu dingzhen and other supplementary materials are hard to find. Otherwise, there's nothing else. Even if we have these herbs, our Rejuvenation Valley has no way of refining the crimson flame pill." As he said this, his eyes lightly glanced at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Valley Master Nye's words were strange. In the jade slip, there was a medicinal pill called the Meridian Soothing Pill. It was made with bright yang grass and crimson pearl grass as the main ingredients and other supplementary materials. It was used to nourish the meridians and recuperate the meridians. The main use of the bright yang grass was to make the bright yang pill. It could refine the qi in the meridians and improve one's cultivation. Elder Jiang waved his hand and said, I haven't done anything these past few years. I've just been collecting herbs in the valley. The ingredients for the crimson flame pill are all ready. It's just that I haven't had the confidence to refine it. If it wasn't for this kid finding this scarlet flame grass today, speaking to this point he suddenly stopped. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a bit of excitement and asked, Ren Xiaoxia, I remember that when you heard me mention the name of this scarlet flame grass, you didn't agree. You pointed at it and asked me, you call it scarlet flame grass? Is that right? At this point, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't deny it. He could only brace himself and say, yes, I did say so. Then what do you think it should be called? Elder Zhang looked at him with bright eyes. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, Old senior, this is a tattered little book that I saw a long time ago. There were pictures of herbs that looked like this scarlet flame grass. Since you say it's scarlet flame grass, then it's scarlet flame grass. I think I must have seen wrongly. Don't kid. Think carefully. It doesn't matter if you're wrong. Elder Zhang's face was kind, but Zhang Xiaohua looked a bit like Debai's grandmother. He could only pretend to be thinking. After a while, he hesitated and said, It seems to be morning sun grass, bright yang grass, or sunset grass. I can't remember. Elder Zhang clapped his hands and said, Okay, it's bright yang grass. That's right, kid, just now Nye Shuai said that you know how to refine pills. And you also know that the ancient name of this scarlet flame grass is bright yang grass. Logically speaking, your Beidou school should also be an ancient alchemy sect. How come I've never heard of it? Zhang Xiaohua laughed secretly. Would be strange if you knew. But he said, I'm not too sure. Our Beidou school doesn't get involved in Jianghu matters. The elders in the sect also don't come out. Oh, so it's like that. Elder Zhang was obviously very disappointed. Seeing the two chattering non-stop, Valley Master Nye said, Elder Zhang, it's not easy to meet you. I see that you still have a lot of things to ask Nephew Ren. Why don't you come back to the outer valley with us? You can also see the changes in the valley and the pills that Nephew Ren helped us refine? Yes, Valley Master Nye's words are very reasonable. Elder Zhang nodded and said, I also want to see the ancient alchemy techniques and what kind of pills can be refined. Then he said, You guys wait here for a while. I'll be back soon. After he finished speaking, he used his qinggong and left. Not long after, he came back with a small bag. Then he patted the big white wolf's head. The white wolf licked Elder Zhang's hand with its tongue and lazily walked to the side of the flaming red grass and lay down on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Elder Zhang, since this flaming red grass is already 100 years old and can be used as medicine, why don't you just pick it directly? Elder Zhang said very meaningfully, Now is not the time. If you don't have the confidence to refine pills, then let it grow for 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but twitch her mouth and secretly said, How is that possible? If it's in the wilderness, it's possible, but in this rejuvenation valley? Although it's in the inner valley and people rarely come here, there will still be people who will see it. Since it's seen, how can it be preserved for a long time? What's more, how old is your grandfather? When you're gone, then let me pick it. It's inhumane to let this flaming red grass be lonely in the wind for no reason. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly moved. If I don't have the confidence to refine pills? But what if I have the confidence to refine pills? Zhang Xiaohua also glanced at Elder Zhang. Her eyes were also very meaningful. Chapter 465. Elder Zhang lived some distance away from Zhang Xiaohua's pill room, but they were both on the left side of the inner valley. In front was a simple bamboo room and behind it was the pill room. Looking at his tightly shut door, Elder Zhang smiled, I haven't returned to this room for many months. He then looked around, Where are your senior sect brothers? Are they all home? Valley Head Nye smiled wryly, Don't mention them. Even the other elders are like wild cranes. I don't know where they've flown off to. Elder Zhang said, We haven't been elders for many years. Shouldn't we be researching our own things and doing the things we like to do? Valley Head Nye said solemnly, Elder Zhang is right. You've made many contributions to Rejuvenation Valley in the past. Now it's up to us. He then said mysteriously, "Please wait a moment, I'll be right back." Elder Zhang seemed to know what he was going to do and nodded, Come back quickly. I want to see if this kid is really a green onion." Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes when she heard this and thought, "Is there anyone who talks like that? If I'm not a green onion, then what am I? Pa, how can I be a green onion?" Valley Head Nye quickly left with his two subordinates. He left behind a few disciples to open Elder Zhang's door and help him tidy up. The interior of the bamboo room was very simple. There was a bamboo couch, a bamboo chair, and a bamboo desk. It didn't take long for everything to be cleaned up. After the disciples left, Elder Zhang entered the room and carefully placed the small package in his hand on the couch. He turned his head and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Young man, sit." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the only chair in the room and shook her head. "Elder should sit. This junior can stand." Elder Zhang didn't hold back and threw his body onto the bamboo chair. He rocked left and right and murmured, "I haven't been so relaxed in a long time. Days of looking at the clouds and listening to the wind are truly pleasant." Zhang Xiaohua knew that he wanted her to continue the conversation. Thus, she closed her mouth and pretended that she was only listening. Elder Zhang waited for a while but no one responded. He could only mutter to himself, I'm old and only want to do the things I like. I mostly ignore the matters of Rejuvenation Valley. Therefore, I didn't know that you saved the Valley Head's daughter and resolved Rejuvenation Valley's crisis." Seeing that Elder Zhang was about to express his gratitude again, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Old senior, you're old but you're still strong. You'll definitely be able to use your remaining energy to write a new chapter. I merely ran into Miss Nye for a while. Anyone with a heart would lend a helping hand in this matter." "Someone with a heart? Ah." Elder Zhang sighed and said, "There are few people with such intentions, but there are many others with such intentions." Then he continued to ask, "By the way, young man, you said that you saw a booklet with the name Yang Grass. What's the name?" Zhang Xiaohua inwardly said, I knew you'd ask. Even if I wanted to shut up, I didn't have the chance." Zhang Xiaohua could only say, "It's not that I don't want to tell old senior, but this booklet really is something from a long time ago. Also, it doesn't seem to have been read in my sect. At that time, I only saw that the drawings inside were very interesting and remembered them in my heart. I've already forgotten the rest." Elder Zhang didn't find it strange that Zhang Xiaohua had completely pushed away the responsibility. He said, "This was a fortuitous opportunity. Unfortunately, you were still young at the time and missed it." Zhang Xiaohua was startled and said, "What do you mean?" Elder Zhang thought for a moment and said, "It's a long story. To put it simply, alchemy has a long history. I'm afraid it's at least 10,000 years old. It existed as early as the ancient times, and the study of medicinal herbs closely related to alchemy also has a very long history. But I don't know what happened, but alchemy now seems to be very different from alchemy in the past. Even medicinal herbs are very different. In the ancient times, it said that medicinal herbs grew luxuriantly, and all kinds of rare herbs existed. There were some that were hundreds of years old, thousands of years old, and even tens of thousands of years old. However, these are all legends. Most of the medicinal herbs have been annihilated, and not even a trace can be found. Moreover, for some reason the ancient books have not been passed down. Not to mention alchemy, even the ancient books on medicinal herbs are ordinary. Therefore, although there are many medicinal herbs that have survived, they have lost their original names. Even if there are people who know a little about them, they have slowly changed through word of mouth. Until now, it's almost completely different from the ancient times. Also, in these thousands of years, many medicinal herbs have grown from the vast land. No one knows whether these are ancient varieties or new varieties. Therefore, alchemy, elixir recipes, and so on have also changed. Zhang Xiaohua didn't interrupt and only listened quietly. Yes, the changes in the world over the past 10,000 years had changed even the fist techniques into a complete mess, not to mention the unorthodox alchemy, medicinal herbs, and elixir recipes. After listening for a while, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, "How does Elder Zhang know all these?" But as soon as she asked, she regretted it in her heart. Didn't Elder Zhang want me to ask? Moreover, wasn't the answer to this question found in the Rejuvenation Valley's ancient books? Unexpectedly, Elder Zhang said, "Back then I was also infatuated with martial arts and didn't know anything about alchemy. Later on, by chance and coincidence, just like when you were young, I obtained a small book left behind by a predecessor. talked about a lot of knowledge about alchemy and medicinal herbs. Only then did I become interested in alchemy. Later on, I joined this rejuvenation valley and became an elder. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and thought to herself, so he also left home halfway. Alas, it's a pity that this kind of small book is also the insights of predecessors in studying ancient medicinal herbs and alchemy. It's extremely rare and I only obtained one book. Later on, I also read 2 books in Rejuvenation Valley, but I always felt that there was too little information inside. If you hadn't missed the opportunity, I would have been able to read the 4th book. Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, it's a pity that this junior was too young and really didn't know the value of that small book. I've disappointed senior. Elder Zhang shook his head and said, do you know what I like to do the most right now? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, gather medicinal herbs. Elder Zhang laughed involuntarily and said, my greatest wish right now is... Halfway through his words he took out a book from the small bundle on the bed and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua saying, open it. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and took the book. She flipped through the pages one by one. However, the more she read, the more shocked she became. She couldn't help but ask, Elder Zhang is actually so proficient in medicinal herbs. Moreover, many of these medicinal herbs have their characteristics and medicinal properties indicated. Oh, they even have their respective names from ancient times and now. As she spoke, she flipped to a page and found a thin jade slip. This page also recorded the scarlet flame grass. Beside it was written, ancient name, bright sun grass. Zhang Xiaohua took out the jade slip and casually held it in her hand. She said, so Elder Zhang has already recorded the other name of the scarlet flame grass in this book. Elder Zhang smiled and said, that's right. I also saw this bright sun grass in a small book in Rejuvenation Valley. That's why I was surprised when you mentioned the bright sun grass. This ancient name isn't something that just anyone can know. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and continued to flip through the pages. Sure enough, there were many medicinal herbs at the back and all of them had 2 names. Many of them were things that Zhang Xiaohua had seen in the jade slip. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. She thought to herself, that's right. Although alchemy is highly valued, the foundation of alchemy is the medicinal herbs. Only someone like Elder Zhang, who is unknown and has done the basic work of alchemy in detail, can refine better alchemy. There were many things in the small book, and it definitely wasn't something that could be finished right now. Zhang Xiaohua only flipped through a little before closing the book. Elder Zhang saw that Zhang Xiaohua had finished reading and said, I'll let you see another thing. Finished speaking, he lowered his head and went to take out the small bundle. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small book in her hand. Just as she was about to insert the thin jade slip in her hand into the book, her divine sense habitually swept over the jade slip. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua was stunned on the spot. Elder Zhang didn't notice Zhang Xiaohua's behavior. He took out an even thinner book from the small bundle and was about to hand it to Zhang Xiaohua. But when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's stunned expression, he found it funny and called out, young man, don't be like this, okay? I'm just making a small contribution to alchemy and slightly promoting the development of alchemy. You don't have to worship me like this, I'm just an ordinary person. Hearing Elder Zhang's call, Zhang Xiaohua came back to her senses and said with a smile, an ordinary person doing extraordinary things. I'm really moved by your spirit. Today you may be high and few people will see this small book, but history will remember your achievements. Time will prove your wisdom. You will definitely... Stop. Elder Zhang finally blushed and said embarrassedly, this old man is not so noble. I only do what I like. Alright, take a look at these pill formulas. Although he said that, his tone was a bit affectionate. Zhang Xiaohua placed the small book on the table and carefully placed the jade slip beside it. She took the thin book and saw the words Crimson Flame Pill on the page that Elder Zhang had just opened. Behind it were the ingredients and refining method. It was the pill formula for the Crimson Flame Pill. After looking at the pill formula for the Crimson Flame Pill, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to look at the other pill formulas and returned the small book to Elder Zhang. His heart moved and he returned to the front of the table. He picked up the book and found the names of the ingredients that he saw in the pill formula. When he finished looking, he couldn't help but be shocked. The ingredients in the Crimson Flame Pill formula were exactly the same as the Meridian Nourishing Pill in the jade slip. It was just that the names of the ingredients were mostly changed. If there was any difference between these 2 pill recipes, it would be the difference in refining methods. Instantly, Zhang Xiaohua understood that the Crimson Flame Pill was a Meridian Soothing Pill. However, the martial Dao could not use the Immortal Dao's alchemy techniques to alter the refining process. Please vote. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 466. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua turn back to look at the booklet again, Elder Zhang smiled and said, "Did you think of something?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohua deep in thought, he said, "If we compare this booklet and put the ancient name inside, wouldn't it be another ancient pill recipe?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's right." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's response, Elder Zhang smiled and said, "If this crimson flame pill is successfully refined according to this pill recipe, wouldn't this pill have two names? One would have the ancient name of the pill, and the other would be the current crimson flame pill? In other words, didn't we refine the legendary ancient medicinal pills?" Elder Zhang stared straight at Zhang Xiaohua, waiting for him to speak. But Zhang Xiaohua suddenly looked at the jade slip on the table and picked it up with interest, asking, "Elder Zhang, this jade slip looks warm and smooth like a piece of good jade. Where did you get it?" Elder Zhang heard and frowned impatiently, saying, "It can't be considered good jade, the color is a bit mottled. I saw it in the pill room and casually put it in the book, it's really useful." Then he said, "Ren Xiaoxia, aren't you interested in doing this interesting thing with me?" Zhang Xiaohua still did not answer his question. He raised the jade piece to the light outside and studied it carefully. He said, "This jade piece doesn't seem to be polished. If it was naturally formed, it would be very difficult for it to be this thin. It's a waste for the old man to use it to hold books." Elder Zhang saw that he kept changing the topic and waved his hand resolutely, saying, "If I don't use it to hold a book, what else can I do? It's not square and can be used as a paperweight? If you like it, take it, I don't have any use for it." Zhang Xiaohua heard and was overjoyed, but still said, "This, I'm afraid it's not good. A gentleman doesn't take away others' good." Elder Zhang said, "I don't like it, just take it." Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "I don't dare refuse an elder's gift, so I will shamelessly accept it." Finished speaking, he casually put it into his pocket. And it really was very casual. Elder Zhang saw him put away the jade slip and asked carefully, "Ren Xiaoxia really doesn't want to do something that will affect the history of pill refining? You must know, if you can successfully refine it, it will have epic-making significance in the history of pill refining. It's a turning point, a starting point." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't stop laughing wildly in his heart. He thought to himself, "If that's the case, then I don't know how many times I made the turning point in the pill room of Rejuvenation Valley this afternoon. Oh, that's right, I've already begun to turn it." But on the surface he still smiled wryly and said, "Elder, it's not that I'm not tempted, but this ancient pill recipe requires an ancient refining method. If I use Rejuvenation Valley's water decoction method, it will only fail." Elder Zhang criticized endlessly in his heart, "Isn't this nonsense? If the water decoction method can succeed, why would I waste time with you? I've been talking for half a day. Isn't it just that I know you can use earth fire to refine pills directly?" Elder Zhang was about to speak when Zhang Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I remember now, Elder Zhang, I remember where I saw the name, Sunshine Grass." When Elder Zhang heard this, he threw the matter of pill refining to the back of his mind and asked eagerly, "Where did you see it?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, "There's a small compartment in the attic of my hometown. Inside it are some trinkets that I picked up from the fields outside when I was young. Among them is a large and thick book with many drawings of grass. When I had nothing to do, I flipped through it for fun. However, I don't remember where I picked this book up from." Moreover, the attic has long been torn down, so I don't know if I can find it now. "What? You said that book is big and thick?" Elder Zhang was both surprised and surprised as he asked. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and pointed at the small book he wrote, "It should be several times larger and thicker than this." When Elder Zhang heard this, he rushed forward and grabbed his collar, saying, "Brat, the attic has been torn down, so that book—" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "The attic has long been torn down, but I hid my small belongings well. However, I haven't been home for a long time, so I don't know if those things are still there." "Where is your home? I'll go right now," Elder Zhang said anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, "I hid those things very well. Even if I went back by myself, it would be difficult to find them. You don't even need to think about it. That book is of no use to me. If it is as you say, those are ancient medicinal herbs and I have no use for them. When I have time to go back and find them, I will definitely find a way to send them to Rejuvenation Valley. What do you think?" "This." Elder Jiang was very helpless and dejectedly threw himself back onto the bamboo chair, saying, "That's the only way." That's right, knowing that there was something that he had been searching for many years but still couldn't get his hands on it, even if it was an old man who had seen the wind and rain, it still wasn't easy for him to accept. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua felt very apologetic and comforted. "Elder Zhang, don't worry, I will definitely send it to you." When Elder Zhang heard this, he forced a smile and said, "And you're too considerate. Anyways, I've been searching for more than 10 years. A few more years won't make a difference." Just as they were talking, Valley Head Nye brought a few more disciples over. Waving his hand, he let the disciples wait outside. Valley Head Nye entered the bamboo house alone. Seeing the two people happily chatting, he knew that the misunderstanding just now had been cleared up. He walked to Elder Zhang's side and took out a few small porcelain bottles from his bosom, handing them to him, saying, "Like I said, Elder Zhang, you and Nephew Ren will definitely have a common language. Just now was just a small misunderstanding. Look, this is the medicinal pill that Nephew Ren refined using the ancient method." At this time, words were already written on the porcelain bottles. Elder Zhang casually took the porcelain bottle with the words "blood replenishing pill" written on it and said with a frown, "This blood replenishing pill is Rejuvenation Valley's signature medicinal pill. Could it be that Ren Xiaoxia has already learned it?" After he finished speaking, he opened the seal and poured out a brown-red medicinal pill. That medicinal pill was one size smaller than the one that Zhang Xiaohua saw Zhou Tai holding in the peach forest, but it was also perfectly round. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. They gave them powder, so how could they make it so round? Seeing the medicinal pill in his hand, Elder Zhang's expression changed and he sternly said, "Commander Nye, although you are the valley head, this old man also has to say a few words today. Our Rejuvenation Valley stands tall in Jianghu because we rely on our reputation. Our reputation of not deceiving both old and young people. The heroes of Jianghu trust us and trust our medicinal pills. When they save a life, the first thing they think of is our medicinal pills. Although this old man has not participated in the affairs of the valley for many years, how can this blood-replenishing pill shrink so much? Cutting corners is the beginning of digging one's own grave." At the side, Zhang Xiaohua listened in a daze. This old man was really amazing. He drew inferences from one case and was really good at scolding people. No wonder he could be an elder. If it was her, would she encourage Valley Head Nye to continue? Valley Master Nye listened obediently as if he already knew Elder Zhang's temper. Seeing him spit all over the place, he didn't refute a single word. When Elder Zhang was tired of speaking, Valley Head Nye said softly, "Elder Zhang's lecture is correct. Although you are no longer an elder, your heart is still in this position. I hope you will continue to spur the younger generation in the future. However, I would like to ask you to evaluate the blood-replenishing pill that Nephew Ren refined using the ancient method. How is it different from our medicinal pills?" Elder Zhang glanced at Valley Head Nye, then looked at the calm Zhang Xiaohua. He put the blood-replenishing pill in front of his nose and sniffed it. Then, without a frown, he put it on his tongue and licked it. His brows furrowed even more. At the side, Zhang Xiaohua found it very funny. This Elder Zhang's expression was really too rich. Just now in the valley, the way he looked at her, the way he talked to her, and... Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua thought, this Elder Zhang couldn't have put the blood-replenishing pill into his mouth to taste the medicinal effects, right? Just as she was thinking, Elder Zhang really opened his mouth and threw the blood-replenishing pill into his mouth as if he wanted to eat beans. Then he began to eat with a crunching sound. Oh, this sound was purely from Zhang Xiaohua's imagination, hehe. After seeing the blood-replenishing pill enter his mouth, Elder Zhang's expression became even more wonderful. First, his brows furrowed, then they relaxed. His eyes widened as he looked at Valley Head Nye in surprise. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaohua in surprise. Finally, he closed his eyes and tasted the blood-replenishing pill, no longer speaking. After a moment, Elder Zhang suddenly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a flash of light in his eyes as he said, "Commander Nye, was this pill really refined by Ren Xiaoxia?" "Yes, this junior saw it with my own eyes." Valley Head Nye respectfully said. Elder Zhang's words almost caused the two people present to faint from shock. "Then why are you still in a daze? Why don't you let Ren Xiaoxia and your Nye Qian go through the wedding ceremony? Even if you give 3 Nye Qians to this brat, it's still worth it." Zhang Xiaohua's figure swayed and she barely managed to stand up. Valley Head Nye was also an iron plank bridge. He steadied himself and said with a wry smile, "Elder Zhang is joking. Qinrong and Qianxiu are both married. Ren Xiaoxia also has a chivalrous heart and reached out to help us. How can we? Elder Zhang didn't wait for Ren Baqian to finish speaking. He smiled mischievously at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Young hero Ren, you are a friend of Nie Qian or something. If you work hard, you can become the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley." Zhang Xiaohua knew that it was useless to say more at this time, so she didn't speak. On the side, Valley Head Nie hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Elder Zhang, let's not talk about other things first. How do you think the effects of this pill compare to the previous blood-replenishing pill?" Elder Zhang waved his hand and said, "There's no need to compare. This blood-replenishing pill melts in the mouth. It's sweet and refreshing, as smooth as silk. Feels very good. It's not on the same level as the previous pills that were chewed." Valley Head Nie's face darkened and he asked in a low voice, "Elder Zhang, this junior is asking about the effects of the pill, not the taste." Elder Zhang glared and said reproachfully, "Marshal Nie, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you are also the leader of our Rejuvenation Valley. Don't we know that in order for this pill to be recognized by the people of the Jianghu, not only does it have to be effective, it also has to have the taste and appearance. One melts in the mouth and the other is as hard to chew as copper peas. Which one will people choose after tasting it?" Then he picked up the small porcelain bottle in his hand and said, "Also, you shouldn't underestimate this porcelain bottle. This is the result of the hard work of previous generations. People will know that our Rejuvenation Valley's pills are of high quality just by looking at this porcelain bottle." Zhang Xiaohua's mouth was wide open as she listened foolishly. Chapter 467. After Elder Zhang talked about the importance of the porcelain bottle and the taste, he said again, "Of course, the main function of the medicinal pill is the medicinal effect. No matter how well it is made, if it doesn't have a good medicinal effect, people will only be fooled once and won't turn back a second time. If our Rejuvenation Valley wants to make something, we must make something that is the same on the outside and on the inside." Valley Master Nie opened his sleepy eyes and said, "Elder Zhang, can you talk about the medicinal effect now?" "Yes, there is nothing to say about the medicinal effect. Not bad, not bad." After Elder Zhang finished speaking, he closed his mouth and didn't say another word. Valley Master Nie asked curiously, "Just these 2 words?" "Yes, it's not bad." Bang! Valley Master Nie fell to the ground. It took him a lot of effort to hold back his patience and wait for Elder Zhang to finish rambling. He wanted to hear him talk about the effects of the medicine, but Elder Zhang summed it up in 2 words. He was really concise and comprehensive. When Valley Master Nie stood up and brushed the dust off his body, he said with a bitter smile, "Elder Zhang, can you be more specific?" "Oh, you want to be more specific? You should have said it earlier. If you didn't say it, how would I know what you wanted me to say?" When he was done talking, he put away his smile and said seriously, "Valley Master Nie, in fact what I said just now was not nonsense. It is the advantage of this blood-replenishing pill. Moreover, based on my experience, the medicinal effect of this blood-replenishing pill should be twice as good as the blood-replenishing pill produced by our Rejuvenation Valley." When Valley Master Nie heard this, he said with a smile, "Elder Zhang is right. This junior also made a rough estimate. Also, you see, the amount of this medicinal pill is twice as small as before. In other words, using half of the medicinal herbs from before, we can make a blood-replenishing pill that is 4 times as good as now. This kind of utilization of medicinal herbs and the effect of saving energy is the goal that our Rejuvenation Valley has been striving for more than 10 generations. I didn't expect it to be realized by this junior." With tears in his eyes, he said, "It's really the ancestors who have shown up. The heavens have blessed our Rejuvenation Valley." This time, it was Elder Zhang and Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be speechless. Waiting for Valley Head Nie's mental state to stabilize, Elder Zhang reminded him, "Valley Head, no matter how good this blood-replenishing pill is, it was refined by an outsider. It's better to turn the outsider into an insider as soon as possible. Your 3 daughters are all." Valley Master Nie continued, "Elder Zhang may not know this, but nephew Ren has already imparted the ancient method of refining medicinal pills to this junior. Of course, my Rejuvenation Valley has also paid a price. The price is your 3 daughters? Good, it was worth it. I've long found old man Chang unpleasing to the eye. It's better to divorce him as soon as possible. But old man Yu is still not bad. This is more difficult to deal with." Alas, it was a good thing that Zhang Xiaohua and Valley Master Nie had been using the 1,000-kilogram drop, so they were able to stand firmly on the ground. Valley Master Nya wiped away the sweat on his face and said, Ren Xiaoxia's request is to see all of our Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes and help us refine them into pills. Do you understand? Ah. Elder Jiang said in surprise, this is what you said just now, the reason for handing over all of the pill recipes to Hero Ren? Valley Master Nye's face was filled with apprehension as he said, that's right. Elder Jiang, please punish me. This junior will definitely humbly accept the old man's reprimand and do a good job of criticism and self-criticism. I won't disappoint. Without waiting for Valley Master Nye to finish speaking, Elder Jiang suddenly stood up and walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He grabbed both of his hands and shook them enthusiastically while saying, Hero Ren, could this be the legendary not benefiting oneself but benefiting others? You really have noble character and unquestionable integrity. This old man has lived for a lifetime, but this is the first time I've seen a hero like you. You're a great hero. You're a great hero. Zhang Xiaohua was immediately promoted from Ren Xiaoxia to Hero Ren. Zhang Xiaohua never thought that Elder Zhang would be so enthusiastic and could only murmur, I just want to practice alchemy. Elder Zhang didn't seem to understand. He turned his head and said to Valley Master Nye, Valley Master, you haven't done anything right in your life, but you did the right thing this time. Valley Head Nye smiled merrily and thought to himself, yes, I did the right thing in showing Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipe to virtuous nephew Ren. You gave birth to 3 daughters. This is the only right thing you've done in your life. Elder Zhang continued. Although Valley Master Nye had already used the 1,000-pound drop and was mentally prepared, he still fell to the ground with a bang. After a long while, Valley Master Nye, who had always thought of himself as wise and mighty, stood up and complained, Elder Zhang, you're also considered an old man in the valley. How could you speak of such a confidential matter in front of an outsider? Elder Zhang's big hand still held Zhang Xiaohua's small hand with great enthusiasm. The wrinkles on his face were all smiles as he said, how is Hero Ren an outsider? As long as you ask Little 3 to help, wouldn't this guy be born a member of Rejuvenation Valley and dead a member of Rejuvenation Valley? Then he turned his head and smiled at Zhang Xiaohua, besides Hero Ren, the two of us met very late. This old man and you can be considered friends despite the difference in age. How can you say that I'm an outsider? Feeling the eagerness in Elder Zhang's hand, Zhang Xiaohua shrank her body and pulled her small hand back. She secretly said, he just hit me with a dart and now he's trying to get close to me. Does this old man have some ulterior motives? Oh, that's right. She seemed to have thought of something. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't pull her hand back. She smiled and said, if Elder Zhang has something to say, there's no harm in saying it. If it's not troublesome, this junior will definitely agree. That was others didn't know, but Zhang Xiaohua's heart was as clear as a mirror. She had received benefits from others, so how could she not repay? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua being so straightforward, Elder Zhang was a little incredulous. He trembled a little and said, Hero Ren, do you mean what you say? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head, and a few strands of hair in front of her forehead swayed with the wind. She said, Elder, do you think this junior is that kind of person? It doesn't look like it, it doesn't look like it. Elder Zhang said repeatedly. Then he still didn't believe her and asked, then can Hero Ren agree to this old man's condition? Zhang Xiaohua said loudly, no problem, this junior has long known your thoughts. You are the paving stone of the alchemy world. You have done so much basic work. How can this junior not agree to such a small request? Later on you can just look for Valley Master Nya. I've entrusted everything to him. Her voice was loud and seemed to be really generous. But when Elder Zhang heard this, he was stunned and said, Hero Ren, are you mistaken? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand indifferently and said, I'm not mistaken. Don't worry, Elder, Valley Master Nya won't let you down. But Elder Zhang smiled bitterly and said, Valley Master can't do it. Okay, if I say it's okay, then it's okay. Zhang Xiaohua now had the bearing of a leader. But Elder Zhang was still a little hesitant. Zhang Xiaohua still waved her hand and said, no buts. At this time Elder Zhang said pitifully, Hero Ren, but I just want you to help me refine the Crimson Flame pill. Ah? Zhang Xiaohua proudly waved her hand halfway and put it down dispiritedly. She couldn't believe her ears and said, Elder Zhang only wants me to refine the Crimson Flame pill? Yes. Elder Zhang felt wronged and said, my request doesn't seem to be that high, right? Didn't you want me to teach you the method of refining the pill? Zhang Xiaohua still didn't believe him. Elder Zhang pursed his lips and said, this method must be Hero Ren's unique skill. How would I dare to be delusional? Moreover, after a long time he said, I've never married in my life and don't even have a child. Where can I find a granddaughter to match you? Zhang Xiaohua heard this and rolled her eyes. She went straight back to lie down. Fortunately, Elder Zhang held her arms enthusiastically and she didn't fall. This can be taught, Elder Zhang. I don't want your granddaughter or maternal granddaughter. Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly. Really? Elder Zhang said excitedly, I want to tell you but I'm afraid of losing face. Alright Hero Ren, you're really worthy of being a hero. I'll thank you. After he finished speaking, he pulled out his hands and was about to bow. Zhang Xiaohua's body wasn't stable at this time. When she pulled her hands out, her body immediately tilted to the side. Poor Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were high, but she was beaten to this extent. Oh, intersection. Oh ha. However, Elder Zhang grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hands like lightning and steadied her body. He said with a bitter face, there's another problem, Hero Ren. Even if I learn the method you've taught me, whether or not I can refine the Crimson Flame Pill is another matter. There's only one Scarlet Flame Grass in the entire Rejuvenation Valley. If we waste it, we won't be able to refine it again. Zhang Xiaohua understood that he had seen the recipe for the Crimson Flame Pill before. The refining method inside was just a simulation of the Immortal Tao's refining method and was far from the authentic method he had learned. If she refined according to Elder Zhang's recipe, there was an 80 to 90% chance that she would fail. However, she hadn't practiced the second refining method in the Jade Scroll, so she naturally couldn't agree rashly. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and smiled, Elder Zhang, I understand your feelings. However, from what I've seen just now, the refining of the Crimson Flame Pill isn't that simple. I don't have full confidence. When Elder Zhang heard this, his eyes lit up and he eagerly asked, then how confident are you, Hero Ren? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua extended 4 fingers. Elder Zhang smiled and said, 40% is enough. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, 40% is enough to mess it up. Valley Master Nye's eyes lit up even more and he said with a smile, Nephew Ren is so confident? Zhang Xiaohua still shook her head and said, I need a few things. Perhaps there are some things that I have more confidence in. What do you need? What does Nye Qian have? Quick, Valley Master, call your daughter over. Elder Zhang said hurriedly. Zhang Xiaohua and Valley Master Nye both collapsed. Zhang Xiaohua steadied her body and said, Elder Zhang is thinking too much. I just want to take advantage of Rejuvenation Valley's superior conditions to practice more and master the art of refining pills. This doesn't go against Elder Zhang's request. As long as I can refine the various pills of Rejuvenation Valley, I will definitely accumulate a lot of experience in refining pills. Then when I refine the Crimson Flame Pill, I will have more confidence. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the small cauldron and asked, Elder Zhang, don't you use this cauldron? Elder Zhang took a look and said with a smile, this small cauldron was already here when my Rejuvenation Valley's ancestors discovered this pill room. Didn't I just say that this old man's pill room was one of the earliest pill rooms to be used? The things inside basically haven't changed. Even the cauldron and the earth fire below it haven't been touched. The earth fire and cauldrons in the other pill rooms have all been modified. However, this cauldron doesn't have any protrusions to control the temperature, so it's not suitable for use. This old man only tried it out at the beginning and didn't use it anymore. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, her heart stirred. She slowly walked to the front of the cauldron and poked her head out to take a closer look. Indeed, the inside and outside of this cauldron were almost exactly the same as the cauldron in her money pouch. When she used her divine sense to examine it again, she saw that there weren't any incantations inside the cauldron. Only some of the formations engraved inside the cauldron were the same as her cauldron. There was no need to guess. This cauldron was certainly a cauldron used by an Immortal Tao pill refiner, just like Zhang Xiaohua's cauldron. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth. What a coincidence. It was best to use an Immortal Tao cauldron to refine the Crimson Flame Pill, and Zhang Xiaohua's cauldron wasn't suitable for public use. Elder Zhang's cauldron that had never been used before was just right for her to use. Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This junior has also never seen a cauldron like this. If there's a chance, I would also like to try it out." Elder Zhang said, "Anytime, anytime. If this cauldron wasn't used by Rejuvenation Valley's ancestors, and if it wasn't for the fact that you can't take it away, then what harm is there in giving it to you?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, I wouldn't dare. This is Senior's relic, so it's best to treasure it." Finished speaking, she walked in front of the large cauldron and skillfully turned on the earth fire to preheat the cauldron. Looking at the medicinal herbs on the ground, she said with a smile, "Uncle Nye seems to want this nephew to refine the white nightmare pill?" Valley Master Nye clapped his hands and praised, "Virtuous nephew Ren has indeed reached a higher level in the Tao of pills. You've also carefully read the pill recipe that this old man had little you give you. Virtuous nephew is correct. These medicinal herbs are white chrysanthemum and black gold grass. There are also a few other ingredients that are used to refine the white nightmare pill." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Uncle Nye is testing this nephew. This nephew has only seen the pill recipe a few times. If I mess up today, the two seniors won't laugh at me." Finished speaking, she no longer held back and placed her left hand on top of the cauldron. She transferred her vital energy over and carefully controlled the temperature of the cauldron. In fact, how could using vital energy to control the cauldron and then the fire be as convenient as directly casting the spell onto the earth fire? When the temperature was suitable, Zhang Xiaohua placed the white chrysanthemum, black gold grass and other medicinal herbs in order according to the pill recipe. In order to let Elder Zhang take a closer look and also to conceal something, Zhang Xiaohua controlled the temperature to not be too high. After a long while, the dark brown medicinal powder was gradually refined successfully. When Zhang Xiaohua's hands left the cauldron, Elder Zhang quickly walked forward and took out the medicinal powder from the bottom of the cauldron. He carefully looked at it. Just like before, he put some powder into his mouth and tasted it carefully. Zhang Xiaohua was sweating. This white nightmare pill had some aphrodisiac strengthening effects. If something happened to Elder Zhang, what should she do? After carefully examining it, Elder Zhang said, "Actually, it's not that I have doubts in my heart. It's just that seeing is believing and hearing is false. Now that I've seen Hero Ren refine pills with my own eyes, I know that I was a frog in a well. I didn't think that there would be such alchemy skills outside of Rejuvenation Valley." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "This method is actually a martial art. It has nothing to do with alchemy." Elder Zhang and Valley Head Nye looked at each other in surprise. What kind of martial art was this? It actually had such an effect. Immediately, Elder Zhang's eyes were somewhat fiery as he asked, "Hero Ren, this method, when will you teach me?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "I've already said it just now. I've already copied this method to Uncle Nye and asked him to take it out for you to comprehend. Alright, it's still the same sentence. This method is very important and must not be leaked. It will bring disaster to your noble valley." Valley Head Nye was somewhat surprised and said, "Is it that serious?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "If Uncle Nye feels that it's inappropriate, then return the method to me." Valley Head Nye looked at Elder Zhang. Both of their eyes were resolute. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua said again, "Although this method is not easy to leak, Uncle Nye and Elder Zhang only refine pills in Rejuvenation Valley. Even if others see it with their own eyes, they may not know the secret. It's fine as long as no one knows about the method." Valley Head Nye and Elder Zhang both nodded and said, "We also have the same idea. It's just that." Elder Zhang was a little worried and said, "If I were to refine pills using the ancient method, wouldn't those old bastards beside me and the Valley Master's senior brothers be jealous when they see it?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is something that Uncle Nye and Senior Zhang have to consider." "Oh, right, Elder Zhang, this junior wants to take this small cauldron furnace and study it. Oh, don't worry, I'm just trying it out in the pill room. I won't take it out of the valley." Elder Zhang thought for a moment and said, "Yes, Hero Ren, be careful. Just don't break it." Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed. It would be strange if this immortal item could be so easily damaged. Valley Head Nye called a few disciples outside the room to send the small cauldron to Zhang Xiaohua's pill room. Zhang Xiaohua asked Elder Zhang a few more questions about medicinal herbs and then cupped her hands and said, "Seniors, this junior is a bit tired and will go back to rest for a while. Elder Zhang might as well ask Uncle Nye about the method of cultivation. If there are any questions, this junior will come tomorrow to clear them up." Elder Zhang's face bloomed with a smile and said, "No need. If this old man has anything he doesn't understand, I'll ask you later." Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and said, "This junior sleeps very hard and may not hear Elder Zhang's call." Valley Head Nye said, "No matter, I've also practiced for a while. Presumably today is enough to discuss with Elder Zhang. If there's anything we can talk about it tomorrow." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said goodbye to the two and returned to her pill room. In the pill room, the small cauldron had already been placed next to the groove, along with the remaining medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaohua only looked at it casually and then sat cross-legged on the bed. With a face full of excitement, she took out the thin jade slip that she had obtained from Elder Zhang and immersed her divine sense into it. What came into her mind were 4 ancient characters, 100 Herbs Compendium. Previously, when she was in Elder Zhang's room, she didn't look at it carefully. Now that she looked at it carefully, Zhang Xiaohua's smile became wider and wider. This 100 Herbs Compendium didn't just record 100 types of medicinal herbs. Chapter 469. Indeed, the immortal Tao had been annihilated for tens of thousands of years, and the art of alchemy had also gradually died out. All kinds of alchemy techniques had been modified to suit the rules of martial arts. During these tens of thousands of years, the changes in medicinal herbs had also been huge. Only the names were completely different. The jade slip that Zhang Xiaohua now had was the authentic alchemy technique used by the immortal Tao. Although the contents were passed down directly, the medicinal herbs used were also completely different from the current system. Therefore, if Zhang Xiaohua did not have this 100 Herbs Compendium, even if the authentic medicinal herbs were placed in front of Zhang Xiaohua, he might not be able to tell that these were the medicinal herbs specified in the prescription. This 100 Herbs Compendium was a timely rain that had delivered the thing that Zhang Xiaohua dreamed of. Originally, he still wanted to ask Elder Zhang for advice on the ancient and modern names of various medicinal herbs. Now he only needed to find the correct medicinal herbs according to the picture. The name was just a title. The jade slip of the 100 Herbs Compendium was very thin, but the contents were very vast. It recorded countless medicinal herb knowledge, which was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to learn. Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua began to slowly memorize and learn. The next day, Nye Qinyu came to the alchemy room punctually and brought a lot of medicinal herbs. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua, she was no longer annoyed like yesterday. She smiled and said, "Big brother Ren, I heard from father that you had a fight with Elder Zhang's big white yesterday?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "What are you talking about? Little fish Nye, how can you talk like that? What kind of person is this Xiaoxia? How can I lower myself to the level of a little white wolf? If it wasn't for Elder Zhang's timely appearance, I would have flattened it with just a few punches and kicks. How can there be the posture of a fight that you mentioned?" Nye Qinyu pursed her lips and smiled. "Big brother Ren, you're really something. Big White is considered a tyrant in the valley and always bullies other animals. It's also Elder Zhang's favorite and is always pampered. After what you did yesterday, it'll probably behave for a while." Thinking about it, Big White was so aggressive yesterday. It was only because Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were strong that she didn't suffer under the wolf's claws. If it was someone else, it might not have been so. However, thinking about Big White's tragic defeat yesterday and how he wanted to die together with her, Zhang Xiaohua still nodded her head in admiration. After chatting with Zhang Xiaohua for a while, Nye Qinyu blushed and said, "Elder Zhang, you called me to my father's place last night and said a lot of things for no reason." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Is that so? He must have imparted his years of experience in digging herbs in the valley to you." Bah! Nye Qinyu couldn't help but spit. "I wanted to ask Elder Zhang for advice, but he was fascinated by the method you taught my father. After telling me about it, he kept pestering my father with questions." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She said seriously, "Little fishing, yeah, that method is very important. You have to remember, other than your father's instructions, you can't tell anyone else. Especially." After thinking for a while, she smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't want to talk too much about the affairs of your Rejuvenation Valley. Don't blame me for being nosy, but don't tell your 2 sisters." "Sisters?" Nye Qinyu exclaimed, "Big brother Ren, do you have a prejudice against my sisters? You've only met them once. Oh, is it because you don't want to go up on stage and compete with Big Sister?" This question was rather childish. Of course, Nie Qinyu only wanted to ask Zhang Xiaohua the reason. This was just throwing a brick to attract jade. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Based on what you said, I've only met your two sisters once. How could I have a prejudice against them? It's just that both of them have married outside the valley. They may keep a secret, but if they don't keep it a secret, it may spread out. It won't be good for Rejuvenation Valley." But, Nie Qinyu stared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "If this method is from your Beidou school, it'll just be you leaking your school's method. When the time comes, I'll ask my father to stake Rejuvenation Valley's business. I'm sure your school won't necessarily be unable to forgive you. But I don't remember you saying this that day. Could it be that this method?" It had to be said that Zhang Xiaohua's repeated exhortations finally aroused Nie Qinyu's suspicions. She thought of the origin of the method. Zhang Xiaohua's expression turned serious and said, "The origin of this method is somewhat unclear. However, since it can bring about fundamental changes to Rejuvenation Valley's pill refinement, do you think Valley Head Nie can refuse? Do you think I can keep it from you?" Nie Qinyu gave a long sigh and said, "That's right. Thank you, Big Brother Ren. Even though he knows it's drinking poison to quench his thirst, my father can't refuse. Big Brother Ren also has great good intentions. I understand. Hearing that she was going to speak again, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Yesterday I already told Valley Head Nie and Elder Zhang that this method can only be used to refine pills. Others definitely won't be able to see through it. It's fine as long as no one knows about this method. I'm only telling you today because I want you to pay attention to keeping it a secret." "I know. Last time, when Senior Brother Lu from the weapon refining sect came to provoke me, I was already vigilant. If it wasn't for someone deliberately saying something, how would he know to compete with you in strength? I just want you to know that this Rejuvenation Valley isn't a paradise and that you should leave earlier." Seeing that Nie Qinyu was already aware, Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything else. She pointed at a large pile of medicinal herbs and said, "It seems that Valley Head Nie wants to make use of my free labor. Nie Qinyu, what kind of pills are we going to refine today?" Nie Qinyu rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, "If Big Brother Ren doesn't like it, how about 3 maces of silver per day? What do you think?" "Oh my," Zhang Xiaohua also rolled her eyes and said, "That method of yours is a regular person's hourly payment. This great hero is an expert. No matter what, I have to be paid according to my labor. How about 1 maces of gold for each pill recipe refined?" "Bah," Nie Qinyu spat, "in your dreams." Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly. She picked up some medicinal herbs from the ground and walked towards the cauldron while shaking her head and muttering, "Squeeze, pure squeeze." Nie Qinyu pursed her lips and smiled, following behind her. Today's pill refining speed was still very fast. Although Nie Qinyu had already prepared a considerable amount of medicinal herbs, more than 10 pill recipes were completely refined in one morning. Watching the disciples put the pills into the porcelain bottles, Nie Qinyu smiled bitterly and said, "Big Brother Ren, your method of refining is somewhat inappropriate." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, "So you can see it too. Nie Qinyu, why don't you tell me about it?" Nie Qinyu said, "I know that Big Brother Ren wants to practice his alchemy techniques, but if you practice pill formulas one by one, you will be refining pills for our Rejuvenation Valley. It won't improve your alchemy skills much. If you continue to practice like this, our Rejuvenation Valley will really have to reward you." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's right. At first I also wanted to refine the pill formulas one by one, but the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Before I finished refining this pill formula, I discovered that something was wrong." "That's right. Big Brother Rin, almost all the pill recipes in this book are refining methods. You only need to refine a few of them and you will be able to refine the rest. There's no need to practice all the pill recipes once." "Exactly," Zhang Xiaohua said resolutely and decisively. "Then how about this?" Nie Qinyu hesitated and said, "Our Rejuvenation Valley has hundreds and thousands of pill recipes. How is it appropriate for you to practice like this? When I go back tonight I will talk to Father. You don't have to practice all of them. I will pick out different pill recipes with different techniques or concocting methods. Big Brother Ren only needs to successfully refine the representative pills." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was very moved and almost had the urge to reach out and scratch her nose. She smiled and said, "How can Valley Master Nie agree? You don't need to work for nothing?" "Bah," Nie Qinyu spat and said, "Do you think everyone will squeeze you dry like a coolie?" As she said this, her face turned red first. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, then I will have to trouble little you take this pill recipe book away tomorrow. I will carefully look through it again and refine some pills for myself. So pitiful. Just now I was working for others and in a while I will be working for my own family. Nie Qinyu laughed and said, okay big brother Ren, you refine the pills? I will go back and tell father that I will find the pill recipes for you tomorrow this afternoon. Okay, I will have to trouble you little you however, I still want to see all the pill recipes. You must not hide them. Okay, Nie Qinyu dragged her voice and said, I will remember. I am Rejuvenation Valley's coolie. Saying this, she ran out with flushed cheeks. Looking at Nie Qinyu's lively back, Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Do I have such great charm? After closing the door, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hurry to refine pills. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat and comprehended the Tao of Heaven. After a long time, with an unfathomable smile on his face, he stood up and walked to the pill furnace in the groove. After a while he would use this pill furnace to refine pills, so it was better to practice first. Looking at the pill furnace in the groove, Zhang Xiaohua used the usual methods to shrink and enlarge the pill furnace, but the pill furnace didn't have any reaction. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. He had thought that this method would work on all pill furnaces. Fortunately, when he ignited the earth fire and injected the flame control spell, the temperature of the cauldron gradually rose. Then he added the herbs and a few common spells into the cauldron. The herbs gradually melted and Zhang Xiaohua's heart was at ease. It seemed that the method to shrink the pill furnace was unique to his own pill furnace, and the method to refine pills was universal. According to the records of the second pill refining method in the Jade Slip, Zhang Xiaohua successfully refined more than 10 types of pills in a short time. That was because the second method was used to refine top-grade pills by the immortal Tao. Zhang Xiaohua's pills were not only for martial Tao, but also for elementary pills. Using this method was really a small test. Then, Zhang Xiaohua recorded his experience in refining these pills, as well as the flaws of the 5 elements on the Jade Slip. Then he took out the pill recipe booklet and recorded the remaining pill recipes on the Jade Slip. Only then did he stop. After all, he had just discovered the Tao of the 5 elements in pills. He could only reach the final conclusion after a large amount of practice. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.